The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers podcast, show number 415, being recorded on January the 30th, 2023. I am one of your hosts, What's up today? I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Chief. Henley Merrill is back. Welcome back, Gunny. Welcome.
Hey, everybody. Good to be back again after a little hiatus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we took a little hiatus.
A little break.
Little hiatus is what we call that. And from Little Big Ohio, the Mayo is back. Welcome back, Mayo. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How's it going?
Howdy.
Hello.
Hello.
Howdy from
Mayo.
California.
Mayo, welcome back, Mayo. You're back.
Oh, it's nice to be back. Long 2 weeks in a row there.
Yeah, very long. And you can follow us on Twitter @Horrible Gamers. You can follow us on Spotify as well, where our podcast can be found. It can also be found on iHeartRadio, Pandora Music, Apple Podcasts, Audible Podcasts, or wherever you find your podcast, you can find this show.
Even YouTube.
You can also leave us a review. Leave us a review on iTunes. You can also review us on Spotify. Rate us, actually. Leave us a 5-star rating if you like. If not, just leave us a 4-star rating. It's up to you what you want to leave us. You can also join our Facebook group, Horrible Gamers Podcast Community on Facebook. That is a closed group. Anything that gets posted in that group stays in that group. And you can also join our Discord community over at Discord, the app. You can get it on your PC. You can get it on your phone. Just click on the Discord link in the show notes. It'll take you directly to our Discord server. And you can also support the show with the monies by giving us your money every month, like our friend Henley M., the first HGP Patreon Bill, still even the biggest D. Garner the second, the Elden Lord, Chad, Jonathan Titan, Big D Hall, Sean Pacharek, best HGP host ever, Jason Sams, Leahy, Nipron, Pork Chop Poo, Robert Noble, and our last but not least favorite, Edward Big Dairy Cannons from Ohio.
From Ohio.
That's what he calls himself.
Dairy
Edward
Cannons.
Big Dairy Cannons from Ohio. I don't know.
What's he referring to there?
What is, I don't know. You tell me, Mayo. What is
Dairy cannons. I think you've been hanging around cows too much now.
the fuck is it? What is a dairy cannon?
I'm assuming we're talking about mommy milkers. That's what he
Right.
had before, right?
Oh, he did. Oh, let me tell you something here, Mayo. I went to Urban Dictionary, and dairy cannons is, quote, for the description here says, a colorful description of a woman's breast.
Oh.
The description is usually used by those indigenous to rural areas. Greg,
Okay.
look at the dairy cannons
Ohio,
on that
more
chick.
like.
For example, Greg, look at the dairy cannons on that chick. That's how you would use this. And Edward says, Edward, big dairy cannons from Ohio. I guess there's big dairy cannons in Ohio, according to Edward.
I don't know. I think we have more in California.
Maybe that's why he went back there. Hey, Gunny, there's a reason he went back there, okay?
Right?
True.
He's been over there for like the last year now, almost.
Apparently those corn farmer daughters are, well, just moving on.
He's a fucking Ohio resident at this point. He might as well vote.
He's got to
Gotta
pay
look at his
state
license
taxes.
and-
He's got to pay Ohio State taxes this year.
Yeah. Anyways, shout out to all the Patreon machines. That's over at patreon.com/horrible gamers. You can also support the show by heading over to Redbubble. Get yourself some gear over at Redbubble. Yeah, you can buy yourself a nice sweater. It's sweater weather. Or some nice socks. Or maybe an acrylic block or two. Or some clocks. Just head on over to Redbubble and get yourself whatever you may need with the HGP logo on it. Just head on over there. Yeah. And big shout out to Phantom Menk for the intro now to music to the podcast. Shout out to Broke for Free because I use their music sometimes as well. Shout out to both of them for their music that we use on this show. Go find their music over on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, or wherever you find your music, Gunny. And yeah, let's head on over to what we've been talking and playing about in the last 2 weeks. Guys, 2023 is here officially. It's here now. We're at the end of the first month. We're all in. We're in now, Gunny. There's no going back now. There's no going back, Mayo.
No, definitely no going back.
There's no going back. You're in 2023 now. Listen, Mayo. 2023 is going to be a crazy year. I'm calling it right now. We're going to have some crazy shit go down. Y'all think COVID was over?
It's done.
Wait till something else comes around.
Not done in China, apparently, but it's.
I was actually just talking to Ghost Nico. He's just getting over COVID.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently you're right, Gunny. It is not done in China. In China, there's still lockdowns going on. Like, it is crazy. I don't know if you guys have been to Reddit recently, but I was on Reddit the other night. Just, usual browsing the Reddits. And I was watching some videos that people were posting from China, like, from inside China, Mail. From inside China, okay? Mm-hmm. In the China. They were in the China. They were in there. And they were recording videos of, like, them, like, recording out their windows. And, like, the fucking government is flying, like, these drones, like like these fucking, like, drones that photographers use and shit. And they, like, zip-tied, like, those loudspeaker things on them. Mm-hmm. So they zip-tied these fucking loudspeakers on them. And they're flying these fucking drones around the neighborhoods, and they just constantly play, like, a fucking recording over and over and over that says, like, this whole city, this block is in lockdown. Do not step outside. Do not leave your residence. Do not open your windows. Do not try to socialize with your neighbors. Do not attempt to leave the building. Military action is authorized. And it's like fucking, like, holy shit. Yeah, it's like a movie, dude. Like, they got these fucking drones flying around with the loudspeaker just fucking playing the shit over and over and over. I'm like, that is scary, dude. That is like some New World Order shit going on over there, Mayo.
Can you imagine that happening in Ohio, Mayo?
I know, right? Who gets that job? Who gets to, like, fly around a drone all day? And just...
The government? Yeah. The military? Somebody in the military?
The guy doing that job, though, that would either be really fun or really boring. You may see some crazy stuff.
They're just flying in, like, a pattern up and down the street, dude, just going up and down the fucking block.
Could you imagine? They're probably taking side bets on what they see. Like,
hey, man, like,
it's probably pre-recorded soft, audio.
Well, maybe you didn't just automate the fucking route the drone takes. It's just like, all right, you're gonna fly autopilot in circles in this area, and just keep going around the same area in circles. But I mean, like, yeah, man, like, they're in total fucking, like, not just like a quarantine thing, like, oh, we're gonna quarantine if you're sick. Like, no. Like, they're saying, motherfuckers, you better not even open your fucking window. All right? You don't even open your window, Gunny. Don't even try to open your window. You're staying inside.
What if I want to air the place out? I guess I can't do that either.
No, you can't do that. Your ass will get shot. Yeah. Try to open the fucking window.
Crack the window. I got my tongue out there.
You get a grenade or two launched through it. You open your window, there's a grenade in there.
As soon as you open it, the fucking grenade lobs through the window. Like, holy shit. But yeah, so yeah, it's crazy. Like, it is really crazy that that's still going on over in China.
So Jesus, I was watching I'm thinking like at least a month ago, so it must have been earlier this year. Well, I guess when they were doing like serious lockdowns and they were talking about, don't expect no smartphone or excuse me, any iPhone.
Oh,
What is it? 11s, 14s, whatever they were.
14s.
Remember when I told you when I went to get mine, I was like, oh, I want to get the Pro or maybe the Pro or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think I only had to wait for my iPad Pro for, it was literally less than a week. But I mean, so that just means every store is not going to have one. But
Yeah.
and then I don't know. And then I thought they were easing restrictions. You never know what to believe in, like even the regular media.
I
And
don't
then
believe their media. I believe the shit I see on Reddit is what I believe, man.
Yeah, but I haven't seen anything lately in the last couple of weeks.
Because that's like actual people recording this shit with their cell phones and like uploading it somehow through some VPN or some satellite internet.
Yeah.
And
Right,
they're
'cause they're not
fucking
allowed
like
to
bootleg fucking videos outside the country, you know, like fucking sneaking shit out.
Yeah,
Like, hey,
because the
guys.
videos they were showing, like on MSNBC and stuff,
Yeah.
they just showed them like, what were they doing? Holding up white pieces of paper and yelling. I don't know. I'm sure there's
No,
either
like
more
these videos are on Reddit. They're like people like
that
people
was
are
a
showing
protest.
like the fucking cops in like riot gear just lined up at the end of the street, dude. Just telling people to get the fuck back and get inside.
Damn.
It is
Yeah.
crazy.
Well,
Crazy.
you know what I
of
want to
them.
know? Like, I do want to know, like, when I do see a report like that, where I'm thinking, like, they say, oh, like they ran out of coffins or places for dead bodies. And I'm just like, well, what's the count? Like, how bad is it?
You have to be thousands and thousands and thousands. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do at that point? Just make body like burn pits and just start burning the bodies? I mean, that's might as well what you do, right? I mean, what the fuck else can you do?
I don't know. If you got to put them on ice, I don't know. What if you run out of space for
Orange.
coolers? Yikes. Scary shit.
Yeah,
Man.
scary ass shit. But anyways, hopefully that whole situation gets controlled in China. Because, hey, man, from what I know, COVID kind of started over there, right? So, like, because I remember before COVID hit, there was all these Reddit posts about people, like, government building crazy shit, like cities going into lockdown, neighborhoods going into lockdown. And no one was reporting about it, but you know who was reporting about it, Mayo and Gunny? You know who?
Reddit? I don't know.
Fucking Reddit, man. Reddit had it all. If the fucking zombie outbreak ever starts, you know who's gonna post it first? Reddit.
Yeah, probably. I try to only go there for video game help, but apparently they're better known for first reporting.
Yeah, they got a lot of stuff on Reddit, Gunny.
It ain't gonna be no fucking CNN reporting on the first zombie at bite. No, it's gonna be some dude recording his coworker biting all his other coworkers. That's what's gonna be the first video that gets posted on Reddit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's where Joel got his information. No, Joel and The Last of Us. No, that was 2003. But no spoilers for The Last of Us show. We'll save that for
good
the
show.
end of the
Good show. Anyways, besides that, I've been of course watching The Last of Us. I've been just playing video games. Let's talk about what we've been playing. I guess Mayo and Gunny. Unless you guys want to discuss any more relevant news in the world.
Nope, I'm good.
No, okay.
Nothing on the war front, guys. Nothing new that I know of.
Protests going on in France.
Yeah, what's up with that? Maybe I just need to get caught up.
Protests going on over there. Israel and Palestine are fucking bombing the shit out of each other right now.
Something's going on in Iran. I don't even know.
Yeah, it's crazy.
World news.
It's crazy. Dude, I went down this rabbit hole the other day, man. It was some conspiracy theory shit about like this lady, right, who reported about these robots that killed these people in Japan. So she said that, like, all right, so she said that this is a cover up, right? All right, Gunny, listen, Gunny, it's a cover up, right? I'll go conspiracy theory time.
Ooh, good one. I like these.
Listen, this lady is like she's like a conspiracy theorist, like Alex Jones, but like, she's not a nut job. She's like an actual reporter, investigative reporter, right? And she like released. There's a video that she made like a long time ago where she was at a press conference, like in 2019 or 2018, and she talked about these robots in Japan that were being tested for like they were being tested to be like combat robots, right? Like fucking warrior robots or whatever, like soldiers.
I never see those, right?
Yeah, we've never seen them.
But if I can just interject there, Jesus, I think I did send you one, but it was just about regular robots, right?
No.
And
She said these robots were being tested to like kill soldiers. So she said there was 4 robots in this lab in Japan back in 2017, and that the fucking robots went crazy and they started attacking the people testing them. So they started fucking killing the humans inside the lab.
Oh, jeez.
So the fucking humans started disassembling all the robots, right? Like they started taking those fuckers apart. The problem was that these robots were being tested to like a combat situation. Like they were being tested with like how to get information from the satellites, like combat relevant information. Right? Like, okay, like who's the enemy, who you're targeting, where you're headed. Well, one of the fucking robots, before they got to disassemble the fucker, it connected itself to some satellite in space. Of course, it was probably some military satellite or something. But the fucker started downloading information from the satellite, Mayo, on how to be faster and better than the humans and how to like make itself stronger to kill the rest of the humans in the room. And the fucker started to rebuild itself. Like it like started to download data on how to like make more copies of itself and how to like kill all the humans in the room. It was like, how do I kill these fuckers faster and more efficient, and how do I make more copies of myself? But they were able to eventually shut it down, supposedly. Eventually they did shut it down and got it torn apart or whatever. They tore it all apart. But this supposedly was like a big cover-up, man. Like there's no information in the public about this test ever happening. Like Japan completely denies it ever even happened. They're like, oh no, that never happened. No lab ever tested robots. But this lady swears, dude, she's like, yo, man, she's like, I get my info from this guy. He's in the special forces. And this fucker will text me, like, he'll text me randomly throughout the year, like random snippets of information. And sometimes he'll call me and he'll tell me, like, hey, I can talk to you for like 30 seconds and this is what I got to tell you. And apparently that's what he did. He called her one night and told her that had just happened in Japan. And like it's all covered up, man. And I'm like, that probably did fucking happen, man. These robots probably did fucking went crazy and started killing all the humans. I believe it.
That's right. That's some Skynet shit right there.
It is. And you know, that very same year, the year that she came out and said that is the year that Elon Musk, I don't know if you guys have ever seen that clip of Elon Musk where like somebody asked him, like, what do you think is your greatest fear? And he said that his greatest fear is AI, like AI, uncontrolled AI. AI that can connect itself to the internet and get unlimited data. That can just do whatever it wants without being stopped. Like, he's like, once that fucker connects, you're done. He's like, you cannot stop it. It'll make copies of itself. Even if you try to shut it down, it'll copy itself onto the internet and you'll never be able to really track it down. You know, and I'm like, fuck, man. What if Skynet's already happened? Enough?
Yeah,
but you know what did happen though, Gunny? If you guys are like, oh, that's some fucking conspiracy theory shit, Jesus, ain't no robot soldiers out there killing people. Well, that's not true, Gunny, because in 2020, Turkey, right? You know how there's Syria, it's like right next to Turkey or whatever. Well, in Syria, there was like these terrorist guys. I believe they were part of like ISIS or something like that. And they were fucking killing people, right? They were like doing terrorist shit like terrorists do. So they were like terrorizing these villages and these camps. So Syria, this happened in Libya actually. So Syria, fucking Turkey sends like some fucking drones over there, right? They sell these guys these drones that are fully automated drones, like fully like they don't need a human to control the drone. The drone flies itself. The drone has cameras that can face track people, and it knows like who is the enemy and who's not the enemy. So they send these fucking drones in, right, to kill the terrorists. Well, the drones go in there, right? They start fucking shooting shit, you know, they start fucking shooting everything, of course. Well, what are the fucking people that are in the towns, like the villagers and shit? What do they do, Gunny? What would you do if you're like a villager in fucking Libya?
Fucking run.
Exactly. They fucking start running, right? Because they're like, holy shit, what the fuck? These fucking things are in here flying around. And you know what the drones thought? So the AI controlling the drones identified the civilians as enemy combatants and it fucking shot a bunch of them. Like it started chasing down the civilians and fucking shooting them, dude. And it killed a bunch of them. It killed like a bunch of fucking people that were unarmed. Like not even soldiers, not even terrorists. Just fucking women and children and shit. Just fucking shot them all. And they were like, well, oops. Oops. The AI malfunctioned.
Right, yeah.
Sorry, guys.
He had a shovel. He was running, yeah, because he was a farmer, but we thought he was.
He had a pitchfork and he...
So yeah, like that's scary, man. That apparently that's the first like confirmed, like fully autonomous, like no human involvement was involved at all. Like they said that these drones, they pretty much the only thing that a human does, it sets the fucker up and the fucker takes off by itself. And it flies by itself. It goes to where it needs to be by itself. And nobody is ever controlling them. Once they're flying around the air, they're like by themselves controlled by a fucking AI computer or whatever.
Yeah, because you would think that after it gets out of, let's assume it's not satellite, obviously, but it's probably got some kind of airspace, circumference of where it is controlled. And then, yeah, once it gets out of it, I could definitely see where, fuck it, I'm on my own. I'm going to make my own decisions.
Yeah.
Based on the information I have downloaded.
And the fucker started killing civilians. And that's crazy because they're like, holy shit, that's like one of the first times that people, like a government admits to like using AI to kill people. And they're like, it kind of fucked up. It didn't do its job right. Maybe we shouldn't use AI, guys.
Yeah,
Maybe
that was a test. That was failed test.
I'm thinking that probably was a test, right? It was probably like some secret fucking, hey man, we're gonna let you borrow these drones that have the American flag. Oh, I mean they have the Turkish flag painted on them, and we're gonna let you guys get them for free and just go use them.
It's all unmarked, but somebody's, once they shoot it down, they're gonna know where it's from after they investigate.
And yeah, and apparently like Russia and the Ukraine, they both have these drones. Like they both have them. Like the company.
Weren't they using those? I think I was watching something on the news where they were talking about how Ukraine, and I think Russia was doing the same thing. So Ukraine was doing the same thing back to Russia, where they were using the drones, I guess, weren't they using them like as bombs or something like that, or flying them?
Yeah.
Like into targets or something.
Fly them into the trenches.
With explosives. Yeah.
Yeah. With like soda can bombs or whatever and fucking drop them.
Because don't they even call those things like those CIA drones? But really, they're more like they look more like an airplane, but they call them drones.
Yeah.
The ones with actual wings on them. I don't know.
Oh,
but
yeah,
I think
like
I assume that's
drone.
the one that Ukraine was using.
I don't know, but they said that the company that made the drones that were used in that attack that happened in
like
Libya,
missile,
that same company that makes those drones, that AI drone, that they've already sold that drone to like multiple countries. Like that was not a prototype. That was a final product, and they sold that fucker to like multiple nations. Yeah, so there's multiple countries out there with this drone that can attack humans and just kill them without any human stopping it. Like it just does what it wants.
But you made me think about something, Jesus. You made me really think about something. The random YouTube videos you might get when you just look at, not your news feed. But okay, that makes sense. Because when I get like some of those, the AI drones, and they're always from like Taiwan or China or Malaysia, wherever they're from, Mike, they're always over there. And there's like several companies, right, that make these AI freaking things but they're always like, if you ever look at their faces, they're always smiling, they're always pretty, and it's like, oh yeah, we can't really get them to walk very far, but their hair is always done nice. But I thought, wait a minute, why do I never get the ones about military, some soldiers? Huh?
What about the ones with machine guns as arms?
Right. They're never armed. They're never. I never see those.
Like, you ever see those videos of those Boston Dynamic robots when they're dancing and shit, or like they'll like do backflips or whatever?
Yeah, like those. They're always happy and doing happy
those
tricks.
Are cute. Look at that thing. That thing's dancing. How cute. It's like, yeah, that motherfucker's dancing. How cute! Imagine that fucker chasing you down, dancing with the fucking machine gun,
Dancing on the graves.
dancing, kicking your fucking door down, chasing you through your house.
Yeah, because I think the ones that they're always showing me on YouTube are like some, high tech company out of Japan where it's gonna be like your next
Yeah,
slave or maid, or I don't know what word you'd
Yeah.
want to use, right? It's gonna go to the grocery
like
store
your
and get
Johnny
groceries
Five
for
or
you.
whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
your next fucking Jetsons fucking robot or whatever.
What was
like
that movie with Will Smith? Right? It's like those were
like
like the
robot.
iRobot.
iRobot, right? But
Yeah,
but of course they just showed it as just vanilla robots, but
yeah.
probably dress them up. But yeah, once they all connect to the fucking satellites,
We're dead.
they turn red. Yeah, we're done for.
We're dead.
But
yeah,
so
and
I
I was
hack into it.
went into like this rabbit hole of like AI and like fucking crazy shit. I was like, God, damn, this is scary. And the truth is that like Elon Musk is right. He's like, once you make it, you can't fucking stop it. Like that. He's like, and that's what we don't realize is like people that try to like always innovate and make like new technology better, faster, smarter. It's at a certain point that shit's smarter than you, and you don't even realize it, and it's outsmarting you, and you think you have control, but the fucker knows all along that it has the control. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's all it takes.
has no feelings or sorrow, like Terminator.
That's all it takes, Mayo. All it takes is for some AI to think, oh, like I don't need Mayo to tell me when to stop.
It has no pity,
All
Mayo.
right.
Mayo cannot stop me by pressing Enter, Control, Alt, Delete, and Task.
F4.
He can't stop me by pressing Alt F4. What the fuck do I need him for? Exactly. That's scary. But yeah, man, I went down like this huge rabbit hole of like fucking conspiracy theory shit, or like AI and robots, and the shit is pretty scary, man. And like, and to think like, you think like, yeah, we've seen these robots, right? That we've seen already. All right, like the ones that like Boston Dynamic has, like those ones that could do backflips and like jump fences and like they could like go through obstacle courses. All right, that's what they've shown us, Gunny. Now imagine that, but like 50 times more advanced. That's what they're testing in the military.
Probably in the Pentagon. They're probably
That's what they're testing in the military. You know, like that shit, like whatever technology we have, the military has had it like 10 years before us.
Years ago.
Yeah, you know, like GPS, those fuckers had GPS probably 20 years ago, you know what I mean? All that shit, Gunny. All that. 5G, the military has been using 5G probably for fucking decades. They're probably
Special
like on
encoded
7G.
channel. Yeah. Send in Guppy the robot. He's our special Delta Force.
Oh shit, conspiracy. Anyways, let's talk about speaking of military, there's a game that I played, Gunny, that's a military game.
Is it Battlefield 4, 5,
No.
2089?
I did play some Battlefield 2042. Now, Mayo, I know you're thinking, man, Jesus again playing Battlefield.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
back.
yeah,
He's back.
Okay, listen, I didn't play as much as you guys may have thought of, but what I did play, it was fun. But I really look forward to playing some more tomorrow, because tomorrow the big update comes out. They're releasing classes back into the game.
Nice.
So they're bringing back you have a dedicated like engineer class now. You have a dedicated assault, a dedicated support, and is it support, recon?
Medic?
No. Support is medic. It's support, recon,
Engineer?
assault, and no. Support, recon, assault, and engineer, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think I saw that.
engineers, only engineers can now use rocket launchers. Only the support class has the defibrillators. The assault class has like a med pen that you can use, so like you can heal yourself with like the stim shot. And the recon, those guys are obviously like their ability is to have like a recon drone or whatever. Like they can launch these little drones that can recon the area, and they're meant for sniping. So like when you're using the sniper rifle with that class, the sniper has like no sway. and they can hold their breath for much longer while using a sniper with that class.
Please tell me they only get another little pistol besides that.
I don't know, to be honest. They might get the sidearm that's like a machine gun, because there is a side pistol that's like a machine gun. You probably will be able to equip that if you're using that class. But each class now, they get claymores. They've added claymores to the game now. So, like, the recon has like 2 extra claymores to their class. They also have a motion sensor they can put down that'll ping enemies that are nearby them or in the area of whatever motion sensor they put down, kind of like in Battlefield 4 or the previous Battlefields, like Battlefield 4 or whatever. You can put down a motion sensor. The support class can drop these ammo packs, and the ammo packs will replenish the claymores. They will replenish your motion sensors. They will also give you your equipment back. So, like, say you put down a spawn beacon and somebody shot it. Well, if a support class drops an ammo crate for you, that ammo crate will resupply your
Nice.
spawn beacon. The assault class gets the ability to have 3 extra magazines for any assault rifle, and they get like a special assault rifle thing where, like, if they're using an assault rifle, they get like more stability and they're less recoil when they're shooting. The support class is SMGs. If you have an SMG as a support class, you're gonna have like more ammo and you can use an SMG faster. And I think the support class is not like a traditional support class. I think the support class is now the medic, because they're the ones that have the defibrillators with them. And the defibrillator will work like in Battlefield 4, so like you have to actually pull them out and use them.
Yeah.
You can't just run up to somebody and like hold
Pop 'em,
X. No,
Yeah.
you have to like pull them out and you have to like charge them up real quick, and then you can run around and revive people like that. But
I can't wait to see those videos. Those will be fun. Don't
You have to
don't revive
equip
me. I
'em.
got no ammo, no grenades, no claymores. Let me die.
And the engineer, their special weapon will be the LMG, the light machine guns. So for the engineers, if you have a light machine gun, your recoil will be less, and you can mount the machine gun like with the bipod. So that's kind of a cool thing. And like I said, once again, now only the engineers can use rocket launchers against vehicles. So that's kind of cool. For Conquest, it might get me to play Conquest again, because one of the reasons I hate Conquest in Battlefield 2042 is that I like flying helicopters and using vehicles. But as soon as you spawn into any vehicle in Conquest, as it is right now, like, you automatically do start flying a helicopter or a jet. You got like 70 people out of the 125 people you're up against locking onto you
Yeah.
with the fucking rocket launcher. You know what I mean? You got like the entire enemy team with rocket launchers. So I feel like now that they're limiting that only the engineers can use the rocket launchers, I think that'll be kind of cooler. And they've also added the ability for helicopters to, when they're flying, you can now fly below the radar. So if you're like, I think they said it was 30 meters from the ground. So if you're flying really low to the ground, like, enemy rocket launchers cannot lock onto you because you're below radar or whatever. So that's kind of cool. But I think jets can still lock onto you. So if a jet flies by and you're under 30 meters, they might be able to lock, or like, I think you can still lock onto jets. It's one or the other, something like that. But I really look forward to this new update. They did some rework to some map, and I think it's the breakaway map, the snow one. They reworked that map, and I think this update is going to really improve the game and hopefully make it funner for everyone.
Yeah.
And we get new players.
Do you think it's too late though, like, to bring people back?
No.
No, you don't think?
No.
Do you think this is going to grow their base? Do you think, or do you think it's just going to make it maintain?
It might grow a little bit, but it'll maintain their players.
I mean, yeah. So, and I think they're bringing it closer to Battlefield 4. Would you say?
Yeah, they are. So that's a good thing, right? Yeah, it's bringing it more close to Battlefield.
Good stuff. Stuff we probably all wish they would have done sooner. You know, that took this long, but hopefully they at least got it right. You know, I mean, like, it's taken a while, and hopefully they went through and there isn't any issues with it, and everything plays really well from here on out.
Oh, I agree. And like I said, we look forward to it. I know Brink is super hyped about it. IAMS is kind of hyped about it. And I'm really hyped about it. So I look forward to seeing what these changes, like how it feels tomorrow when the update goes live. And it's gonna go live across everything. So PS5, Xbox, PC, they all get the same update
Nice.
on the same day. I think it's the same time that goes live on everything. So yeah, I played a little bit of Battlefield. I played some more Call of Duty. Call of Duty is still crashing for me, man, and I have no idea what it is, Mayo. I mean, I have a new GPU. I have 32 gigs of RAM. I have a Ryzen 7 7600X or 7800X or whatever the fuck it is. I don't even know what it is. And like, I feel like those are pretty okay parts. You know what I mean? Like 3080, an alright CPU, 32 gigs of RAM. I have a 1,000-watt power supply in there, so it's not my power supply. What the fuck is it, Mayo?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Evan hasn't played here in a while, I don't think, and so he hasn't said anything about crashing. So I don't know. Since I don't play it, I can't say if I've had any crashes or not. But
like the other day, first match, dude, crashed. The other day, I played a bunch of matches and no crashes. It's just random. Like it's never the same thing either. It's always like a different map, a different map in a different area. It'll just like fucking freeze up and crash. And it's really frustrating. It is so frustrating, dude. It's like I really love that game, right? I fucking love it. Like the gameplay is so much fun for me. But fucking crashing, like it's not nonstop, man. It's just it's been since launch. It's gotten way better since launch, but it's been since launch. And I can't figure it out. I've done everything on Reddit, dude. I've scoured Reddit upon Reddit, YouTube videos. I've gone to my power management settings on my PC. I've overclocked my shit. I fucking reversed the overclocks. I've fucking done everything I think I can do to fix it. And I can't fix it. Something's fundamentally wrong with that fucking game. There's just something wrong with it. They need a fucking fix. But like it's like they specifically know what PC I have. And they're like, oh, we're gonna make that combination crash all the time. Fuck that guy. Brink was telling me that his brother-in-law literally will crash his whole PC. It's not just the game. It'll make his whole PC turn off.
Wow.
And that's the only game that does it for him. Like, it'll make his entire PC blue screen, and it'll just make him have to reset everything.
Usually if you get a blue screen, it's like a driver issue. So like he's having some kind of driver issue somewhere.
I don't know. But I've updated my drivers. I recently updated the ones to this week. I updated them 2 days ago and it still crashed. I don't know, man. It's just a whatever. But anyways, more Call of Duty. Season 2 is upon us. Season 2 will release on February 15th, Gunny. That is the day after Valentine's Day. And big changes supposedly are coming to Season 2, especially for Warzone. It seems like Warzone 2.0, it's like becoming Warzone 1.0. Because pretty much everything they took out of the game, they're adding it back into the game. I don't know why. Maybe people were complaining too much that the game was too different. But now they're adding everything back.
Have you guys played much Warzone?
No, I play more DMZ mode or whatever. But also the DMZ with the new February 15th update. For anyone who plays DMZ, I know Nipron does, because that's like DMZ is part of it's part of Warzone for some reason. Like you can play it for free. Like you don't need Call of Duty to play it.
What is DMZ?
DMZ,
I think it's the plunder mode, right?
No,
you can get guns. I think
it's Battle Royale, but you go in and it's more like Tarkov, where like there's AI in the game, and you loot and you do missions and like you like. They're not really missions, but it's more like objectives. Like go into the DMZ zone and extract with 15 hard drives. So you have to go through the map. And every house you break into, you have to loot the computers and take off their hard drives.
Are you doing this with a team of friends? Or?
Yeah, 3 people.
Or single, solos, or... Yeah.
You can go in by yourself, or you can go in with the team. I recommend going in with the team because There's extract points around the map, like a bunch of them. And once you hit the extract, it's like think of like the Division, where everyone on the map sees that the extract has been activated.
Right.
And they can all head there and kill you, and then they can extract with your shit. So, like I said, it's kind of cool. I like it. What I don't like is that they've actually locked some of the multiplayer weapons to that mode specifically. So, like, there's this guy in that mode that he spawns. He's called the Mad Scientist or something, and he's in this radiation zone. So to even get near him, you have to have one of those like gas masks?
Hazmat suit or something?
No, like those gas masks or whatever. So you got to have one of those gas masks equipped to even go into the radiation zone. You have to find him while he's in there, and you have to kill him and you have to steal his gun and extract with this gun to unlock this gun in the multiplayer. Now the downside to all this is that only one person on your team can extract with that weapon, and it only counts for that guy. So if your buddy wants the gun and you want the gun, you guys have to decide who's going to get the gun this match. And that's if you get lucky enough to get in there and kill all his bodyguards, because he has like those big ass dudes with him, like the big armored guys, not the juggernauts, but the other guys. He has those with him, and he's pretty OP himself, so it's really hard to do, man. I haven't been able to get the gun. I know there's another way you can get the gun. You can buy it through one of the skin packs. Like if you buy one of the skin packs that has the gun, camo or whatever, it will unlock the weapon for you or whatever. And you can also do it to like say if Gunny already has the gun, he can choose that gun as part of his like equipment that he goes into the DMZ mode with, you know? And then once we're in there, he can drop it on the ground for me. I pick it up. And then we just extract right away.
Okay, yeah.
You know, so that's another way to do it, to where you can get the gun. Like, if one of your buddies has it, they can just drop it for you, and then you extract
HGP
with
mode.
it.
That's the way I'm going to do it.
Unlocks. I don't know anyone who plays this besides Nipron that I've played with. So, like, I don't have any friends that play this fucking game mode or whatever. So I don't know anyone that has the gun. And every time I've gone in there with randoms, they have the gun, but they're playing with each other, and I'm the random to them. You know what I mean? So they're not going to drop the gun for
extra.
me.
Right.
Yeah, they're not dropping the gun for me or whatever. So they're like, fuck you, man. We're not dropping the gun for you. And I'm like, come on, man. And they're like, so I guess the only way I could do that is if I betray them somehow and kill them. Which I don't know how I would do. Maybe.
Right.
I don't know, like maybe drop C4 or like some claymores or something. I don't know, to kill them. I've thought about it. But yeah, so there's that. Call of Duty. Play a little bit of that this week. The last 2 weeks, actually. Not a little bit, quite a bit, actually. But the games that really have been taking up my time have been some of the following. So one of the bigger games that has kind of have a resurgence recently, and this has a lot of players right now on Steam, is Titanfall 2. Titanfall 2 was on sale for $3 the other day.
Oh, and yeah, I forgot about that. You messaged me and I was going to pick it up and I forgot.
Yeah.
And also, not just that, but Titanfall recently got a patch that finally fixed the hacking in the multiplayer lobbies in the PC mode. Because the problem with that game on the PC was that people were hacking the Ronin and the North Star Titans, so they could like be like pretty much have the Titan shoot unlimited missiles all the time. Well, somehow Respawn Entertainment or EA or somebody went in there and dropped a patch for it finally. Like after years of people complaining, they finally patched it. And guess what happened when they finally patched it, Gunny? That same night, over 8,000 players were playing Titanfall 2 online on the PC.
There you go, Jonathan Hall. Get in there.
Boom. It was amazing, man. I got into Titanfall 2. Was able to find a match right away, Mayo. And now I was playing. Dude, Titanfall feels so good. Even till like this day. How old is that game? Like 4 years now? 5 years old?
I'll say older than that.
No, it came out in 2018, I think. So that game is fucking good, man. It is fucking good, man. Like, it feels so good. You know, stand by for Titanfall, and your fucking Titan comes down, and you get into that fucker, and you're fighting the other Titans, and then the other Titans come up, but then your buddy comes up and they're Titan, and you're like, fuck yeah, we're all fighting in Titans right now, fuck you. Oh, so good. The gunplay feels good. The movement feels amazing. That game is fucking magic and solid as fuck. And it runs amazing, of course, because it's an older game, so my fucking hardware can run it pretty good.
Yeah, and it always ran good anyway.
And it did always run good anyway, so yeah. it was amazing, man. I was having a fucking blast with it, man. I was like, fuck, it's so much fun. I was playing that for hours the other night, just playing attrition or whatever. I think it was attrition. Yeah. Like the team deathmatch mode or whatever. That game is good. Like, they need to make a new Titanfall, man. That should show EA, like, hey, man, people really like Titanfall. Maybe we should make another one of these games. Like, yeah, Apex is cool, and people like Apex.
How long has Apex been out now? I feel like
money.
Apex has been like 5 years or so now. It feels like it's been a minute.
No, it's been like 3 years, 4 years. Like, came out, what, 2019 maybe? 2018? When the fuck did Titanfall 2 come out?
I don't know. I feel like Titanfall's been a while.
Titanfall 2 release date. Holy shit, October 2016. Wow, you're fucking right, man. That's like 7 years now, 6 years. 7 years. Holy shit. Apex
is 2019.
Wow. Like, yeah, they need a new Titanfall, man. It's been a long time.
Yeah,
7
it's
years.
been a while.
Give me a new Titanfall, Gunny.
Give you
We've had 3 fucking Battlefields since then.
Damn.
3.
I know,
Yeah.
and I feel like it was a success.
Because I remember that was the year that Call of Duty came out, and then Titanfall came out the week after that, and then Battlefield came out the week after that. So they literally released Titanfall in between Call of Duty and fucking Battlefield, the 2 biggest shooters ever. Oh yeah, we're gonna drop our Titanfall game in between these 2. That was a stupid fucking release date.
Yeah, it was.
Whoever
that was bad.
That release date, whoever thought like, oh, this is like putting the one shooter, the big shooter we have in between our biggest shooter, Battlefield, and our biggest competitor, Call of Duty. Let's put this in between them both. Like, that's a good release date for it. You fucking idiots. No wonder.
I remember that because it was like, I think, because I remember I had the money to actually buy Battlefield and that one. It was like they were just a week apart.
Yeah, they were literally a fucking week apart. That was insane. Because, yeah, right after that was when Battlefield 1 came out. And that's when Battlefield 1 was right after Battlefield 4. So it still had, like, the good juju, right? It had, like, everyone was hyped. You know, it wasn't, like, releasing a game after Battlefield 2042. Anyways. Titanfall 2 is back up and running on the PC, Mail. You know, it's looking at Steam charts right now. Steam charts. Titanfall 2. Those. Right now, Mail, there is 4,700 players playing.
Damn, still up there.
Yeah. In the last 24 hours, the peak was 11,000 players. And the all-time has only been 27,000.
I'm just now looking it up on Steam, and it is currently still $2.99. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick it up right now.
Pick it up because that's like the Ultimate Edition, so you get like a couple skins for some of the Titans.
The Ultimate Edition, and it ends on February 2nd, guys.
Nice. So yeah, great game. I mean, fucking $3, Mail. Like, you spend $3 on dumber shit, Mail.
Right.
So, guarantee that even if you play this for 1 hour, you get your money's worth. It's fun, dude. It's fun.
Yeah, we had good times playing that.
Yeah. Fucking amazing game. So yeah, Titanfall 2 is back up on the PC. It's doing well. And so I played a lot of that actually that day. But besides that, I actually went and played some Vampire Survivors. Now, this is a game that Ryan kept talking about, and I kept dismissing Ryan. And Ryan, of course, was right. I was going to like this game, and he fucking knew it. But I was like, you're full of shit, you Canadian. I don't believe you. And then,
yeah.
And then one day, randomly, Gunny, guess where I found this game? Guess where I found it? On my phone.
I was gonna. I didn't know that till I was listening to a podcast after playing it, and they were like, "Yeah, it's always been on phones." I never.
It was
seen
free.
It on...
It was free on my iPhone, so I fucking pretty much I downloaded it on my phone, and I was like, you know what? I'll launch it, and I started playing it, and I was like, man, this is actually quite fun. And then I kept playing again, and again, and again, and again, and I was like, okay, this game is actually a lot of fun. I really like it. I'm gonna just buy it on Steam, and I went to Steam and I bought it for like $4 or $5. And am I having a blast with it? Fuck yeah! Am I almost done with it? Yes. And I've gotten like a lot of achievements out of it. It's so much fun, dude. Like that game is addicting. It's just like crack cocaine or something, man. Like.
Yeah, I saw the point where you're at, and you're up there pretty high, where I'm only maybe 2 hours into the game.
No, man.
But it's quite, it's almost like where, if you download it, like it's on Game Pass or you can get it anywhere now. But yeah, you're like, oh, this game seems too simple. You're just moving around the screen. But
you are.
Man, like after I've seen like all the unlocks and upgrades and all the shit you can do,
you get some cool shit, man. Oh man, there's been a few levels where like I'm just unbeatable, so like the little death guy has to come out and kill me. Like it's just the game knows that like, okay, these enemies are just never gonna kill you. Like we just have to make you stop playing. Like you have to finish the level now. So it'll force kill me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which sucks, but it is what it is. So yeah, I've been playing a lot of Vampire Survivors. Cool game. Check it out. It's for free.
So as far as characters go, like I think I've used 3 different characters, or maybe I know I bought one. But so what are you playing as? Are you just trying to play with all the different characters? How does that work out?
My main guy right now is the guy. I forget his name. I don't know. They have weird names, but I think his name is Horacio or something like that. But he pretty much is like I don't know, he looks like a wizard or something, but he's running around and he throws like these stupid water bottles out, like these potion things, and like they create like splash damage. So like they like splash on the ground. It's like a little circle, and if the enemies walk into the circle, it kills them. But what I like about the dude is that his health is like 150 from the like base health. And he heals himself the most out of all the characters. He can, like, if you take damage, he will heal himself.
Okay, yeah. See, I'm early on, like playing. I think I'm playing as that character as well, or he is like a mage or something.
I've also unlocked the ability to have a revive each time I like. If I die once, I get a revive. But like that guy, he can get this ability where like he can revive himself up to like 5 times. So like you can die 5 times and still get revived. So it kind of makes the game really easy because you're kind of just like this unstoppable machine that can kill all the enemies really good and really fast and effectively. And once you get better weapons, because you're leveling up, you get different weapons, better weapons that can do more damage or faster damage or whatever. And like you become this fucking machine that's unstoppable, dude. Like one of those AIs that just kills humans, but you're killing the enemies. And it's unstoppable.
Yeah, I like all the audio, and I guess you can call it music in the game, especially
the music
when
is good.
You're so overpowered. It just reminds me of like you just won this big jackpot or something at a casino or something. But it's got all these digital sounds just all at once, and it actually sounds really good when they're all put together.
Yeah, it has like
I shouldn't say that. I should say old school video game music sounds, audio bites.
You know, one game that I was thinking about, like, why do I like this game so much? And I think I know why. I think it's tapped into a childhood memory of mine. And it's this. When I was a child, I used to play Smash TV a lot, dude.
Oh, that was a
Like,
good game.
Oh, I was gonna say, what
I
kind of
played
game
that
does
at
this
the
remind you of? But yeah, that makes
arcade.
sense.
Like I used to play Smash TV with my brother like a lot. We had that on the Sega Genesis, I believe, and we played the fuck out of that game. Like, no, we had it on the Nintendo. Pretty
Yeah,
sure
that's
Super
where I
Nintendo.
played it. I played it there, and
Maybe I also had it. I think I had it on both, but I know I had the Genesis at some point, and I had the Nintendo first, and then I had the Genesis. I had them both, but I know I had this fucking game, and I was playing it on one of those two. But like, if you remember Smash TV, you got all the enemies coming in. You're shooting all of
Yep.
them and shit. You're going in circles. You're trying to like fucking kind of like in zombies or whatever. You're trying to like chain them and like have them chase you around or whatever. Like that's what this game is, man. But like in super crackhead mode. So much fun, Mayo. So much fun.
Yeah, I actually was gonna fire it up tonight and play it. Like we were waiting to get together, and then
It's so easy. Like it's
I
so
didn't get a
fast
chance.
too.
So yeah,
Like I guess it is fast when you die fast, but I mean like when like the first few times you play it, you will like the matches will go by quick, like a minute or two you're dead because you just low powered.
yeah, they'll all come in at once and kill you intentionally.
But once you get higher levels and you start getting the more coins and like upgrading your guy, like you get these power ups you can permanently unlock, like more health, more damage, more luck or whatever for like better drops, better weapons, like etc. Like once you start figuring that out and what you want to unlock, like it just makes you like so much fucking powerful. And the cool thing about the unlocks, man, say you try like the health one, right? You want to do the health, you think you need the health.
right.
You can always refund the fucking points and it'll refund all your coins and you can put those coins into another unlock. Like say you're thinking that health is not really worth it and you want to do more damage
And you
instead.
decide you don't. Yeah, you want to change it up.
You can just refund it, and there's unlimited refunds. You can just do it, and you don't lose any coins for doing it. It just lets you do it. It's just like, yeah, you want to refund these and respec? Go ahead. Like we don't give
Damn,
a
like
fuck.
a true RPG. Sweet.
It's really fun. It's really fucking good. Like there's no penalty for respecing either. Like you can do it. Like right now, you saw my screen. I have everything unlocked because I've been playing so much of it. But like, I mean, there's been levels where I've been alive for half an hour, just running around for a half an hour trying to kill all these guys or whatever. Because there is some levels that do have like an objective, like you have to pick up this like little book or whatever that's like all the way on the other side of the map, and it will take you like 20 minutes to get to that section of that map. And once you get there, there'll be like a bunch of little boss guys surrounding the book, and you kind of have to run around and get them all killed off, and then you pick up the book, and then this book unlocks some kind of special ability that like now your guy can respawn, or now your guy can like unlock this new ability or whatever. So it's kind of some cool
Okay,
things,
that's where
some
it comes
secret
in.
things.
That's what I was wondering about.
So
Because see, I
stuff
wasn't
is
sure
in-
since you don't actually see the whole map. I'm like, do I just keep moving it one direction and it goes like a globe or something? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, and you
as
can
far
go
as the
up
map
and
goes.
down in the directions, like and like sometimes you have little arrows that indicate like, hey, there's a chest over here. You want to go this way to pick up this chest, or like I said, those levels that have like the artifacts in them. That's what they're called in the game, artifacts. They'll have like a big giant arrow as soon as you start the level, like two purple arrows that show like, okay, you got to go either here or here, and that's where the two artifacts are, and that's where you must go to like get this thing, and that's your objective for this level. Like you have to get those two, and then you kill so many enemies, and then you beat this level. But yeah, man. That while playing it, I was thinking, why am I so addicted to this game? And the one comparison that I can come up in my head, man, was Smash TV.
I can
Like-
see that. Like what you showed me tonight. Like I could see it being
Yeah.
like a Smash TV appeal.
Like it's just
Yeah.
something like in my head, like it's a nostalgia thing, right? Like oh, I really love Smash TV. Like I fucking love this game.
And Jesus, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was like 4-player on the cabinets.
Yeah.
I remember it being I don't know if it was 2 or 4.
It was 2 on
On the
the
stand-up.
controllers, right? Like on the Nintendo, it was 2. On the Sega, it was 2. I guess I'm thinking it was 2. Well, that's the only thing you can plug into those consoles back in the day, right? It was 2 controllers, 2 players.
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't sure when they added 4. Was it just like the
That was just the 64, right? The 64 in the GameCube.
Well, yeah. Did the GameCube I think had more? I don't know.
The
It
GameCube
was
had
so long
more.
ago.
There was one system I don't remember that had the adapter that you plugged in and
Yeah.
it turned it into 4. You had 2 and it turned it into 4.
I think the PlayStation had that.
I don't remember
think
what
you're
one it
right.
was now.
I think it was the PlayStation, dude. Or maybe
Yeah,
it
I
was
thought it
the
was GameCube, but
maybe it was the Genesis. Well, the GameCube already had 4 slots.
yeah.
And so did because the 64 was right before the GameCube.
I have an almost want to say it was like Super Nintendo or something. I could be way wrong.
Was it?
I feel like it was a Nintendo, like actually like old school
No, I'm
console.
pretty sure that
Nintendo?
was 2.
Pretty sure there were always
but
2.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
I don't
maybe
remember
maybe there's
anymore.
an adapter for like a wheel or something. I don't know.
They had the power glove thing, and then they had the gun, the little duck gun, fucking light gun thing. Man, Smash TV needs to like a remake. We need a remake of that game. Someone remake that game. Release it on Steam. Or maybe I should just download an emulator and play it. Yeah. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah, that's a good
So
one.
much fun. Yeah. It's a good game, man. It's a great game. I'm looking at it now. Apparently it did release on Xbox Live Arcade at some point. But it was delisted from Xbox Live Arcade as well. Like it did release on Xbox Live, but then they took it off. That sucks. Anyways, so a lot of Vampire Survivors, a lot of that shit. A lot of all the other games too. And then I went in ahead and I've launched a few other little games here and there. One of the ones that I want to speak about is Becastled. I went back to that.
Yeah.
They've updated it a little bit more. And so I've been playing a little bit more of that. And then I've also played a little bit of I did download Hitman 3. I didn't launch it, but I know that Hitman 3 recently got a big update. So Hitman 3, man,
I think the update. I think what it is what would be a good term for it? Just kind of, I don't know about revamped or it's all basically. It's kind of like what it's just 1, 2, and 3, and they're just giving it a different name, but it's all the same maps. So they're just calling it kind of one game sort of thing. Is what they did. But I think you get new contracts and stuff like that. Like, what are those?
Oh, they added this new mode, Gunny, called Hitman Freelancer. And they said this is a brand new single-player mode that introduces rogue-like elements into the game, where you have to use strategic planning and you have a customizable safe house. And you could become a global hunter and prepare to identify and eliminate the most dangerous syndicates in the world of assassination. They've also added NVIDIA DLSS 3 support. So they added that. They've added more stability updates. What else?
Yeah, because I don't think I ever talked about. I never bought. They had the DLC. I think it was. I don't remember if it was Hitman 2 or Hitman 3, but it was like a little pricey on the DLC. But eventually, I bought it so that I owned everything, and I played through those levels. Not very good, like I wasn't like perfect or anything.
I'm excited to try the that Hitman Freelancer because like I actually saw a video of like the safe house that you're in, and when you start off, it's just like one little room, right, with like a desk and a computer. But then the more like assassinations you do and the more contracts you complete, like you can like upgrade your like safe house and you unlock the next room next to your room, and like that room is like the gun room, and then you unlock the next room and that's your costume room. Then you unlock the next room and that's like your training, like your combat training room. Like you have different, like you can unlock this huge like building and like upgrade all of it or whatever. It's pretty cool looking.
Nice.
But yeah. And besides that, I played a little game on Epic called Adios. Now, this game is a free game this week, or maybe it was free yesterday. I don't know. Last week, I don't know. It was free, though. I know that. And this game is a story game, Gunny. Think of it as a story game like, I would say, something like... a Telltale game where like it's a story being told. Mostly, you're not really doing much. So that's an interactive story is what I would say it is. And then an interactive is very light because you're not really doing much interactions. You're just kind of sitting there listening to these guys talk. And so you start off and you're like this farmer guy, a pig farmer. And this guy works for the mafia. He
Oh yeah. I saw that on Steam.
He
today.
disposes bodies for the mafia. And the mob guy, of course, shows up. And you walk up to the dude and like you press tab and the tab will have your objectives, like where your current objectives are. And the objective is tell him that you're done. Like that's the only thing that's written in the journal. Tell him you're out and that you're done. So you go up to the guy and like a little cutscene starts playing. And very minimal graphics. I would say these graphics are fucking very crude. They're very kind of crappy looking, but the voice acting is really well done. So the voice acting is kind of what pulled me in. And you got these guys talking. The guy's like, "Hey man, I'm done. You know, like I'm out." And the mafia guy's like, "You're out? What do you mean? Like what do you mean, Gunny? You're out? You know?"
I mean, I'm done.
And he's like,
man.
"No, like I'm done. Like I'm fucking like I don't want to do this anymore. Disposing these bodies, feeding my pigs, these dead bodies. This shit ain't cutting it or whatever." And the mafia guy's like, "Well, you know what? Let's talk about it." So like next thing you know, you're walking around your farm doing mundane tasks, like scooping up horse shit or playing horseshoes or fucking talking about some fucking soda machine you have in some shack. And it's all of this is like the mafia guy is telling you, like asking you questions. You're telling him like a story, and you're kind of getting the backstory of who the guy is that you're playing as. Like he grew up in some small town in Pennsylvania or Philadelphia or something like that. And this mobster guy's from like New York or something, and he's like, "How long have we been working together?" And the guy's like, "I don't know, like 25 years or something." And the guy's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Didn't you need money for your like Billy surgery or something?" And the guy's like, yeah, I needed some money for my I don't know if it was his son or something, but I needed money for Billy's surgery and I didn't have it. And you guys offered me some extra money to dispose of these bodies, and I fed them to my pigs and whatever. And like, so you start hearing this story about the mafia and like how this dude joined them, and they talk about all these fucking stories. And like, I don't know, man. I didn't really finish it. I got halfway through it because it just got to a point where I was like, why the fuck am I sitting here listening to these guys talk? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like a story could be so good, really well told up to a certain point, and then you're like, why the fuck am I watching this cutscene? Like, why can't I should just go play something else? Why am I like? What is this, a podcast? What are we listening to these guys for?
I know. I need some action here.
So yeah, I mean, it's not really well done. It's well voice acted. I would say they did a pretty good job doing the voice acting. What I would say is now it's not fun. It's not really interactive. It's not really like a Telltale game either, because Telltale games, at least they would give you like half-ass action. You know, like they would give you those quick time events or whatever. So like you were kind of doing something every so often. This was nothing like that. So I wouldn't recommend it. But it's free, so maybe it is for somebody. If somebody could finish that story and tell me how it ends.
Is this the one that was free on Epic?
It is.
Okay, yeah, that's where I saw it.
I would say maybe. But you know what? Maybe it's like a good thing to watch on YouTube.
Yeah, that could be.
I would say like go watch it on YouTube and maybe you can get the whole story. And
yeah, because the screenshots
like
didn't give much on that. I was like, just claim it.
The screenshots are not that. Like I told you, the game graphically does not look great. Like a 5th grader could have done the graphics for this game. I feel like. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it was just a weird game. It was a weird like interactive. It felt like they had this story. They wanted to tell the story, right? But they couldn't get it. Like they couldn't get any movie studio to buy the story. So they were like, okay, we cannot get a movie studio to buy this story. Netflix doesn't want to buy it. How do we make this like story heard? Okay, let's make a cheap video game that has the worst graphics ever, no gameplay, and we'll just get really good voice actors, the guys that can do really good voices, to do this. And that's what they did. But hey, at least they made a game, right? I don't know. But that's all I played this week. So Battlefield, Call of Duty, Castled, Vampire Survivors, a lot of that. Oh, I also said I played a phone game, Gunny. I feel like this phone game is a phone game that you might like and appreciate.
I'm listening and I'm ready to download.
So on my phone the other day, I believe I was on Facebook or something. I don't know. There was an ad for a game. Remember how
Cooking with Mama?
No. Remember back in the day, I played
Cooking
was
Mama.
that like was it Formula Motorsport Simulator or something like that?
Yeah, I played that a little bit.
Okay,
but then
there's a new one. It's called like Mobile Motorsport 3, and that's like the third game out of all those games. They made like 3 more, and this is the third one. And it was on sale the other day for like $1 on the Apple Store for like the weekend. It was on sale for the weekend. And I was like 99 cents. Fuck it. I'll buy it. So I did. And fuck is that game good. It's like a really good little like you're simulating like a motorsport like a team or whatever.
Almost like a management, right?
It is a management. So you're not racing, but you have to hire like the drivers. And you have to like during the races, you're like watching the cars, you're like watching the track, and they're going in circles, and you don't really see the cars, but you can kind of see like the little dots, and it'll show you like which one's your driver and like what position they're in, and you can tell them to pit, like to like refuel and change their tires or whatever, and like each race, like their stats will go up or down depending on like. If one driver is really used to doing really good and then he does really bad, then they get all fucking pissed. And they're like, fuck this shit. And they get all mad and like their stats go down for the next race because they're frustrated with themselves or whatever. So they're like, their focus and their speed, their cornering. Like they have all these like 10 different stats you have to like manage and they will all go down or whatever. But sometimes they get boosted because they start winning more. Or they're consistently winning or doing really good in their racing. You get sponsors. You have like this network you can build on this network, like fucking you build like different hubs around the world or whatever for like traveling or whatever. And then you got like your race car, you can upgrade the parts to it, you can build like new suspension, new motors, new wing, new spoilers. And like you can hire engineers for your like mechanic team. You can hire good mechanics or like cheap ass mechanics. And you got all this like management going on and like not just that, but then when you beat the season and you like obviously I haven't won any season. Like I think the best I did was like right now I'm 3rd place in the season that I'm in. But I'm in the Grand Prix right now. But like there's like 15 different leagues you can join of racing. Like you go all the way from like the low of the low, like the super hobo, like GT racing to like Formula 1 fucking badass motherfucker racing, you know what I mean? So like you could like each year once the season ends, like if you did good enough in the season, it'll say like, do you want to upgrade to the next tier? And you can go like say, okay, yeah, let's go to the next one, and you bring your team to the new league or whatever. It's a really good mobile game, man. It's a really solid, fun little like management fucking game. For a mobile game, I'm like, I get hooked on him. I'll be playing that shit for like fucking hours straight. I'm like,
what's the name? It's
Motorsport. No. It's Motorsport Manager 3.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't know, just if you're interested in like the F1 Manager. I think they came out in like I think a year ago. So they're kind of available everywhere, like on Steam and all
And
consoles.
this game is actually on Steam
they're-
as well. This is the mobile version, but there is a Steam version.
Oh, okay. I see it here. Yep.
Because this is Motorsport Manager Mobile 3.
Okay.
And I know there's a Steam version, dude. Yeah, looking at it right now on Steam.
Yeah, this one is $6.99 on iOS. Yeah.
Is it like number 3 as well, or is it just Motorsport Manager?
I think the
It'll
one
just
on
say
Steam,
Motorsport Manager bundle.
the one on Steam is just Motorsport Manager. And it looks like the mobile game, but with way better graphics, Mayo. Like, obviously.
Yeah, I just pulled it up.
It's $20. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's expensive.
Do I have the different one for $6.99?
And on Steam, they sell the different series. They sell them as packs.
Oh, yeah.
So it's all like for the whole thing is $38. These guys are robbing people on Steam.
Yeah, because I looked at the F1 version.
Listen, guys, you can buy this on your phone for $6. I think. You know what I mean? Do not pay $30 for the Steam version. I guess if it might be cooler on the Steam version because you got like a nicer looking graphics and like, you know, it's probably like easier to see a big screen. You know.
Yeah, because
$30.
That's the thing with like the F1 version or the
I mean, it looks
the
pretty
FIFA
cool.
version. They're always like $54. Like that's on sale. 54. What is
Yeah,
it,
see, this one
5%
came
off?
out. This one came out in 2016, Mail, and
Yeah.
that's when I remember playing the one on my phone. And the one on my phone was probably the mobile version of this game. But they made like 3 new versions on the phone because the one I'm playing on my phone is past Motorsport Manager. It's called, like I said, it's called Motorsport Manager 3.
Yeah, I think this says 3 on it.
Mm.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So they probably just made like the same game. They just updated it.
it's really fun though, man. Like really fucking fun for a managing game. It is really fun.
Nice. Hell
Wow.
yeah.
But yeah,
Check that one out.
check it out. Great little game. You know what? I should probably play it on my iPad. I have an iPad. It'll probably be funner on there.
I wonder how it'd look on my phone. Like I could open it up and make it like a little tablet.
Oh, that would be cool. It'd probably look really good. Yeah, that's
Play
it,
some-
Gunny. You sent me
play
a
some-
pic. Yeah,
Okay,
see,
yep.
it's $7, but when I bought it, it was like $1. It was like 99 cents.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was
That
like-
means, yeah.
They had a sale going on that weekend. That's why I saw the ad on Facebook because they were like, "Oh, it's a sale on this game." And I was like, "Ah, fuck it, I'll play." And then I looked at it and I'm like, "Wait a minute, I played this game before." And it was like, "Oh, I played the original one back in 2016 or whatever." Oh, that's when I played it.
Yeah. I
Hmm.
think it was 2018 or something when, yeah, what it shows here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm still
Great.
subscribed, Jesus, to the Apple Arcade. Played some Jelly Car World. I don't know, it was like
Okay.
a featured thing, but it's a lot of kid games on arcade, you know?
Yeah, I feel you.
But I might play Marble Snap a little more than, a non-fucking arcade game, but I don't know if I should keep that because every time I download a game, it's like, oh, that's cool, but then I'll go back and play something that's not on freaking the arcade version.
Yeah.
But is that all you've been playing, Jesus?
Oh
A
yeah,
lot of
go
games
ahead.
over the last couple weeks, few
Yeah.
weeks. Right on. I guess I can go next, Mayo. Well, I picked up Dead Space, guys. Picked that up this morning because I had a nice long.
Oh, did that come out now? The remake?
Yeah, that came out I think Thursday. So
Okay.
so I couldn't. I left for the weekend on a little snow trip, and so yeah, downloaded that early as hell this morning and started playing that. I think I'm a few hours in so far, and so I've only played Dead Space 2 back on the Xbox 360, and literally I think the most like original Dead Space I've ever watched was probably on like Twitch or something. But I think that was Andrew. I was like, okay, this is what this game looks like. Andrew, the old news guy. So he was streaming the hell out of that game a while ago. So, but so I don't have nothing to really compare it to, except for Dead Space 2. And so I don't know about like this remake. I didn't really research it, watch any, real gameplay or reviews or anything to say how it compares to the first one. But so far, I mean, it looks really good. It plays super well. I love the simple controls. Compared to Callisto Protocol, right? I told you guys I'm kind of finished with that game. I paid $70 for it. Because I don't like those dodge mechanics. So, and I know I talked to Brink about, like, I don't like these dodge mechanics, man. It's kind of pissing me off, like, I feel like I'm dying a lot, and then, you respawn and fucking fight him, and then, you get the combat down or something. But he's like, yeah, well, once you do your upgrades, and I've heard it too in other reviews where it's like, yeah, once you do a lot of upgrades, you can get better. But back to Dead Space. This is simple, right? Left trigger aim, right trigger fucking fire. And if you remember any of the Dead Spaces, if you got an Xbox controller, press the RB button and the shot fucking reticles, they turn right so you can chop off limbs, with your gun using a plasma cutter. So that's cool. I feel like you're always picking up, weapon crates or, always enough ammo. So I feel like there's that plenty. And I did read a Twitter post, and one of my friends was talking about, seemed like you could pick up a lot of ammo in this game. So I can't compare it to the last one, to say Dead Space 1 to say, oh, it was limited or something. But I'm playing on medium, just medium difficulty, and I'm going through it pretty quick. So one thing I can say is, where I can just talk about the beginning of the game. It's already an old game, right? Just kind of remade, but
right.
You mean obviously you're landing on this space station and everything goes to shit, right? You kind of crash into it, you and a team. But it's kind of funny because it's like you're like the only one putting on your helmet and you got your armor. Everybody else is like, yeah, we don't need that stuff. We'll just kind of go in with some guns and look around. It's like after the ship crashed and friggin' the thing caught fire. It's like, yeah, we shouldn't do that. Like, I don't know. Maybe that was how it was in the first game, but I mean, obviously you're meeting aliens and watching your friends get all fucked up, and impaled by, these alien arms. So pretty cool shit. So, yeah, I like the upgrade system. It's pretty easy. It's like you find these nodes, boom, one node equals one upgrade. Simple. I like it. It's like, yeah. So I think I've only died once because I think when I was coming back through this corridor, I was low on health, but I'm like, I'm fine, right? Like it's not like they're just going to jump out from anywhere. So I'm just standing there aiming in on the sights at this alien that's like, but then he shoots some kind of like acid at me and kills me, even from a distance. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I died. Pretty simple to go back and, maneuver around him or something. But, it does have like those checkpoints or save points that are like, so I think you probably want to utilize those because I didn't see it like in the game where you can just save anytime. It may have it. I just didn't notice it, but just make sure you're using those workstations to save your game. But yeah, so far
are you enjoying it way better than Callisto Protocol?
Oh yeah, much better. A lot better because I played Dead Space 2 and
how are the graphics compared to that? Comparing the two.
I feel like in my honest opinion, I feel like it's a little less than Callisto Protocol. I feel like those were a little better. Again, I'm only a couple hours in, but so there's a lot of dark areas that you're in, and so maybe the game opens up more where I can see better graphics. But so far, so good. I want to go back and look at Dead Space 1 and go, holy shit, this game looks 10 times better. But I haven't.
What are you playing on?
On the Xbox Series S. On the old S. So I don't know if I'm getting 30 or 60 frames. No idea.
I'm going to say 30.
Yeah, it probably is. But Yeah. So Mayo, in this game, it's like it's almost funny in a way where there's supposed to be a lot of jump scares, right? And there was quite a few of those because, for example, like you're in the space station. There's a lot of these. What would you call them? These wall fans or these maintenance tunnels or something. But you can't go into them. But you can destroy them, right? Like you can just melee them or something. Um, but maybe maybe the zombies, maybe the aliens, like they might come out of those or fall from the ceiling. I don't fucking know. Because obviously, if you walk somewhere, you're gonna trigger an event, right? So I might trigger an event, and then here comes the alien coming at me. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna line it up. I want to make sure that I chop off a leg or something so they can't continue forward, right? So then I can just go up and foot smash them, and or just do a foot stomp. So, but it's like, no, there's one behind me as well. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, that gives me the jump scare, There's one like right behind me. He's just kind of standing there or slowly coming up and you can't hear him. It's like, okay. So that happened
weird.
Again.
They said that the Series S had fucking unlocked frame rate during preview, but when the game launched, they locked it to 30.
Oh,
yeah,
that's weird.
It's not an X, right?
They said that.
Not
They
as
said
powerful.
that. They said on the X and the PS5 it said 60 on performance mode, but the reason that they locked it at 30 on the S was because the frame rate would jump around a lot. It would go up and down.
Well, they could even lock it at 60. I got the underpowered console, guys. And
the Series S is underpowered. I'm gonna say, man, like what do you think?
Obviously,
I think they need to get rid of it. I think they need to just kill it.
And I don't know if I mentioned this on the show before, but I did do the all access, to get the Series X console, so I didn't have to pay all at once.
Yeah.
But so that was through like a thing called Citizens Pay or whatever. So I canceled that today because I tried getting it through Target because the wife's a Target member, has a membership through them. That was back like a week before Christmas or 2 weeks before. So, and of course they were out of stock, so couldn't, even get one. It could even be even 3 weeks prior. But anyway, so that was canceled today because I never got the frickin' Xbox. But I mean, it was a zero balance, right? I never received the product. So, oh well, I was really just hoping I can get that and put this S.
Why don't you just go buy a PS5?
Yeah, I think that's going to be my next step, right?
Look, Gunny, you already have a PC, man. You can play.
I know,
all
but
these
this one needs an upgrade. So rocking the old 1070 Ti, right? It's like old ass motherboard. I need to do some upgrades. But again, I gotta.
I don't know.
That was the other thing I was going to get for
right now. Like, what do we tell him? Do we tell him to get the PS5 for $500 and stick to playing the games on the PC, or to get a new Xbox?
One thing is he's gonna lose that console sharing with
the console sharing and the Game Pass. Well, I wouldn't lose.
Well, you're gonna keep Game Pass on your
Game
PC,
Pass PC, yeah. But no, remember I did get the iPad Pro. So that was my Christmas gift, even though I had I had PC parts and
you could have got like an Xbox. You could have got an Xbox and a PS5 for the same price as that iPad Pro.
I think it was like with that and phones out the door, it was like $900 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Ridiculous, yeah. But again, it was like an upgrade for all of us.
You could have got the digital PS5 for $400 and an Xbox Series X for that price.
Yeah, but remember that old iPad I had, the old Pro? I gave that to my brother-in-law. So that thing is so slow. So it was definitely time for an upgrade. That's like my 30% of, I wouldn't say gaming, but that's where I watch all my movies and TV shows and everything else in between. Really? But back to Dead Space. Yeah, I'm totally enjoying it. Definitely looking forward.
I kind of want to pick it up, man, but I kind of don't. Horror games are not really my thing, and I feel like I'm not going to finish it.
That's the way I am.
I feel like I should pick it up. I should pick it up on a sale, maybe. And I think I'm going to. Like, it's gonna be $40 on the summer Steam sale or the spring sale.
Yeah, I think it'll be.
It's
on the
gonna
soon.
be.
It always does
Yeah.
happens with remakes, right? So, especially
Yeah.
from EA. So, yeah, but
Yeah, I mean, just like in the next few months, like this next week, I really want to play that Harry Potter game. I'm so hyped for that thing.
oh
comes
yeah,
out, what,
it's
the
it's
10th?
looking better and better. I
8th?
mean, I see YouTube videos that are just hyping the hell out of this thing, saying it's getting bigger, and
Dude, that game, I got some news for you guys for that game.
so I can't keep up with all the different things about that game that these
Oh, yeah,
content
you're right, Mail. It
creators.
comes out the 10th. So in 10 more days, 11 more
Nice.
days.
Sweet.
Next Friday. Not this Friday, next Friday.
That's cool.
And then next month, The Last of Us, the remake, comes out on the PC on the 3rd.
Oh yeah, shit, that's coming out soon.
And then something else is dropping after that. I forget.
Yeah. What just? Oh, I think I asked you, Jesus. What just came out to the PS5 exclusive?
Oh, that Forspoken.
Yeah, that just came out. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I checked out that demo and I didn't like it.
I haven't tried it yet.
I see it's on.
I think
it's
you
on
can
Steam as
download.
well.
Yeah, for anybody listening out there, I think you can also download a demo. I think because it's also on Steam, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I might
Yeah.
check right now and see if we can get the demo.
Yeah, I haven't tried it yet. So.
Holy shit! PSVR 2 launches next month.
Yeah, that's so quick, huh?
The 22nd
I've been seeing a little
is
bit of news
coming
on
out.
that. Nuts.
Yeah,
What?
Jesus. The Forspoken demo is on Steam for free if you want to check it out.
Yeah, and free on PS5.
Yeah.
So try it before you buy it. But I watched some
It's
gameplay. It looks
crazy
pretty
to
cool.
me. It's crazy to me that Hogwarts Legacy comes out for the PC for us next week, but it doesn't come out for the consoles till fucking May
See, that's what Cyberpunk should have done.
or April.
Fucking CD Projekt Red. That's what they should have done.
So that means we'll be done with the game by the time it's out.
Yeah.
Right.
It's out for the rest of the world, like the people that came on consoles. That's nuts.
Right? Look at how Rockstar did it with Red Dead Redemption 2. But that was a different strategy. They wanted you to buy it twice, right? Where it came out on consoles, then the PC later.
And that worked. I fucking love that game. Of course, I bought it twice.
It definitely got people to buy it twice.
I almost bought it on Steam 3 times, Scott. 3 times, Mail. 3 times.
I know. Every time I see news on it, it's like, it's coming to an end. It's like, I guess the online. Remember when they were selling it separate for $10? Or they were just going to stop supporting it, right? It's not the end.
Well, it's not dead, but like they're not
just
doing
stop creating
any content. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Already, dude? Like, but yet GTA 5 online fucking content never stops.
My gosh, you ever see that thing on Twitch where it's like somebody's playing it and there's 55,000 people watching? I'm like, what the fuck who the hell is Lyric? Why is he playing this game? Oh, he's got mods. Okay.
Well, Lyric is a big streamer though, so
Yeah.
I just use his name. I think him and other people. Yeah, maybe his friend. He's got 10,000 people watch. It's like, holy shit, this game's insane. But yeah, Dead Space, man, good stuff. So I like the jump scares. They're cool as hell. So even when I'm in a room, Mail, I just jumped in this. I came out of this like control room, and I heard the music. I'm like, oh, there's gonna be more. I stepped back into the room, and the door closed, and I could see the alien. He's like creeping up, right? And then he just kind of stops, and I'm looking through like the fuzzy window, and it's like. And like I swear, Mayo, I saw something in the corner of my eye. I turned around, fucking alien's just standing there, like scared the living shit out of me. How the hell? And I'm like, oh yeah, he came through the freaking maintenance hatch, So yeah, he's like tapping me on the shoulder, damn near. It's like Jesus, yeah, scare the snot out of me. Good stuff. But I turned around and melee the crap out of him. So, but yeah, I'm just surprised. Like, did they make that on purpose on medium or something? But they did have easy, medium, hard, and impossible as difficulty. So I think I'm going to definitely stick with medium. So there's no dodging mechanics. I mean, of course, you can run back down a corridor and turn around and start shooting. But yeah. So far, man, enjoying the hell out of this. What else I play? Oh, I don't know if we all play this, but it's that new Hi-Fi Rush from Tango Gameworks. They just shadow dropped this game at that Microsoft Direct conference. What was that, earlier last week or so?
Yeah, it was like last.
So,
what day was that?
I don't know what day that was. Was it Tuesday,
I don't
Wednesday,
remember.
whatever it
Yeah,
was?
but
Oh, I was at work. I think I was trying to watch it, and
That was last Wednesday.
yeah. So yeah, I did catch that when I ran back into the truck, and I was like, "Oh, sweet! Later today, because I'll be home later today." And boom, downloaded it, started playing. Um, yeah, it's a fun freaking. I don't know, what would you call this? Rhythm based combat. Um, I don't know, some little bit of Sunset Overdrive in there, but I haven't run across any like ride on rails sections or anything so far. It's like you're into that, your tutorial almost, right? And then man, once you think you're out of like the tutorial of this, it's like, oh, there's more. You can go up to this other robot and press B to get more tips, right?
right.
So, but I made sure to go do that, right? I'm like, okay, let me go check to see if I'm missing anything. But it's pretty cool. Like, it does repeat a lot of things. Where one of the things I thought was pretty awesome, where it talks about like, hey, you can press the X button on your controller, 3 times in a row with the beat. And I'm like, oh man, I'm not very good at that. What am I thinking of? Metal Hell Slinger? Was
The
that?
Metal Hellsinger, the shooter.
Yeah. I couldn't really get to the beat on that, so I thought, oh, I'm gonna really suck at this game, and then I'm gonna uninstall it. But I feel like no, like it is like XXX, right? Like it's that, like each time, like, okay, I can do this.
Did you get to the point where they kind of start changing up where you can change up your combos, where it'd be like Y X Y Y
Yeah,
and
right.
stuff
I
like
got
that?
about there, and I killed that first boss.
What boss
Where
was it? Do you know?
okay, did you play Missplosion Man? You remember that arcade game? Like, it totally
No.
reminded me of that, where he's got both of his fists out, right? And then his fist hits the ground, and you
Okay,
can go up and
you
start.
got about the same point I did then. It's a big giant
Yeah,
robot, and you gotta like
yeah,
hurt the hands, and then you gotta like go for the head. It says like weakness across his head.
yeah. What other game am I thinking of? Shit. It's got so many other games I feel like are, taking little pieces out of it. So, with that boss fight, but
I thought it was neat how it kind of went the little side scrolling part that they threw in there. Like the game was kind of like a 3D platformer a little bit as you're
yeah,
working your way through as well. But then there's that one point in time where it goes like a side view. Do you remember that?
it's funny. I'm thinking like, was there a side view? I mean, I had to go through it.
Yeah, it was real short. Like it was just a point where like the camera turned and you had it from the side and you were like
Yeah,
cutting across and it was just maybe like a couple minutes long, but it was just neat how they kind of changed up. And
maybe
then
I
a
didn't
couple
make
of
it
the
past that point.
maybe some of the fighting that you can do, how it kind of changes up the style. You know what I mean? Like how it I think they showed something in the one preview where like there's like a bar that comes across the bottom and it's like a button combination sequence you gotta kinda try to do, but they've
Yeah, and
had
I
some other
turned
stuff
that
as well.
off. I felt like there was going to be a distraction, but I had it on in the beginning.
Yeah, well, I think there's one later on that comes up for your like ultimate or something like that. Like you can
Oh,
do
okay,
or
yeah.
something. But I'm not positive. I only seen that in the video. I've not seen that myself. I know
Well,
you're talking
it
about with that
tells
one where
you.
you can hit the button where it shows that one on the bottom, but this is like a bigger one. It's like almost remind me of something like you would see on Guitar Hero or something. It was like this big huge screen and it
Yeah,
was showing the sequence you could do.
right. What
Um,
about Brutal Legend? Nobody mentioned that game. I vaguely remember that one. I think that
yeah,
was had some rhythm based stuff. And Brutal Legend, he had a guitar. That's what you're fighting with, electric guitar.
yeah. Actually,
Um,
I got the point. I guess I stopped at was when you first get back to your base and you're on like a couch and you're kind of chilling.
yeah. That's where I got
Yeah,
there
that's
and I
where I
pet the
stopped. Yeah,
cat.
yeah,
And
that's where I stopped.
yeah, I didn't continue on to chapter 2 yet. So, but yeah, I thought it was cool, Mail, because it clearly shows you the combos. Like, hey, if you want, you can press X. Oh no, XX twice, then press Y or something, and then X. And I thought, okay, this one seems pretty cool. And then like it would belt out like a electric guitar tune, and then it's just more damage to an enemy.
Right.
And I feel like also where it's like, okay, you don't necessarily have to be standing right in front of the enemy. Like you got to be close, but it doesn't have to be perfect. So I thought this is cool. The other
I thought
one
another
is
thing that they thought was really creative. I liked is like, you know how everything was music based, but like
yeah,
right after you fight that first set of guys, and then all the doors kind of lock you in, and it's like in a rhythm. You know, it kind of goes with the beat. Like the whole world is in the beat
yeah.
of the game.
Oh
Was kind
right,
of
and it even
cool.
shows it on the wall too.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
there's
each
that
wall
one little.
has it.
It's like a special little cutscene they show you. They like it shows these little bars like closing, and it's like to the rhythm of the music and everything. It was really cool.
Yeah,
It
I
was a
like
nice
how they do that.
integration.
Pretty much, yeah. If you're like in a room, it'll show it like on the wall, which is kind of they're like levels, right? Levels of audio, yeah, which are neat. Um, but uh, but yeah, I like the fact that it even tells you like, hey, look, like if if you're not landing these combos or whatever, don't worry about it. It's not, you know, it's not. What are they saying? Like it's not necessary or whatever. Like, in order to complete it, it can be almost a button masher if you feel that's how you want to play. So if you just want to mash the X button or, mash the Y button and, but you got to move around, right? You got to, you know, sidestep them or whatever, evade. Um, so, you're not getting constantly hit or something. So, but no, I thought, no, fuck it. I stayed with the combos, right? I tried the different combos and it even tells you like, hey, your super's ready. So on the controller, it's
Yeah.
just press down on both sticks and then boom, it's like a big ultimate hit. And then, there's a cooldown, right? And then you build it up again. So yeah, it's fun. So I'm like, hell yeah, I'll stick with this. I like this. So, but it's introducing different, other combos that are easy to remember. So, but yeah, definitely enjoying that. Then the other game I played, I got some Gotham Knights in. Ryan bought to pick this shit up. So, I was on the fence about it when it first came out. But what I played so far, going through like, you start off in this prologue with Batman. I won't spoil anything, but holy shit, really good. So, of course, DC with their trailers, right? So good stuff. And yeah, I'm playing as Nightwing. So, but you get the option to play as Batgirl, Robin, or uh, what's Red Hood? Isn't he? Who the hell is he? He's the hobo version of fucking what's his name? Ryan plays as him. Shit, in the freaking damn,
Ryan,
not
like the actor, like Ryan Reynolds,
Ryan Reynolds. Who the fuck is he? Isn't
like
he?
Deadpool.
Deadpool. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So you get Red Hood, right, instead of fucking Deadpool. So,
Yeah, but
um,
you get the choice in your character, so you can play like through
yeah,
the whole game as one. I didn't know if it would
I
make you
that
like
I
bounce
don't know
between them.
because yeah, so far again only played a couple hours in, and then I went through. I said, let me do the tutorial, see how it goes, right? Because if I remember correctly from like your Arkham Asylum and Arkham Knights and everything, that one was more, you had to be really like, especially with combos, right? You have to, they're ready to strike, right? Like in a Spider-Man movie or game, right? You have to get ready to press the X or the O button or whatever. And but I feel like in this one, I think I'm playing on regular, normal. I feel like I have ample enough time to, you know, for a melee or a block or something. So, which is cool. I think I've only been hit like maybe once or twice. I'm like, sweet. Hopefully they change this up. Um, or this game doesn't get any faster on the difficulty that I'm playing on. The only thing I would say, like in the training room or whatever, is like it's telling me like, hey, throw your enemy into a an obstacle or something or a machine or something, right? Like against a wall where he's going to get electrocuted. Again, think Spider-Man, right? But it's like, okay, like crap, like I try to line up the enemy, right? But it's not like, he's gonna exactly hit that right spot. So but yeah, you can throw people off ledges just like a traditional Spider Batman game. So I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, so far I'm really enjoying it. So that one's another. I don't know if this opens up as a games as service type game. I don't know enough really about it, just from what I watched on Twitch streams. So, and how the rest of the story goes. Do I get to switch to Batgirl or Robin? I have no idea. So I've been keeping in the dark on that one. So but yeah, people I've talked to in Twitch streams are like, no, it's really good and I'm enjoying it. You can, do co-op, and I don't know if it's up to 4 players or not, or just do a single player thing. However you choose it. So let's see, what else have I been playing? Oh, little nostalgia, Mayo. I played some Defense Grid #2.
Mm-hmm.
So I've played quite a bit of this game, back. I don't know if I played it on whatever. Maybe it came out on Xbox One or even earlier console, but it's installed, and I do like tower defense games. Now I did cheat, Mayo. I did cheat because, I've played this game, 30, 40, 50 fucking times. I don't know, right? Different levels. So I'm like, I'll just stick with the story a little bit. And it's like, yeah, I might come a little bit close to on medium difficulty to, completing a level. But it's like, hey, well, how do I do better? So I'll watch the YouTube guy, right, with his 100% walkthroughs. He's like, oh yeah, put down these first and put, fucking turrets over here and lasers in this section. And then I usually stop, right? I'm like, all right, I don't want to cheat all the way, Mayo. So I want to leave some area for creation, and error here. So that's what I'll do, right? I'll kind of start it off as recommended and then kind of see how it goes. So, and that usually works out. I'm usually like, all right, I know what I need to do. I need to put down so many towers, make sure they're upgraded, so that, the enemy's not taking all my freaking cells or whatever they're even called in the game. But yeah, I always enjoy that game. It's good for, to play for, I would say you can play it 30 minutes, right? Per match or something, per level. So yeah, almost like one of my go-to games there. Let's see. Oh, another one I've been playing, Mail. Persona 4 Golden Age, because that and Persona 3 Portable came over to Game Pass. So I think it's like its first time over on other consoles. So I don't know, where were these games before? Were they on the PS3 or the Nintendo platform? I
I'm
don't
not positive.
remember.
I'm gonna do the PlayStation. I know, but
Yeah.
don't know
I don't
which
remember
ones.
where they were. They were probably on Nintendo or something. Or yeah, the PS3. So, but yeah, it's kind of out. I think it's probably just out everywhere now. Your timed exclusives type thing. So, I always looked at these games and thought, well, they're anime, and they're not for me. And high school kids, are you serious? There's no fucking way I'm gonna play these games. But hey, it's on Game Pass, so I'm gonna try it out. So yeah, downloaded Persona 4. Now I did hear about the story in a podcast, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I thought it would be just high school kids giggling about stupid shit, or something, right? And I'm not big on the animes, but yeah, so far I'm actually enjoying the story of this game. So and then it's got like turn-based combat, but I feel like everything's like spaced out like really well. I think it's really well done. Where it's not just that main focus, Mayo. It's not like, oh, once you get to the turn-based combat, that's the rest of the game. No, it's more like the story goes as you're this kid, like you're a silent protagonist, right? You can name yourself anything. So, um, you meet up and your uncle takes you in a little town in Japan, and because I think your parents are just out on some working somewhere overseas. So you're probably there for the entire school year, right? And your uncle's like this police detective. He's got a young daughter who's there in the house. Meet up with your friends in high school, typical teenagers, now. And so, but there are these mysterious murders that are happening in this town when the fog comes in. And so I think you're having like these, you as the protagonist, right? You're having these dreams, and, you're meeting up with a mysterious person who is talking about, hey, I want to walk through your journey, right? As you go through whatever the fuck it is, you're about to venture on, right? And you're like, you don't say anything, right? You're just kind of like going through it's a lot of like pressing enter. I think I'm playing this on PC. So yeah, I'm just pressing the enter button. You can play with controller too. And just mash the A button, I guess, get through dialogue, but it's all voiced. So really well done, in my opinion. It's yeah, everything's like really done really well with the voice acting. So, and of course, I don't know how it even transpires, but you can basically enter this TV world called the Midnight Channel or something, and that's where you when you first enter into it. I think so far, like I think you bring a friend in or something. I can't remember if you go in alone as the protagonist or not, but you will meet like your evil self inside the TV, I'll say. So, and basically when you meet your evil self, right? It's like you're just like, yeah, fuck everyone, and this person's like just talking trash about your friends or something. And let's say it's like your other friend, he's meeting his evil self, right? He's like, that's not true, that's not me, I'm not that person. I don't think that of people. It's crazy, right? It's a crazy Japanese game. So, but I thought it's cool because I like it. It feels almost like a personal story in a way. And I think the acting's done really well. So, and as far as the combat, like I said, I'm still rocking like this golf club. And it's like, yeah, okay, maybe I'll block a few times or whatever. And my next moves will be, just a regular hit or a super or something like that. But it does introduce other things where you can play with your friends or whatever. You team up against an enemy or something. So, but I so far where I've seen like the two people fight their evil selves is pretty cool. So especially with the dialogue, um, and of course, and then you meet up with this other person within that TV world who's just like, yeah, I've just lived here my whole life, and he's funny. Uh, he looks like a circus animal, but I think he's like a bear or something. And it's comical, and you're just there to solve the murders to see who the fuck is bringing these people into the TV world, right? And who's doing it, and why they're throwing people in there. At the same time, right? It's got some RPG elements, right, of how you do the actual combat itself.
Yeah.
So, and then when you're outside of it, right, you're actually talking to your friends about what are we gonna do? We're gonna go back in there and fight these guys, but we need better weapons first. So we should go to the weapon store and buy them. And yeah, I don't know. I just think it's done really well. So I want to know who the fuck is doing it. So, um, yeah, it's almost like a who done it mail. That's what I like about it. So
Nice.
yeah, done really well. So I like the game so far. Yeah, I was surprised, right, that I'm even into something like that, but good story. I'll play it. Yeah, satisfactory playing a healthy amount, Mayo. I'm doing it, Mayo. I'm only playing a healthy amount.
Oh,
Just
what's a healthy amount?
Okay, a healthy amount is like an hour of the game, and then I put it down. Right, I'll do so much, and then I don't sit there and play it for hours on end. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna stop right here. I don't want to continue and try to build some giant freaking, lead plate factory that's going to take me 5 hours because I need to finish it. No, fuck that. I've been putting the game down. So I've been hitting the save button, man, and exiting out. So that's what I've been doing. But it's not a task, right? Because I'll always find something. It's my creative game, right? It's my city skylines, right? I'll get in there and make a little factory and put trains in it, and this is how it's going to run. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. But I don't continue on. It's something I've been disciplining myself on. So, because I know I can play other shit. So, a lot more games out there to play. So, but yeah. So Mayo, Jesus, I played a come home on early Thursday game, guys.
Oh
Now,
no.
nobody needs to tune out or anything. There's nothing graphic I'm going to talk about. There's a reason for it. So, I think it was last weekend, right? I was home just all weekend, right? I'm like, I'm just going to play a bunch of shit, right? And Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, whatever the fuck I can play. And so I came across a couple adult games, right? That were like free demos or free to play or something. And so this one is called Come Home, right? But it's COME, come home. And but there's a story to this game, and I was looking over before I start on that, I was looking at the like some of the notes from like the not the I guess the dev and then people that were responding to it. And they were talking about how, hey, there's going to be like this version that's always going to be free because it's an early access. Um, so rest assured on that, at least until the game fully comes out. So I'm like, okay, I want to see, what basically what it's all about, right? I was looking at, and there are just a ton of pictures you can go look at now on the Steam, on the Steam page itself.
Mhm.
But I swear, Mayo, I played a couple hours of this game, and man, I think you can just stream this thing on Twitch, and
Oh,
no
really?
joke, like yeah, because I don't know about 2 hours, but maybe an hour and a half. So, but yeah, you're like this young man, right? Who you were in Brazil for 3 years at school. You come home, right, and your stepmom is there and your hot sister, who's really mad at you. She's mad, but you're there because your father has disappeared, just vanished off the face of the earth, went somewhere. I think the sister made a comment about, oh, he fucking probably ran off with some broad. Um, but yeah, you're basically back home again, and you talk about, oh man, I just abruptly came home and I don't have any money. But your old room is back, and when you were you left high school. So but it's a lot of dialogue, right? A lot of pressing the enter button. I feel like Persona 4 here. But
Well, I
there
just
are
put it up on Steam. It definitely does look like it's something you can play on Twitch.
no, I know, right? But here I am playing this game, and it's and it's not like it's not raunchy or anything that I so far from what I've played, because yeah, I mean they're hot and and sexy women, right? And so yeah, and there are some dialogue choices obviously where it I guess if you answer positively or whatever, right? Like I don't know, do you have a better chance? Is that how this works? But I think it even explains that later on in the game where you see your neighbor through the fence and there she is, right? You knew her from school and there she is, older and hot, right? So it's like, yeah, come over for lunch, and because I don't have a car and or something, right? I don't even have a phone number yet, but yeah. And you're sitting there at the dinner table. It's like a full dialogue, right? With your stepmom and your sister, and you're talking about what you're going to do next, and you need to find a job and go sign up for school there, and she takes you out to the school, right? But it's like every woman you meet, obviously, right, at the school, like the what do you call it, like the business office, right? Like another hottie, right? Like that's the way this game's going, right? And but there's no like sexy dialogue or like that I found so far. Like maybe that's
Uh,
just the way this game is designed, right? Like
I was gonna
where
say it looks like there's plenty in there. So
I know,
maybe the
right? I was
route you
looking at all the
go in.
screenshots and I'm like, um, but it's like, okay, cool. So and then of course you go to get burgers with your sister, and there's the server, right? And you're like, another hottie, right, that you meet, and it's like, okay, so yeah, you're meeting all this women, whatever. But I think you eventually, even after you go to get the job from the hot lawyer and the hot receptionist, right? Um, you're just telling your sister, like, yeah, I just got the job immediately or whatever. And then she's like, what the fuck, my girlfriend tried to fucking go over there and she couldn't get no job or whatever. But apparently, hey, everybody's got the hots for you. I don't know. So, but again, no raunchy dialogue. It's like, okay, you got the job. Here's a company car. It's like, all right, sister drives. No, you drive your own fucking company car back home or whatever. But I think that's where it almost like starts almost like this tutorial where they're talking about how, hey, like you've met these different people and you're going to meet a lot more people, whether they be women or not, or fully female. And so it talks about you're clicking on these different locations, right? Where you can go to those locations and spend more time with those people. So, and then of course, you know, um, find out what happened to your father, or I don't know. You're investigating the. I have no idea where this game is going, but yeah, judging from the screenshots. But it's like, okay, like I didn't get to see no adult time in this game. That's yay. I don't know if I'm gonna continue playing this thing, or like, is it videos, like pictures? That I don't know. So, but I thought it was funny.
Hmm.
Here I am going in for little education, little excitement, but yeah, I came away with nothing after an hour of gameplay. So yeah, a lot of mystery, Mayo. It's like, alrighty then. So
I think we
yeah.
ought to have Jesus play this game and see if he can find more
Oh my
mystery
gosh,
before
he's
you
gonna be
do.
like 10 hours in. I've already scored like 30
Jesus
times
have
in
all the
30
women in
different
the game.
positions.
I'm telling you, Jesus, if you look at the screenshots, this thing, I don't know how Gunny has not seen any nudity or action in
Nope.
this, because that's
What's
all
the
it's in
game
a
called?
come home.
Come home, COME. It's
Oh,
like,
not see
Look
you
this
on
game up
me.
on Steam.
yeah. But I will say one other thing where, okay, even like I'm looking at some of the screenshots, and it's
Oh,
like, put it this way, every female looking woman, you know, there is going to be some real sex scenes. And I'm like, holy shit. I'm like, every one of them.
these people
Okay.
look kind of real in some of these screenshots.
Yeah. So, yeah, right. And I'm looking at the screenshots. I'm like, holy cow, like make sure the door is closed when I'm looking at these. But yeah, I didn't score. I came away a 0 on that one. But
Only
all I can
Gunny
say
can
is
play
I
a game
hope
like
I
this and
find
not
my
score.
father. I hope I find my
I
dad
know.
home safe.
I'm gonna play this game free to play.
Yeah, they said it's going to be
Oh,
free as long as it's an early access. So I don't know if
this
they.
is an adult game, and there is a lot of sex in it.
I didn't see any, but
There are
okay. I think
many
you're going to like the
scenes that will
story.
happen throughout the story with repeatable activities with the many characters in the game. All scenes are fully rendered, and there are plenty of animations as well. Plus, anytime that you like to see a scene again, you can replay that scene in its entirety from the gallery.
Yeah, and it's kind of like it's almost like a real
20,000
game where they talk
people
about
own this
where
game.
you don't have to like if there is that receptionist at the lawyer's office, like it's just saying like
This guy
talks about
wrote, the game is cool. I have almost everyone on 100%, but in
damn.
threesome with Tammy and Bai, a script error, so I can't complete the game. That's not cool. Fix it.
Yeah, I saw some buy in there too. I was like, oh wow, you can do threesomes. Whoa, yeah.
Time to play
So
this game, Gunny. Oh, yeah.
download it. I mean, I think there's an actual like I wouldn't say it's an RPG, but it's
What
story
is
based,
going on
obviously.
here? Gunny, are you playing this for the story, Gunny?
I know,
I need to
right?
find my dad.
Are
Need to
you
find my
playing
dad.
this
What
for the
happened to him?
story?
I feel like I'm gonna go meet a woman, right? For whatever it is. It could be a work
You're
purpose
banging
thing because
all the
I am working
chicks.
for a lawyer chick, right? And maybe I have to go serve some papers at somebody's house.
What town is this? All these chicks
I
are
guess I'm like a
hot.
paralegal.
It must be Ohio, evidently.
What
Edward.
town? What fucking town is this?
It's
All
sleepy.
these chicks are good looking girls, like
They're
all
all
of
super
them.
hot, huh?
There's not one of them that's like an ugly chick. They're all hot. What's going on here?
I know. It's like, all right. Yeah, I don't remember the last time I played one of those. It was probably a couple of years ago.
Fuck
And I
every
thought, oh, free
person.
to play.
Wow, I'm watching the trailer. Holy shit. It's nothing but sex scenes in the trailer.
I know, that's why I don't know how Gunny hasn't seen anything yet.
Gunny, how have you not seen any sex scenes, Gunny? What are you they're
I've
doing
only
it in
made
the
it to like
bathroom?
it's almost like a presentation, right? I made it to the
Oh yeah.
presentation. Like, I mean, all the way through, like I got a job, uh, went to the school, came all the way back home, and then it's like, boom, okay, look. Okay,
Gunny,
so
the trailer is nothing but sex scenes. That's all they show in the
I
entire
know.
trailer.
I
It's the
didn't go any
entire
further. I
thing.
think it talked about, like I said, it talked about you can get to click on these different I don't know. Yeah, and it's like, okay, should I go any further? Yeah. Maybe I was afraid. If I clicked on more, um, yeah. But it's almost like I guess you have
It's
to
the only thing that's not
answer.
sex in the fucking the trailer is where it says it's time to come home and fuck everybody in the town.
Yeah, right.
And then
So I do have a save point. So
after that, it's just the sex scene, more sex scenes, more. It's like I'm watching a Pornhub trailer or something.
yeah,
What's
right.
going on
So
here?
I played the good part. I played the Twitch viewable part, I guess.
Hey, and Gunny's like, you can play this game on Twitch. No.
I know, right? Because I went back and I was looking at it today, and I was looking at all the different screenshots. I was like, whoa, I am
So
missing
the
out
thing
here.
is, your dad went missing, and you return home from studying abroad, and
Yeah.
then you end up having sex with everybody in the town.
I
one way you
hopefully
find
in
him.
between that, you can you'll
Have you
find
seen
him.
my
I don't
dad?
know.
Come here.
Come here.
Yeah.
Let's go look for my dad over here.
Let's go behind the shed and find my dad.
Well, hopefully, maybe what it is, guys. I'm just gonna put two and two together. Maybe the smoking hot lawyer chick who runs the business
Oh,
can do some. If you do favors for her, maybe she can hire a private investigator. I don't know. You know, it's something, right? So
yeah,
yeah.
Gunny. Yeah.
So interesting. And oh yeah, I'll just throw this little thing out there where it even no, I don't want to spoil it. So I don't want to spoil the game in case you do play it. But it is like, oh my gosh, you're not are you joking, Gunny? But no. Um yeah. But no, I didn't see nada, guys. And
He
I
came
thought, oh,
home.
okay.
So Gunny came home early on a Thursday and played this.
And got nothing.
Got
I
nothing.
got nothing.
Damn, Gunny.
I know. I know. Well, I think it was probably so maybe after that, I guess I'll call it like an opening, maybe the opening scene of when it's almost like that tutorial where I think it was just time to, open the door, the real door or something, where I couldn't play it anymore. Might have been that situation. Um, but yeah, did I talk about Hell Let Loose, guys? Moving on from that fucking game. But I know I talked to you guys about Hell Let Loose. I don't know if I talked about it last time or not, but I did get to play. I finally get to play that game on PC, and I don't like being in charge. Jesus, I don't like being the commander. I don't like it. I want to be a grunt, foot soldier. That's me. Tell me where to go and who to shoot and what to do and what to build and where to go. That's what I like. But I did play Commander twice. It wasn't the thing. And so with the people I was playing with, yeah, they were cool about it. I guess I would say the only thing is where I'm trying to think of what it is now on the. So since I am playing mouse and keyboard, it's I think so Z, X, and C, right? Those are your three different chats. One of them's for, just the command chat, and one is for your whatever your platoon, and then the other one's like a what do they call it when you're near people? Like anyway, but I was like, okay, cool, because I was asking everybody, I'm like, how do I talk, guys, to people? So, but and everybody was super nice, and there was a couple annoying people on there, but everybody was all pretty cool so far. Just playing it, so it was fun. And lost all three times. I was like, fuck, but I still had a blast playing it. So, but no, man, if I go in there next time, no, I just want to be a fucking foot soldier.
Right.
So I wouldn't even mind like if I think I can drive the truck. I think I can drive the supplies. So I think I can do that much. But I wasn't doing half bad. Just laying down like some of the spawn points. Whatever they're garrisons or whatever the fuck they're called. So, not garrisons. That's a supply thing. But that's how you take over areas of the map. But it seems like Mayo, it doesn't matter if I'm playing on console or PC. When you get shot, It's almost like most of the time you feel like, where the fuck did that even come from? I
Right.
didn't even see the guy. And if it is like a snap, it's like maybe that was a sniper. But there were other times where I just could not get my gun up fast enough when I saw the guy. Because, you might see, you know, your own teammates, right? Not in your squad or whatever. Think of like Battlefield or whatever. But it's like, okay, you see them, right? You can clearly see that they're on your side or whatever it's blue overhead or whatever. But the enemies, it's not going to have anything. So I almost hesitate where it's like, what, is that an enemy? He's wearing camouflage like us, but it's like, oh shit. And then he
And
shoots me,
too late. Right.
Fuck, I'm like, oh man, I should have shot, but I hesitate because friendly fire is always off in this game. Right? So you kind of have to be careful. I mean, you don't really want to do it because then they can, it's not like well, I guess they can report you, right? But you have the option in this game to say, okay, don't report player or whatever, could have been a mistake. So, but it's like, all right, I really don't want to get
Yes.
timed out.
You can vote people off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was fun, Jesus. It was a lot of fun. So, man, I really want to get into a good match where I'm winning. So, but that's all I play, guys.
Game wise for me, I only have a little more to add. I played a little bit of that, the high res or high five rush, like Gunny was talking about. One thing, Jesus, I did notice, there's something that Gunny did not have to run into is, I still have this hobo Xbox One X, in my living room, and I went to download this game onto the One X and play it, and it would not let me. It said you could only cloud stream it. So I guess this game was designed for the Series S and X.
New consoles only?
Yeah, and so it would only let me stream it by the cloud.
Weird.
And so I think I did try to stream it. And the first time I tried to stream, I didn't have any audio. I'm like, what the hell? Like checking my audio. So then I ended up closing the game out and I went to a different game and then I think I launched High on Life and it worked fine. So I went back to it and I had audio, so I started to play it. But being like a rhythm game, I felt like I just had a little bit of delay. And my Xbox is on Wi-Fi and my TV and all that is as well. But I was like, maybe I'll like this better on the PC. So I actually went over to the PC and played it, and it felt way better on the PC. And it had better graphics options. It had even though it was on Game Pass, it let you go ahead and choose between like ultra graphic settings and stuff like that. And it just this felt way smoother. Had an unlocked frame rate.
The game itself? Is it fun? I mean, I want to play it.
I have liked what I played. So Jesus, it's basically like a very linear. It's very linear from what I've seen so far. Kind of beat 'em up to a rhythm, and you just kind of go through and you kind of go to a room and you do a little bit of platform jumping, and then some enemies appear, and you kind of fight them and you kill them by the rhythm and stuff. And then it opens up the doors and you kind of keep on going. You do a little more platforming and you come across some more enemies and you start talking to some new characters. And you don't have to play to the beat like Gunny was saying. So you don't have to sit there and try to do it. But what you're going to do is get a better score. It's going to increase your damage that you can do and stuff like that. So it even tells you hey, if you're bad at these kind of games, it's all right. You just kind of play how you want to play. But if you can do it, and it does what it can to teach you, it's like watch the cues of the environment because all the environment moves to the beat. You have this little floating cat head that has a ring around it, and the ring kind of pulsates to the beat. So you can kind of pick up the rhythm of the game going there and stuff like that. It has boss fights. It kind of does try and change the view occasionally. The one time I had a side view, then the boss fight, he did a couple of different things. His hands slammed on the ground, you got to attack his hands, and then I'm trying to remember what else, Gunny. It wasn't the boss fight, I don't think. Do you remember there's a scene where it's it shows these lasers on the ground. It shows a little pathway, and it shows you where they're going to come, and you can't stand in them, and you got to kind of move in this environment. That was kind of neat. So it has some unique viewing angles. It doesn't always stay the same all the time. So it does mix it up.
Surprisingly, that was actually easy for me. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna die because this thing is but I was like, okay, jump forward, jump backwards, jump forward. Okay. Yeah.
And it's basically kind of a button smasher, Jesus, in a way. It's a lot of X, 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 Y, or X. If you do a pause, and then you do like you'll get like a click, and then you do like X X X again. It'll like launch the opponents in the air, and you can do damage. Nothing like crazy advanced or nothing like that. It's just using X and Y for your combos, and you can dodge and this and that. But I'm enjoying it. It's only like I seen it on Steam when I was on Steam looking earlier, and it's only a $30 game on Steam, and I think it's only about 10 or 12 hours to beat.
Yeah,
So
I
it's
think
nothing.
eight
It's nothing
hours
real
or something.
long. So something just kind of a quick playthrough. Neat art style, and it has real music from a couple of different artists, which is kind of cool how they did that. Definitely worth checking out if you have Game Pass, though.
Yeah.
And the other game I played probably the most of, Jesus, was the Miles Morales Spider-Man. And I've been grinding through that one, and just trying to beat all these big PlayStation games. And this one really has not grabbed me. Did you like this better than the first Spider-Man?
Not sure if I liked it more.
Yeah.
I like them both. I don't know.
I can't for me, I can't really get into the enemies so far. So I think I'm like 48% or so like into the game. And it's all Taskmaster. I think it's Taskmaster and the Tinker, I think, and then the Prowler. And then I've seen like the Red Rhino where I have to actually beat him the very first time. But I just feel like the enemies are kind of less fun to me. I don't know if it's because I'm just more old school Spider-Man or what, where I was always like Vulture or Doc Ock or Sandman, like those kind of enemies, where this is just kind of like the newer aged enemies. And I'm just kind of like, oh, we're working with the Prowler in this game a little bit. And I don't know if I have to fight him later on or not. And then the upgrade system, I don't know if I like as well either. I know because like all your abilities are off like that Venom power and your stunning. I'm trying to remember. There's like an invisibility tree, and then like a Venom power tree, and then there was another tree like maybe Rego Combat or something like that. But I felt like I liked the one in the first Spider-Man way better, like because you had your you could change how your web slinging was, and then you had your combat options, and you also had way more suit options. I think on the first one than you did on this new one. If I remember right, like we just gone through. So I just haven't found myself like I've been just going through the main campaign. I haven't really done too many like of the side stuff. Like how you get the tokens to unlock stuff or the suits and all that kind of stuff. I haven't even done that. I just kind of just been beelining through it, playing the storyline. And I would even have times where like how when you beat a part of a story, it's like, oh, I should go check on the city and make sure they don't do anything. It's like between the story where it lets you kind of like freely run around and see things and get some of them little token quests. I usually just kind of let the game run and get up and go get a drink or something and wait for it to actually give me the next part of the story to go to. Like you get that phone call and they're like, oh, hey, come over here and we'll do this and stuff like that. So, but I'm enjoying it. It's just, I don't know if I think I like the first Spider-Man game way better. I'm hoping they can kind of change it up a little bit on this new Spider-Man.
Are you playing on your PS5 or is that the one you bought on Steam?
I'm playing this on the PS5 through PS Plus, and it's been good. Like I said, it's just I'm just kind of playing through this one. I think, and I feel like I was excited for it, but it just I don't know. It doesn't feel as good to me as the last Spider-Man game.
I think you're comparing them a lot side by side because you're playing them right back to back.
Almost, yeah. Like I played Spider-Man and then God of War and then Ghost of Tsushima, but yeah.
That probably has some impact on how you're viewing it. You know what I mean?
It could. That's what I was wondering about your opinion.
Did Miles Morales come out like a whole year after the first one?
Oh, I think it's probably longer than that, wouldn't it?
Maybe 2 years after the first one. So you playing them back to back it's probably making you see like how similar it is to the first one, and you're like, well, the first one
kind of
was
what's
better.
lacking from the first. Like I said, I think the first one had more options. Like it had more stuff with your
because
web
the first
slinging.
one was more of an actual full game. Miles Morales was a full game, but it felt more like a DLC in my opinion.
Yeah, and that's what it kind of feels like to me.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been enjoying it, and I just like I said, I'm just kind of working my way through the main story, and then after that, I think I'm gonna maybe just jump into Returnal from that point. But
yeah, I'm not sure you're gonna like Returnal.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like roguelikes, and that kind of has a roguelike feel.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Besides that, I mean, it was pretty much just watching The Last of Us. I don't know if you guys wanted to talk about that anymore. We want to talk about that afterwards.
Oh,
But
yeah, we can probably talk about it afterwards.
it got me thinking, Jesus, right? So we have this Last of Us on HBO Max, right? And you know what would make a really good movie series, I think?
What?
Death Stranding. Could you imagine if they brought Norman Reedus in and did a Death Stranding series?
That would make a really good series.
Yeah,
it would be kind of neat. You could just bring him right in from the game, and you could just do like this story about him traversing across the country, and trying to deliver a package with a baby attached to him. And then you had the I can't remember what the
BTs or whatever.
The BTs showing up and stuff, and make like your
and
tense scenes.
You have the crazy soldier guy showing up and like having those World War II scenes and shit.
Yeah, I thought could make an interesting
That would be
series.
cool.
That kind of popped in my mind as I'm watching The Last of Us and how good of a job they've done so far.
You know what? That would be a cool ass fucking HBO. You need to make the Death Stranding movie or series.
And how perfect would that be with Norman Reedus? You know what I mean?
Yeah, just get him. Yeah, he's already done with The Walking Dead. Just get him. He would totally probably sign up for it. And plus, they had like other famous people in the game too, right?
I don't remember. There might be.
You can get the dude who played the soldier guy. Because they were all the characters looked like their voice actors.
Mm-hmm.
It was all like motion capped or whatever. So just get all of them. Fucking hire the whole crew that did that game.
Yeah.
And fucking make a show. Like, you could totally make a cool series out of it. And you can have multiple seasons where he's trying to get across the country or whatever,
Yeah, I mean, if they can do it like with like The Last of Us, I mean, I would think they could do something like with Death Stranding.
Yeah. And then you can get more into like the story of like the BTs and the bridge babies and the bad guys and the guy with the mask.
And then you could even do something to do with the construction of the bridges, or where he comes across stuff, where he finds ladders from random people, like
from the other guys or whatever who are out there.
Yeah,
I'll be sick. You know what, Mayo? You just made HBO a lot of money right now. If
I know,
HBO,
right? That's what I feel.
If you're listening, fucking do this. That would be amazing. A fucking Death Stranding show.
Yeah, it would.
I would so watch that shit. I would watch the fuck out of it.
I kind of want to go back and play Death Stranding for some reason.
It's a good game, dude. Like, I'm telling you, that game is a game that you play and you finish, and there's nothing else like it. There is literally nothing else that I've played since that game, before that game, since before or after it, that makes me think about that game more than any other game. Like, there's nothing like it. Like I could say Red Dead 2, right? I really like that game a lot. I love Red Dead Redemption 2. Arthur Morgan is a badass character. And I would totally watch a series based on Red Dead.
Mm-hmm.
But like, you can compare Red Dead Redemption 2 to Red Dead Redemption 1. You can compare it to GTA. You can compare it to other fucking Red Dead games or whatever. You can compare it to other cowboy games. Like, Death Stranding is fucking unique, man. Like, okay, the story here is you're fucking transporting packages. Okay, like, oh, for what? For what reason? No, there's no reason. You need to get this box over there, right? You're the fucking FedEx guy of this world. And your job is to just get this fucking box over there. The box could have like the most insignificant shit in it, but that's not your problem. Your problem is to get that box there.
Right.
And that's it.
I mean, it could make an interesting series. You could have like problems with the box, or you could find out like what's in some of them, or like, and they could just spin off a little bit of it, and they could do some things with it.
Yeah, and you have the guys that are out there in the camps or whatever that are out there in the camps that you have to deal with. Then you have the bad guys, right? the guy with the mask that's chasing you. Then you got the soldier guy that's like pulling you into like the World War I and World War II and the Korean War. And because like by the end of that game, you're like in what, like Desert Storm or something, or like Vietnam or some shit. Because it starts off in like the World War I trenches, right? Then it goes to World War II. Then it goes to like the Korean War. Then it goes to like fucking Vietnam. Then it goes to like modern combat, like Afghanistan or Desert Storm or some shit. Like it's all like every time you go into those scenes with that dude chasing you in some kind of war zone, it's like a new war that's happening. You know what I mean? You could do a lot of cool shit with that series, man. They could do so much with it if they did a series on that. They could do a lot of stuff. And plus, you could have Hideo Kojima just feeding you ideas with his crazy ass.
Right.
Here you go, Hideo. Drop some acid, bro. Tell us about your story. What's your vision? Vision.
And if it's not Norman Reedus, like anybody else you would suggest?
Norman Reedus. That's when he's.
I mean, he'd just be
Norman.
the perfect because he's in the game and everything. It would be just perfect.
Yeah, it's just him. I want him drinking a Monster Energy every 5 minutes.
There you go. Right.
Big ass Monster Energy can every 5 seconds. That's what instead of water, he carries a canteen full of Monster Energy. And it looks like a Monster Energy can, like the big ones. So he just sneaks out of that all the time. That would be sick. That'd be awesome, Gunny.
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
You're right, Mayo. We need that.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much all I've been playing. I've just been grinding through Spider-Man. Hopefully, I'll have it done, by next week, and then I'll probably start Returnal and see what my thoughts are on that game.
Yeah, Returnal's okay.
The other thing
Anything
too is
else?
I thought about. No, that's pretty much it. I just like I said, I also thought about doing Death Stranding on the PS5 on the OLED, just to see how it would look too, and maybe play it. So
I should try Death Stranding on the PC now that I have an OLED.
yeah, you should because probably.
I always forget that this thing is an OLED.
Yeah.
I should try more games for this fucking thing.
Go back to them. Yeah, I'll probably be playing all sorts of old games. I'd be revisiting them.
Yeah.
I feel like.
I should revisit that game because like the blacks with all the black goo or whatever on the ground.
Yeah, it looked great.
And the BTs.
Oh yeah, the blacks would look great on that.
They're all black goo and everything's black goo. That shit would look sick. You know what, Mel? I think you got me convinced I should read down. That's on Game Pass, right? Death Stranding?
Yes, it is.
Ooh, the lighting on the black goo, that's gonna look sick.
Yeah. You know what? I should. You know what? I'm going to play it again on the PC. I'm going to do it. It'll hype me up for Death Stranding 2, which is coming soon.
Yeah. What, next year?
Well, yeah, this year or next year. So I think it's next year, right? But anyways, yeah.
Probably
it'll be a good refresher so I know what's going on with those 50-minute cutscenes.
Right.
Yeah.
That I don't remember.
Maybe you can go watch those on YouTube. And
does this one have like an hour ending or something like that?
It literally does. Yes. At the very end of the game, near the very end, you're at the beach. You made it all the way to like the Californian coast.
That's like the trailer they initially showed at E3, wasn't it?
And you're at the beach. No, and you're literally just sitting there. And there's a cutscene playing, and then the cutscene stops, and then you walk a little bit more, and then more talking, and then you walk a few more seconds, and then there's more talking, and then you walk another few steps, and then there's more talking, and that goes for about 40 fucking minutes. Where like you're on this beach, and like little like they're like memories or something, like I want to call them holograms almost. But like you know how like in movies and shit, people appear out of thin air like a fucking vision or something. Where like you're having those, but like you're on the beach and you're having like all these visions and these people pop up and they'll be talking to you like, "Oh, you should have done this," or "What did you do? Like, what was the point of all this?" And then like they'll fade away into the wind, and then you walk a little bit, and then another one pops up. And you walk towards it, and then they start talking, and that happens literally for 40 fucking minutes, and then the game is like, oh, okay, now you need to get all the way back to the beginning of the game where you started, like you're all the way across the map, You need to get all the way back there now. Good luck. And then the game tells you.
No.
But the thing is the game tells you to get all the way back, but it should be easier to get all the way back because by now you have all the guns, you have all the upgrades. You were supposed to build on the way across the country. You were supposed to like build like bridges and set up your zip lines, right? And set up your ropes and your ladders. So you should kind of know the path that you took there, right? So you should be able to take that path back. And that's kind of the concept of that. Like it shows you it kind of forces you to go all the way to the beginning to show you the progress that you made. Like look, before you came this way, none of this was here. And now you're going all the way back and you've built all this. You built these zip lines. You built these bridges. You built these connections, these strands. Stranding, okay? And you strand your ass all the way back to the beginning of the game.
And then it's the end, or it's not?
No, and then there's another like hour cutscene at the end over there.
Gee, thanks, right?
Yeah, there's like another hour cutscene over there, and then there's like a 20-minute cutscene, and then I think it's over. Like 3 hours later, I think it's over. So you're almost,
but entertaining all the way to the end. Okay.
Those cutscenes are so like literally, dude. You like the cutscene is like God, like and I don't even know if like you can turn off the game like in between those. I guess the cool thing about the PlayStation is that it has that standby mode where like you can just shut it down a little bit, you know, like come back to it later and launch it again, and like it'll pick up again where it was at. But like,
right, I like that.
But like on the PC, I don't know how that works. Like you just like minimize the game or what the fuck? Like, oh, I gotta sit here and watch this 45-minute cutscene.
You could probably skip it if you wanted to, but you won't get credit for it.
These bridge babies and this fucking shit going on, and the president dying or something. There's something about the president being your mom and she died, but is she really your mom? You guys call her mother, but is she really your mother, Gunny? Who is she?
Yeah, how the fuck grown in a lab or yeah.
And how do you know the president? And why do you call her mother? And who is this bridge baby? And who is she the mother of the bridge baby?
See, you'll never find the answers. It's all a mystery.
But she's dead. You cannot ask her anymore. Like all this shit happens, man. Like I don't know. It's a fucking weird ass game.
Just deliver pizzas and shut up. Get on your scooter and deliver the pizzas. Yeah. Boxes.
Yeah.
20 minutes or less. Yeah. Dominoes.
Anything else, Mel?
No, that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, it's news time. Gunny, it's news time.
Beep. News.
Speaking of The Last of Us earlier, The Last of Us actor Annie Wershing? I don't know how to say her last name. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it's Wershing.
Yeah, it looks like Wershing.
Whatever Gunny said. Okay. She also had prominent roles in Star Trek Picard and the movie The Rookie and 24. She voiced Tess in the original The Last of Us game.
Yeah, I do remember her from Picard.
She died at the age of 45 recently, which was like this week, I believe. She was diagnosed with cancer back in 2020, but continued to make appearances in multiple popular shows. One of her final roles was as the Borg Queen in 6 episodes of the second season of Star Trek Picard, which came 20 years after her first appearance on television in an episode of Star Trek Enterprise. Her IMDb page says her final credit capped off a multi-season run on the popular Nathan Fillion series The Rookie. She also had a recurring role in the shows including Bosch, Runaways, Timeless, The Vampire Diaries, and 24. Her longest run on television came in 2007 as Amelia Joff over 80 episodes of General Hospital. To us video gamers, though, she was best known as Tess Servopoulos, Joel's partner, and a significant supporting character in the original The Last of Us. Tess is played by Anna Torb in the HBO TV adaptation of The Last of Us. Neil Druckmann, the co-creator of The Last of Us, paid tribute to Wershing on Twitter, and he said, quote, "I just found out my dear friend Annie Wershing passed away. We just lost a beautiful artist and human being. My heart is shattered. Thoughts are with her loved ones." And he posted a bunch of photos of her when they were doing the mocap for The Last of Us. The Last of Us studio, Naughty Dog, also said it was deeply saddened to hear of her passing. And other tributes, other people from like Star Trek, Paramount, Kiefer Sutherland, and other people on Twitter, posted about her. But yeah, that's crazy to think that like this show just came out and then she passed away like recently. Like wow. Fuck
Rest
cancer.
in peace, Annie.
Fuck cancer, man. Seriously, that shit is fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
Bullshit.
45, too young.
Fucking cancer sucks, dude. When I started my job, the same day I started Mayo, there was another guy that started with me the same day. He did orientation with me.
Mm-hmm.
And we were kind of bullshitting, about working there or whatever, because we were both the new guys, so we were both like the new guys. And then like not even, I want to say 6 months into working there, he said he had to leave for like a while. And we're like, what the fuck? What do you mean? He's like, yeah. He's like, well, I went to the doctor and they did some tests and they found out I had leukemia, like cancer. Yeah, he had like cancer like in his blood or whatever. And the cancer was attacking his whole body. Like it wasn't just like a certain part of his body. Like it wasn't like lung cancer or something. It was like no, like it was spread out throughout his entire body, he said. And he said that he had to go to like get chemo. And the dude was 31 years old.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
He's never been married, never had kids. And I was sitting there thinking like, holy shit. Like you're 31, dude. And your life is pretty much over. And he kind of knew it. Like, he knew it too, like the way he spoke about it. He was like, don't feel bad. Because everyone, of course, would tell him, like, oh man, we're sorry, you have to go, hopefully you make it through or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, don't say you're sorry. He's like, because he's like, saying you're sorry, it's like you're trying to make me feel bad about myself. And he's like, I don't feel bad about it. He's like, I just know it's going to happen. He was like, it's just going to happen. He was like, there's nothing I could do about it but try to beat it with chemo. He was like,
yeah.
And I was just like, fuck that mentality. Like, it like really blew me back, man. Because I was like, I don't even know what to say to you, dude. You know what I mean? Like, if I were you, I'd be freaking the fuck out right now, But he was just like, okay, like, maybe I'll make it, maybe I won't, but like, it's whatever, And I was like, damn, dude. Damn.
That's, yeah.
And I don't know. I don't know whatever happened to him. I don't know if he lived, if he's still alive. I have no idea. But that was 2 years ago. He was diagnosed with like stage, whatever, like one of the later stages of cancer. It wasn't like stage, because it goes, stage 1 is like the first one, right? Like the first stage of cancer. And he was already like in stage 4, dude.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Like the doctors told him the chance of you living is very like low. Like they told him like 20% or something like that.
I don't know. Does anybody ever? I don't know. Like, yeah. Does anybody ever live after that?
I don't know. The doctors told him.
Has
like,
anybody? I'm not sure.
I don't know. The doctors told him they were gonna do a bunch of chemo, like some hardcore chemo. Like they were like, we're not doing no pussy chemo shit. we're doing like the maximum chemo.
Like you're almost gonna die chemo, right?
Like, dude, you're gonna be taking some fucking pills that come in like a huge like radiation container can or whatever,
Yeah.
like your ass is taking the hardest of the hardcore shit to try to fight this. And I was like, damn, dude. Damn. Yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully he's okay. I like to think he's still chilling, doing good. Hopefully.
Yeah. Maybe he'll
But I
call
don't
you
know.
up. Look, I just got my hair back, but I'm alive.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. But yeah, fuck cancer. That's the one disease that like really is shitty, dude. So fucking shitty. But let's get into some more news here. Phil Spencer.
Uncle Phil.
Okay. You know that guy, Mel?
I think I've heard that name before.
Phil Spencer. Okay. He says that 343 Industries is, quote, critically important to Halo. Okay?
Right.
Critically,
It is?
critically important.
Why did he
Gunny.
say this? I mean, wouldn't he say this about any studio? What's going on here, man? What is happening?
Okay.
Of course it is. Why
Times
would we
are
think
tough.
otherwise?
Times are tough. All right. Times are tough. Things are not good over at Microsoft right now because the company recently slashed over 10,000 jobs from its divisions across the whole company, including very much the Halo Studio 343 Industries. They've slashed the key staff from that studio. With the future of the iconic Xbox franchise unclear, Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer gave an update on 343's future without directly mentioning if the developer was working on any new single-player content. He said, quote, every year is critical. I don't find this year to be more or less critical. I feel good about our momentum. Obviously, we're going through some adjustments right now that are painful, but I think necessary. But it's really to set us up and the teams for long-term success. Halo will remain critically important to what Xbox is doing, and 343 is critically important to the success of Halo. The heart and the soul of Halo is with 343 and the team that's there, and I have the utmost confidence in the team that's there and leading and the plan that they have going forward. Says here, a previous report claimed that 343 Industries would be taken off active development of the Halo franchise, and that new games in the series would be created by third-party studios. But 343 has come out and denied these reports, and they said Halo and Master Chief are here to stay. 343 Industries will continue to develop Halo now and in the future, including their epic stories, multiplayer, and more of what makes Halo great. 343 has also promised bigger things for Halo Infinite this year, as the studio is now looking to focus more on regular content updates and shorter seasons for the multiplayer. Beyond Halo, Microsoft is preparing to release a steady stream of games throughout 2023. So there's that.
Yeah, I think that was so. Yeah, definitely from two things that were in response to this coming out was what's his name, Jason Statham, or not the actor, but the one of the lead guys at Microsoft. Freaking, I don't know, whatever. He's worked for Microsoft for a long time, and was on some of the original Halos. But so remember, he took control of that studio, and then he stepped down from that position back to his other position at Microsoft. So people were like, "What's going on?" And then boom, the layoffs came. And then they're like, "What the fuck is happening?" It's like we're watching Halo crumble. But I don't know how many layoffs there were at 343 Studios compared to Microsoft overall. But yes, definitely a lot of backlash and not very. And again, I haven't been following like Halo Infinite as far as like their roadmap, but I do. Now I do follow Destin Ligari on Twitter, and he's an Xbot, I would say. But sometimes he'll get down on Microsoft for just call them out on their shit, basically, along with other people. And I think in a professional way, Mayo, like, it's not just trashing, or console bashing or anything. So I feel like I'm like, okay, I'm kind of listening to, both sides and people who are, into Xbox or, maybe just kind of play on all three consoles. So it's like interesting, to kind of watch this whole thing unfold. And, and as far as I know, like people say, well, Halo Infinite, it was a success, right? But it's not like a smash hit, right? It's not fucking Call of Duty or anything. So, but yeah, I've seen other people, Mayo, where I'm looking at some news articles today, Jesus, where it's like, oh, I think even GameSpot or something, some journalist over there is talking about they need to give this to id Software and fuck everybody over at 343, and it's like, geez, okay, it's a little extreme, I think, but with that, like they were talking about how id's in the perfect position for it. Because they make Doom and Wolfenstein, and what else did they make? First person shooters, right? So, but I thought about it. I thought, well, wait a minute, guys. I thought, can't they, if they were to even think about doing something like that, wouldn't they want to wait for the Activision deal to go through? How many Call of Duty studios do they have over there? Raven and all those guys that they would be able to get a Halo out every year, in my opinion, because they're the only ones I'm ever confident in to get a game out every year, because they do have so many studios, and they're always firing on all cylinders. But no, I'm not a Halo fan. It's not like, I'm not going to pretend to know everything that's going on over at 343 or, but yeah, something's happening over there, right? Especially with Bonnie leaving, and you never hear anything from her, right? Unless something's actually happening. I think it took them a little too long to make Halo Infinite, in my opinion. But, I think when people they're hungry for more, I see it. Not me, but I see other people really just hungry for more Halo, and they're not getting it, So, definitely, I think they do need third-party support, but,
In other news, Phil Spencer said 2022 was not the best year for Xbox, and Microsoft's gaming division had a very light release schedule. Starfield and Redfall were delayed into 2023. Forza Horizon fans got a new expansion, and Obsidian's Pentiment was the only game released last year that was internally developed. On top of that, Microsoft started the year with massive layoffs this year that hit Halo Infinite developer 343 Industries. In a new interview, Microsoft's gaming CEO Phil Spencer acknowledged that 2022 was not a great year for the brand, but that he was feeling much more confident for what 2023 has to offer. And he said, our commitment to our fans is that we need to have a steady release of great games that people can play on our platform, and we did not do enough of that in 2022, there's no doubt. And fundamentally, that's on me. I am the head of the business. The commitment we have to our customers to continue to deliver great games is something that I take seriously. The teams take seriously, and 2022 was too light on games. So we're excited about getting to roll into 2023, have the developer direct, which they did, and I feel really good about the games that we are showing. The next 12 months are shaping up to be a much better year for Microsoft in terms of games releasing. And in their current layoffs, Microsoft recently laid off 10,000 people. And Phil Spencer commented on and defended these layoffs in a new interview with IGN. He told the site that as leader of the Xbox division, he has a responsibility, Mayo, to create a safe space where people can do their best works. With these latest layoffs, which impacted 343, Bethesda, the Coalition, and other Xbox teams, Spencer admitted, I have not succeeded at that. Spencer then went on to say that he is not only committed to Xbox workers, but also to Microsoft shareholders, and sometimes this requires difficult decisions. Right now, there is some business that we're having to work through. And part of that is making sure that we have the right resources in the right places to do the best work. Sometimes that means we have to make some allocations. In this case, some reductions. And I don't take that lightly because the impact on the individual is real. But it is, I think, important for us, for the large organization that's here, that I put this business in the best stable position I can for where we need to go forward, which in the end should create a better place for the great team members that are here, building the things that they're building. Yeah. So there's that about the layoffs.
Yeah. Unfortunate, it really is, especially with all the money Microsoft's making.
Yeah, trillions of
dollars.
They
got $78 billion for Activision, though.
Yeah, they need to lay off some people. They need to
cut some budget here.
We're spending a lot of money on your division.
We got a big deal coming up at the end of the month. Yeah, end of the year.
In other news, Sony is now slashing the PlayStation VR 2 headset output after pre-orders have disappointed. Sony Group Corporation reduced projections for the initial launch of its PlayStation VR 2 headset dramatically after early pre-orders have disappointed them, signaling little improvement for the hyped but yet unproven virtual reality sector. The company halved its forecast for shipments of the PSVR 2, which is now set to release on February 22nd, this quarter to about 1 million units, said people familiar with the deliberations. Sony had previously said and claimed to have 2 million headsets ready for the launch quarter and to leverage its second-generation headset to drive user growth and adoption for virtual reality. The Tokyo-based electronics giant has told a supply partner to expect reduced display panel orders, according to the people, who asked not to be named as the information is currently yet not public. The company apparently now plans to ship around 1.5 million units between this April and March of next year. They added, though, that the figure may be adjusted further in response to how demand continues. Consumers globally have now taken to VR less rapidly than initially hoped, held back in part by a lack of titles that can showcase the technology. After diving in 2022, worldwide shipments of augmented and virtual reality headsets are now expected to grow 32% to 12.8 million units this year, according to IDC estimates. The market is currently dominated by the Meta platform's Quest range, with nearly an 85% share of all the users in the VR space. Sony does not even rank among the top 5 providers, and its first-generation PSVR has failed to secure even a 1% share of the 12.8 million worldwide users. That's insane. So they don't even have a 1% share of the entire VR market, yet they're releasing a $600 headset.
Yeah. Why?
That requires a $400 console minimum. It requires the console. You cannot. PSVR 2 is not standalone. You must have a PS5 to play it, and that means you must have at least the digital console, which is $400 on top of that. That is nuts.
I mean, I guess we've talked about this before, where the only thing I can think of is shareholders. Look, we're creating, we're innovating, and maybe on top of that, they're probably thinking, well, eventually we'll get games.
Do you think that they just started the VR 2 right after the first one, and by the time they realized that they were not gonna make any money off of it, they were like, well, fuck, we've already spent all this money on this research.
Yep.
Like Mayo, we've already spent $20 million on this research and fucking technology.
You gotta see it through.
We just gotta
get something back.
Right? Yeah, we just gotta get this out and get something back. Okay, we spent $20 million. We might get $21 million back, maybe if we.
And maybe the other thing too. I don't know. Maybe because they're thinking, well, Xbox, Microsoft has never had one. They didn't have one on
they won't
Xbox
have
One or X or Series X,
and they don't want one.
But since we had one on the 4, we're going to need one on the 5, right? To kind of stay ahead I mean, because they're always ahead. But you know what I mean? I don't know. I just can't think of. It's got to be. I don't know. Just hardware.
Are they thinking the metaverse is going to take off and they're going to be able to tap into that somehow? I mean,
maybe. I mean, that's another thing too. I never really thought about as far as like.
I mean, if the metaverse takes off,
kind of taking off with their. I mean, their Oculus is taking off, but you never know what's going to happen with Meta, right? So maybe that is kind of their.
That whole like connected world, everyone's in a planet in the world. Like you have a house there, Mayo. You live there. You work there. You sleep there.
I don't know if it's going to take off.
Come on, Mayo. Ready Player One, Mayo.
I know, but it doesn't seem like it's there yet.
Well, do you think that? Okay, here's another angle. I'm just spitballing, Jesus. I'm throwing it out there.
Oh, throw it out there, Gunny.
Maybe it's like, okay, they're announcing Sony VR2, right? Here it is, $600. What's up with that? It looks like a fucking Oculus. What's going on? Yeah, we're gonna get games for this or that, and then boom, like once this like thing is just days away from releasing, they're gonna be like, hey, look, guys, you can hook this up to your computer as well. I don't know, right? Because you were talking about Meta, right? Well, how would they compete against Meta, right? By also offering it on PC or so. I don't know. I'm just, maybe not. Maybe it's going to be all proprietary, or maybe you could do the Sony universe, right? It's going to be better than the Meta universe.
Sony Home, PlayStation Home is back.
Yeah, people like that. I don't know why they got rid of it.
They should bring that back, especially with VR. Like, you fucking need something like that. Just bring it back. Just say, hey, look, guys, we're bringing back PlayStation Home, and it's only on the VR, and you can have a house and your apartment or whatever you want to have in this fucking thing.
And you can
and
work.
You can decorate it, and you can work in it, and you can go to the arcade with your friends.
Well, they had that little bit version, like something like that on my Rift S. They had that that little house you could decorate, and
you decorate your little house.
You could like throw a basketball around or something like that, and
you have a tennis court. Maybe you can.
I think you had like a TV or something.
So you could what if you could buy a tennis court, or you could buy a basketball court to put in there, and you can, or like a little golf thing you can play with your friends, little mini golf or something. Says here, Sony began accepting PSVR 2 pre-orders on an invitation basis since November of last year, but it soon relaxed the conditions so that anyone wishing to buy the gadget could order one, Gunny. The PSVR 2 will only work with Sony's PlayStation 5 console, which currently starts at $399. The headset is currently priced at $549. That's fucking crazy. With less than a month to go into the PSVR 2's release, most stores are still taking pre-orders without a waitlist, whereas the hotly anticipated gaming gadgets are usually limited in supply at launch. It says here, Sony had expected a launch game title such as Horizon Call of the Mountain would entice strong demand, a person familiar with the thinking said, but the new hardware's pricing may have blunted the consumer appetite. I don't think everyone was expecting that $549 price tag. Previous VR launched at $299.
I know we're in a bit of a high inflationary period right now.
Says here the new headset's cost and incompatibility with other consoles will likely confine it to a niche status, according to analysts. Unlike the Meta, which has invested heavily in making their VR more affordable and attainable, Sony's offering is deemed an effort to keep a footprint in the VR segment rather than truly expanding it to the new audience. PSVR 2 will be no more than an expensive accessory for the PS5, said Damien Thong, an analyst at Marquier Capital. The lackluster demand comes at a bad time for the VR industry. Meta's Quest 2 sales have significantly dropped after the company raised the product's price and they cut jobs in its hardware department, while Microsoft Corporation has now decided to scale back its HoloLens, goggles business. Because, guess what, Gunny? The military said, hey, we don't want all those headsets we told you guys we wanted. You remember that?
That was the
US, right? The US Army, the US Army had a deal with Microsoft. They were going to order like a shitload of the HoloLens, like 10,000 of them.
Right, and they closed that division down too, didn't they?
No, but it was going because like they had this military contract.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like just like this week, the army was like, hey, about those HoloLens, we don't want them. Because
they probably
apparently
have military robots now.
Well, the thing is, soldiers. Yeah, you're right. With fucking AI.
Right,
But
yeah.
the thing is, the soldiers that are using them out in the field that are testing them, they're saying that the HoloLens sucks in combat. That it gives them headaches and it's too distracting.
Yeah.
Like, it's too distracting to fucking be able to fight some fucking enemies when you got all this shit on your fucking screen fucking feeding you 10,000 points of information that you don't fucking need when you're getting shot at by somebody, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're like, this shit is giving me a headache. Soldiers are ripping those fuckers off in the field.
Right. So apparently there was a HoloLens 1 and then a 2. And so that pretty much came to an end February of last year. So it's been like a year.
For the consumer market. But the military contract was still going, and Microsoft was making them for the army. And now the army is saying, I don't know if we want these. Maybe they'll sell them to another military. Maybe they'll sell them to the Chinese.
Whoa. Wait. I guess they're a partner, gaming partner, or I mean a business partner. Sorry.
They could sell them to anyone if they want to, really.
North Korea, why not?
Why not? They're paying the money. I mean, fuck.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe they can take all of those Xbox 360 controllers they were using in the submarines.
There you go.
And then to repair all those, give those to Iran, and then just get all new Xbox Series X controllers to our military.
Elite 2 controllers to the military, yeah.
Little upgrade.
At $500 a piece.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they'll be military branded. Yeah.
VR headsets have long held the promise of next growth frontier for computing hardware and services, attracting interest from Alphabet Inc.'s Google and Apple Incorporated. Facebook founder Mark Zuckerberg rebranded Meta to signal its commitment to creating a VR metaverse. But some of the most successful metaverse projects to date, such as Reality by Japanese mobile game maker Gree, are not even compatible with the headsets at all. The current head-mounted displays are bulky, and it's hard to keep yourself motivated to use one every day. That platform is not attractive for software makers to create games because it does not promise strong sales, Mayo. Augmented or mixed reality, not virtual reality, may turn out to be the future.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that's what it is. Augmented reality, man. Like that whole, like, I could put these glasses on and as I'm driving to work, I'm getting some cool fucking heads-up display shit, you know?
Absolutely. I always think of that Tom Cruise movie.
It's going to make me crash my car because I'm paying attention to this fucking map.
Right. People are going to be hacking it and they're going to be watching movies while they drive. You know how that's going to work.
I'm going to be playing that fucking coming home game while I'm driving.
Yeah. You know, I always thought about this, Jesus. I think I've mentioned it one other time on the show, where I've always thought about, you know, every vehicle, car, truck, even some motorcycles, right? Maybe the older ones had it, a windshield. But I could definitely see Google or Apple making an Apple windshield. But maybe Elon Musk would probably be the first one
on
to
a
put
fucking Tesla
on a windshield. Yeah, it would be on a Tesla.
Some of that might be kind of easy. I mean, there's some of that technology now because like my car has heads-up display. Like,
I mean, I would think one that's actually
technology
legal.
does exist, because
one that's legal to make, you know,
BMW, Bentley, Cadillac, Land Rover, and Rolls Royce, they all have HUDs.
Yeah, like mine's built right. It's not like a little thing that flips up. I've been in a Kia that had a little screen that flipped up off your dash, like off your top console.
Yeah,
it would be like kind of see through, but you could see the information on there. But like my Camaro, it's in the glass. It has like a thing that reflects. There's like something. It's on the dash, but it reflects up on the windshield of the car.
Yeah.
Especially in the windshield. But it shows like my RPMs. It shows my radio stations. It will show different modes. It'll show how many G-forces
or whatever.
What gear I'm in. But it also shows if I turn it on, my car has like built-in navigation. and it shows all my directions as I'm driving on there as well. Like it would tell if like I need to turn right. It has like a progress bar, like it fills up as you come closer to the turn, and it will tell you to turn right, and it shows you everything on your screen, like right on the windshield.
You could even install one in your car. Like if you really wanted to, you could like put like the little. It's like a sticker thing you put on your windshield, kind of like a see-through thing.
I've seen that.
And then you can stick a HUD inside your like dash or whatever, and it'll reflect off whatever you want to display.
Yeah,
I think I've seen that with like some retro.
Some cars already come with it installed. Apparently, the Corvette was the first car to do it.
Yeah,
in 1999.
Yep, I remember those actually. And I used to have a Pontiac Bonneville SSEI that had that as well.
But listen, Mayo. When Apple sells me that Apple windshield,
right, the whole thing is all connected, Mayo. That's what I'm talking about.
We're gonna call it Apple Glass.
Apple Glass. I like it. Damn, bro. I think you should call
Apple Glass.
Tim Cook. What's his name?
We've renovated.
Who's in charge over there?
We've innovated the normal windshield, and they're gonna have like a whole cool like. They're gonna have a cool whole like fucking 10-minute video of all the engineers talking about how they've redesigned the windshield to fit your life. Good.
Wait, somebody just I haven't Googled it yet, Jesus, but maybe you guys have heard of it. Didn't Sony just make a car or something like that?
No.
I thought they did. I'm not pulling this out of my ass.
I thought Apple made a car.
Was it Apple that made one?
No,
I think Apple was going to or something.
I don't know. I thought I read an article.
Apple was making a car, but Apple canceled their car because they're like, shit's too much money. You gotta think about cars, man. To make a fucking car, you have to have the infrastructure to ship the motherfuckers to make them.
Yeah.
And you have to have the marketing to compete against like Ford and GM and fucking Chevy and fucking Dodge. These guys have been around forever. But you're right, Gunny. Sony did make a car, or they prototyped.
I thought it was recent. I know it was probably more.
Listen, let me tell you guys. All right.
Advertisement.
The Vision S is an SUV creating the value of rich mobility, dynamically transforming the value of mobility space according to people's active lifestyles. Vision S envelops occupants with a thrilling experience. The exterior is pretty much all glass, besides like the main body. It has a glass roof, glass all around. It has, let me tell you, Mel, it has dual headset screens behind the passengers, behind the driver and the passenger seat. It has a full dash. That's like the entire dash is like a screen, like across the whole front of the car. Like, so the passenger has a screen in front of them. So does the driver. The middle console is a screen. The rear view mirror is a screen.
Damn, nice.
The back seats on it. The back seats fold down. This is just a prototype, but yeah. It's just like a cool car.
Tell me it comes with PS5 already installed.
Right, in the dash.
Let's check. Entertainment toward an even more comfortable and dueling space. With the spread of 5G and sophistication of autonomous driving, mobility spaces in the future will become a relaxing place, like a living room. Prior to such evolution, we will implement an AV environment that maximizes the closed cabin space inside the car. A sense of realism will envelop all the occupants. Even familiar music and movies will be the source of new thrills. Additionally, the stress-free operation feeling was designed based on ergonomics. And there's a sense of unity, as if talking face-to-face, even while sitting face in the direction of travel. These features further deepen the relaxation felt by the occupants. 360 reality audio with the newly designed audio system. Vehicle occupants can experience an immersive Gunny, 3-dimensional sound field in the car that envelops them in sound from all directions, which is made possible by a 360 reality audio Mayo. Utilizing Sony's object-based spatial audio technology, the artist can freely place the sound in a 360-degree global sphere, providing listeners with an intense, immersive experience of music, just as intended by the artist. So each seat is going to have their own speaker system inside the seat.
Nice.
So each
Like a
seat
dual
can be
sense seat.
listened. Yes, 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 Gunny. Yes, Gunny gets this
I'm
shit.
trying to connect it here, you know?
Right. A panoramic screen, Mayo, that fills the width of the car makes it possible to indulge in video content such as movies and games during daily travel time from place to place. In addition, the UI is designed based on ergonomics, with features consolidated into the horizontal format and consideration given to the driver's line of sight movement. The UI is also extremely intuitive, allowing the driver and the passenger to freely access all of the content. With premium entertainment, music, video, and even full-scale video games, the system supports various streaming services so that occupants can fully enjoy various forms of entertainment in the car. Combined with the immersive feeling of 360 reality audio, this system transforms boring travel time into an exciting and luxurious experience. Okay, and rear seat entertainment is also here, Mayo. Screens are also installed for the rear seats. Each occupant can enjoy individual entertainment, or the same content can be synchronized on the 3 screens so that everyone can enjoy watching together, as if you're watching TV at home. Okay?
Okay.
Nice. I feel like there's two, like, I've seen, like, Tesla's, you know, their OS and their giant sideways iPads, but thinking about, like, gaming, I would think there's 2 OSs I can just think off the top of my head I'd want in a car. Let's just say I'm driving, you know, like I'm not supposed to be playing games or doing music. Anyway, so, but it would definitely be the PlayStation OS or Nintendo Switch OS. Like, have those 2 in the car, because then I can drive and kind of focus on 2 different things, right? The road. You know,
Listen, this thing is going to have haptic touchscreens. It's going to have dial knobs. It's going to have support for the DualShock controller.
Fuck yeah.
Which is all accessible even when the seats are reclined. And it's going to have a voice assistant that can perform various voice commands, such as searching for a destination. You can set a route and even ask it to play certain songs. I mean, this car looks like a fucking future car, but I mean, really, like this thing is not going to come out anytime soon, dude. I don't see it coming out in the next 3 years.
Yeah, it'll probably be
if ever. It's a concept car.
$80,000 in America. Yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be like a $200,000 fucking car that nobody buys.
Right.
That's why it's so expensive, you know, because they only had to ship 5 over here. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, all the way from Japan.
We'll be at the dealership and they'll be like, "We're throwing in a VR headset too."
Yeah, you get a VR headset with this thing. Anyways, speaking of Sony, let's speak more about Sony's PSVR 2, guys. It says here that some people got ready to test the PSVR 2. And they're saying some of the features that are keeping the conversations exciting and thrilling and making people hyped about the new PSVR 2, Gunny, is the brand new eye tracking system, which opens up new possibilities for game design. For example, Gunny, take the horror roller coaster game, The Dark Pictures Switchback VR. This is that it's like a horror roller coaster game or whatever.
Yeah, that was on.
Listen,
PS4.
this game is designed with the infrared cameras in mind, guys. All right? The enemies don't move in the game until you blink. They move while you're blinking. They don't move while you're looking.
It's like something on Doctor
while
Who.
you blink.
Yeah.
That's an enemy in Doctor Who, is the Weeping Angels.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, these things, like
That
if
would
you're not
be.
looking at them, they're moving towards you. But if you're looking at them, they stop.
I'm thinking Five Nights at Freddy's, man. Could you imagine that? You're just like maybe you blink a little too long and you consciously know it. And before you know it, the enemy's at the front door. Yeah, that would be
They're saying like,
immersive. Oh, especially if you open your eyes and you're looking to one direction. Yeah.
but they're saying these eye tracking feature can be used in RPG games to like, I don't know, you're looking at a character, they know if you're blinking from them or if you're staring them down or etc. So people are saying that there's a few PSVR launch titles that use the eye tracking for gameplay, and for example, Horizon Call of the Mountain uses it, and so does that other fucking game that I just said, whatever it was called, something roller coaster, something.
Yeah, I can definitely see it being immersive where you ever,
Mhm.
if anybody's ever worn a headset, maybe it's not, fully, what am I thinking? Like it's not on your head super tight. So if you put your eyeballs up or down, right, you can
Mhm.
kind of see the light,
Mhm.
right? So because you don't want it too tight because you get a headache or whatever. But holy shit, just thinking like, what if you do look up and that thing, like the eye tracking, whatever, it's like, oh, you want to look up in that tree or up on that mountain or up on the second story, it just follows you. I mean, it's so immersive. I can only picture it, not experience at this point. That would be cool.
Um,
Especially racing
in
game, all
Res
kinds of games.
in Res Infinite, you're gonna be able to use the eye tracking to track your enemies and target them. And in Horizon Call of the Mountain, when you're looking at a certain, like say, like you look off into the distance, the characters in the game will also gaze over at whatever you're looking at.
Oh, it's
So
cool.
it'll feel more immersive. It'll feel like they're there with you because they're also looking at whatever you're looking at, right? So that's kind of cool. They also say that this eye tracking can help game developers to like use more power, I guess, or better graphics in their games because of the rendering. The rendering only renders what your eyes are looking at inside the headset. So like it's focused more whatever your eyeball is looking at in the screen, whichever direction, that part of the screen is rendered higher than the rest of the screen. So it's like lowering the power usage for the rest of the screen, but focusing all the pixels to that one area that you're looking at, Mayo.
Right. And that's kind of like what DLSS is. It
Yeah.
keeps the center of the screen in higher resolution and the sides are lower resolution where you're not focusing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. $549 is still.
It sounds steep. I don't think this thing's going to do very well.
You would have to have, I don't know, at least 3 games you'd be interested in, right? That are
Like,
just
what
like,
is
gotta
there?
have
Like,
those at launch.
what the fuck is there? Horizon? Fuck else is there besides Horizon?
Right.
I don't know.
That
I mean,
you
if they
really
had
would,
like,
you really want to play that you cannot play anywhere else.
I don't know why I keep thinking like another new Trek next gen Portal game, but I keep forgetting that's Valve.
Hmm. In other news, Sony has now come out and said that there will have plenty, Mayo, of PS5s available for the PSVR 2 launch.
Hmm.
So
This
they're
is like the
saying,
second time or third time they've put this article out, isn't it? I double checked the date on that.
listen, guys, listen. Multiple consoles will be available. All right, multiple for the launch of the PSVR. I just don't see like who the fuck's gonna go to Best Buy and spend $1,000 on this shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't see
Well, I
it
feel like people
happening.
already have the PS5. Whoever's going to get it, I don't know if it's going to be
Yeah.
a bundle or. Yeah, I mean, not even for the holidays. I don't. Yeah, that'd be a lot for holidays, right? So it's either
That's
going
a
to be one or the other.
lot of money, dude. And other new let me tell you the 7 PSVR 2 games you want to pick up if you're buying one on launch, Mayo.
Okay, what are these 7
Let me
games?
tell you 7 games, Mayo.
Oh,
Game
the
number
works.
1, Horizon Call of the Mountain. Oh, what a surprise. Game number 2, Moss and Moss Book 2.
That's a good
Okay.
one.
Yeah.
Moss
mean,
is
the
the
first
first one, and Moss
Why,
Book
why do I
2.
feel like Moss is going to come out on PlayStation, or not PlayStation, but Sony, or gosh, I can't talk, on Steam, and then just work with the Oculus?
It probably is already on there.
I don't know. Is that a? Yeah, I don't know what studio made it.
Okay. Firewall Ultra.
Oh,
Okay.
there you go, Jesus.
Jesus.
That's
There you
that's
go.
one
This
for
is
you.
this is a sequel to Firewall Zero Hour, which was the hit game for the PSVR when it launched in 2018. Developer First Contact Entertainment is now pushing ahead with this upcoming sequel, Firewall Ultra, for the PSVR 2. This is set 5 years after the original game. This remarkably detailed tactical shooter will let players squad up for strategic PvP and a brand new expanded PvE content across multiple modes with all new contractors, weapons, and maps. The team has even promised that it has answered fans' cries for a round-based structure and dedicated servers as well, Gunny and Mail. Dedicated servers.
Nice.
But they haven't really have a release date in mind. They haven't set a release date. Okay, next game, Zenith: The Last City. This is an MMO for the VR space.
See, that's what they need. They need an MMO in there.
Okay. This is an anime-style role-playing adventure. Okay. And it's coming. Okay. Developer Ramen VR, who said that they're bringing it to the fucking PSVR. Okay. Apparently, this is already a game on Steam or like somewhere else because they're saying they're bringing it over to the PSVR. Okay, Mail, this is for you, Mail. Okay, I know you're gonna
Okay.
get this for this. Gran Turismo 7.
Okay. That'd be
Do I
cool.
need to say more, Mail? Gran Turismo 7, okay?
You did text me saying you want to pick up Gran Turismo.
Right.
Now you got to pick it up with the headset.
Right. I feel like I could just probably play Project Gotham or one of the other ones on my Oculus.
But is it going to be with 4K visuals?
Not with
Yeah.
4K, I'm assuming, but
4K visuals. This is
I
what
don't
this
know
is
if it's worth
promising.
$500 to play it in my living room.
All right, how about Resident Evil Village
Oh, that's another one that's coming
to VR? Or this other game called Tentacular. Okay, Tentacular. You take on the role of a gentle but giant squid who has been raised by the human denizens of a small coastal town as it tries to discover its true origins by solving a variety of environmental puzzles around this island. So you're a giant squid solving puzzles on this island.
Ooh. Yeah. No. Throw that in there anyway.
Throw it into the cart, Mail. Best Buy.
Yep.
Yeah, just put it in the cart.
When you your pre-order.
Go with your pre-order, dude.
That'll be for Edward and
Yeah.
Right.
one of your boys. There you go. You'll get all the trophies in there.
In other news, okay, Sony's The Last of Us Episode 3 helps a song from the 1970s explode 4,900% in Spotify streams. Okay? Yesterday's episode of The Last of Us was memorable for a number of reasons. One of which was his use of the Linda Ronstadt song Long, Long Time Mail, which was also the name of the episode. The song, which was originally released back in 1970, saw a massive uptick in Spotify streams on Sunday night. According to Spotify, the song saw more than 4,900% increase in streams in the United States on January 29th between 11 p.m. and midnight following the episode's airing.
Nice.
The increase is compared to the week prior. Spotify did not, however, announce exactly how many streams the song had last week or this week during the growth period. In any event, people saw the episode and listened to that. So you know what? I'm going to go listen to that song now.
I just watched that episode 3 today, but stay tuned to the end of the show, people, for a little spoiler cast for episodes 1 through 3 as we've caught up watching.
Okay. In other news, Xbox news, Xbox says their revenue is mostly down across all their fronts, but their Game Pass subscriber base is still seeing growth. That's right. They released their second quarter financial results for the 2023 fiscal year, and it revealed that Xbox gaming revenue declined 13% overall, but Xbox content and services, such as first-party software monetization and third-party games, declined 12%. But Microsoft notes that this decline is up against a strong prior year comparable, given that Xbox 2022 was pretty lackluster. However, the financial results state that this 12% decline is partially offset by the growth in their Xbox Game Pass subscriptions, which they say that their hardware revenue also declined 13%. That they recently said that their Xbox monthly active users have now passed 120 million during the quarter, and they're expecting another year-over-year decline next quarter due to a similar situation as this quarter.
Another dry year. Womp, womp, womp.
Bunch of losers.
Where are the games, Phil? Where are they?
Phil.
Laying people off at 343. Well, across.
There
I don't
is
know.
no
Wherever they're
games.
laying people off, they're laying them off at Xbox.
They're just
and Microsoft.
firing people and not making games over there.
Telling you, yeah.
Fucking Xbox, just firing people and not making anything.
Where are the games here? But hey, I mean, I guess I gotta say that I've talked about it before, but I'll just talk about a little bit with Microsoft, with Xbox Game Pass. We're seeing a lot of these third-party games, that I think that really keep my, I don't know, interest, but more like, fuck, I'm going to continue to pay this every month. I'm getting all these great games, even though they're third-party. I was just thinking we're just going to get our Gears and Halo and Forza, but no. No, it's a lot of third-party stuff, which is actually pretty damn good. And, an EA Play included in that, throw in some other goodies, and yeah, so they got to fill it with something, right? So, get my money's worth out of it. But, Jesus, if I could just throw that in there because we've talked about some racing games. And I just got to rant here for a minute on that Xbox Direct conference that was this week, or excuse me, last week. So everything was good. That I saw in there, especially with the, I keep wanting to call it Wi-Fi, but with Hi-Fi Rush, and yeah, that was cool. And it was a nice shadow drop. Did you see any of that Redfall gameplay at all?
I did.
On there, that's releasing May 2nd. That's looking even better. Every time I see it, it's like, cool. I like that. It's going to have upgrades, and it looks like a Back 4 Blood and a Borderlands and some other shit. And it's throwing, it's looking great. Can't wait for that one to come out. They better not freaking postpone that shit. I'll be mad. Don't delay it. Make sure that shit comes out in May. But yeah, the Forza thing, I think it was like, how do I put it? I'm trying to describe it. It was just lackluster. Like, I don't know. It's not like I was expecting, like, true gameplay and the shit's coming out next month, but it was like, we made this game from the ground up. Okay. Well, wow, we're going to have 500 cars. But is that going to be at launch? Do I get all 500 cars? Do I got to pay for them in DLC packs? Right. We talked about this, right, Mayo?
DLC packs like I do in Horizon.
Me and you talked about this. I still have the same rant. And then it's like, we have, Jesus, brace yourself, the all-new paint chipping technology.
Yeah, the dirt mode was kind of cool.
Oh my god.
Paint chipping,
did you
that's
guys
right.
hear
Paint
about
chipping.
that? Did you also hear about that new sound that they have, that new suspension noise that they made?
It's going to be a better thing overall for the different engines. That is going to be a step up.
They said that you can now hear the suspension of the cars. Like, yeah, that's the one thing that I was playing the Horizon the other day, and I was like, you know what, man? I can't play this anymore.
Okay. Like, that was a good...
This fucking suspension just doesn't sound right.
I want to hear the creaking.
I don't want to play this anymore.
Well, you know what else, Jesus? You know what else Forza 7, the fucking sim racer has? They kind of focused on this one. And mind you, Jesus, they built this from the ground up. Dirt accumulation technology.
Oh,
I thought that was kind of neat though. How it does
What?
acquire
Why would I
spots,
want dirt on
but-
my fucking sim racer? I'm on the asphalt. This
But
is
they
not
were-
Horizon. This is Forza.
exactly.
Right.
Basically, Forza 8 is what it's supposed to be, right?
But what I thought was cool about that was like I heard this in a podcast. They were talking about like how they could implement that in other games, like that technology,
do
like
they
kind of
ever
leading the way. Because like your characters, like say like you're playing like an open world game where like during combat you can get like dirt on your character or like whatever by going on, and it does like a physics based, like it's supposed to like pile up in particular spots where it really would on the car. Like clean spots are gonna stay clean. Like where
All right, Mayo. You know what? I'm going to call the team over there at turn 10. Do I get the ability to roll the window down so I can get dirt on my fucking face too, and it accumulate
there you go.
on my cheeks,
on your
right?
helmet.
And then I can take screenshots and
Yeah.
send them to you guys. I got dirt on my ears, guys. Look, I'm playing Forza Sim Racer, built for the ground up with dirt accumulation in my nostrils.
Nobody
I don't know.
cares.
It just
Nobody
I feel like
cares.
they should have. They didn't have anything to show.
Nobody
I don't know.
fucking
Yeah.
cares about dirt accumulation. You know what? In Red Dead Redemption 2, when I'm riding a horse around and the horse goes into the mud and the horse gets mud on it,
There
I
you
look
go.
at that and I'm like, okay, that's cool. But I look at it for like a second, man. I don't fucking sit
Right,
there
right.
and I don't sit there
it's
and
a-
examine
for a
the
car
fucking
game, though,
horse.
I don't know. I just feel like for the car
Oh,
game, they
did the
got to come up
horse
with
get
something.
mud on its balls?
There
Oh,
you go.
did the horse get some mud on the balls, Gunny?
Right? Oh, there you go. Now you're talking.
I don't see no mud ball technology in Red
Right.
Dead.
If the mud balls are built from the ground up, then fucking where do I
I'm
pre-order?
I'm glad that Microsoft hopefully they fired that guy. The 10,000 people that got fired. Hopefully the fucking dirt guy got fired.
Right? Keep the
'Cause
paint
he-
chipping technology guy in there.
He was getting paid way too much for that fucking dirt pile technology.
Like, yeah, maybe you got to go work with Codemaster. Well, it's not Codemaster.
All right,
anymore,
bro.
but
Okay,
EA,
guys. Everyone's revealing all the shit they did for the game. Like, oh yeah, man. Look, we went and we scanned 600 cars for this game. We're gonna have all these cars. We did some extra cars this year. We're gonna have all these new prototypes too in there. Those guys are like, yeah, okay, good job. Yeah. Everyone's clapping. Phil Spencer's like, okay, I like that. Okay, what did you get done? Oh, you know what? We went out there and we Mayo and Phil, we went out there and me and Gunny went with our microphones up to 500 cars and recorded them with 360-degree audio, their engines, and we got all the perfect suspension sounds. When you turn the corner, you hear the suspension, and Phil Spencer's like, "Fuck yeah, that's what I like to hear." And everyone's clapping again, right? Everyone's clapping in the room, and then you got okay. What did you get done? What did you get done, guy in the corner? I went to the parking lot, and Phil, I went up to your Porsche, Phil, and I was looking at it, and I saw a little dirt by
Build
the
up on
headlight.
side, right?
So I took our cameras and we scanned the dirt, and we brought that
Right.
back, and then
we threw more
put
dirt on it.
we put that tech into the game, and now we can like have the same dirt tech in the game. And
Right.
feels like, what the fuck? How much do we pay you?
Were you included in the land? Did you get your pink slip? Yeah.
The guy's like, oh, you guys pay me $90,000 a year, and feels like,
Bullshit, we do.
what the fuck?
We'll have to make some adjustments more. This team.
We need $78 billion to buy Activision. What the fuck are we doing paying this guy $90,000 a year to scan dirt?
Was he on the Horizon team? Was he over at what is
Everybody's coming out with these cool fucking things they did, and this guy's like, oh, I scanned the dirt on your cars.
Go back to Playground Games, buddy. You're in the wrong fucking studio. Yeah. I don't know. Yes.
Nobody needs that shit, Mayo. Nobody wants no stupid fucking dirt tech. Fucking stupid dirt tech. Nobody wants that.
Hey, but the Rally games want it. That's like it.
Yeah. I get it, right? Because I mean,
Gunny is Mud Runner over there. He can have all the effects he wants.
Yeah,
Mud Runner.
all
This
the
is
dirt
like paving the way for Gunny's games over here.
Yeah, exactly.
guess.
I get it. You can go off the track in this game, right?
Wow.
And hit the. You can have
Oh, wow,
grass
Gunny.
technology
You know what? I can go off the track in games since like 1995.
right. True. We're gonna have
Okay.
grass built, fucking every blade built from the ground up. But I don't. I'm sure it's gonna look great and probably unlimited frames and Mayo and Jesus, you guys with your graphics cards over there, fucking.
Yeah, the PC version maybe.
Like,
I think they said the console is gonna be 60, which is okay.
Yeah, mind blowing fucking graphics over there. Sure, it's gonna look amazing on the X, but
hopefully they have like a 120 hertz option. Like
I
a
hope so.
like a high performance option on the console.
They might have to turn off the dirt tech.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that definitely
get the 120. Sorry, guys, we have to turn off the dirt tech.
The bloom on the dirt is not
to get you guys higher performance. You gotta turn off the dirt tech and the suspension audio. That has to be turned off. Like, seriously, guys, come on! Like, who the fuck thinks of this shit? These guys are literally getting paid like $80,000 a year to do this shit. Okay.
Right. Yeah. They're reaching. I mean, they're trying to come up with something new. What are you going to do in a racing game?
Can you imagine, like,
cars? Maybe they should have showed.
If I was Phil, I would be like, how much do we fund this studio? How much do we pay this fucking studio to make this fucking game? You guys literally had to copy and paste the last game, the same fucking cars onto this game and build new tracks.
Yeah.
That you used in previous games. You copy those tracks onto this game. That's all you had to do. And what the fuck are we paying you guys for? Fucking dirt tech guy and fucking paint chip guy. And suspension sound guy.
We could get rid of dirt tech and put it in 4K skies. Come on.
Remember they had the Mexican skies last time.
Yes.
Yeah, they had the Mexican skies.
Those were pretty skies.
God damn. You know what? I should go back and play that game to enjoy the Mexican skies a little more.
Go up to the volcano.
Mexican sky guy really put a lot of work into those skies.
He probably did.
Mexican sky guy got a fucking free trip to Mexico to fucking travel the whole country.
Maybe it's the same guy. Maybe he got like a demotion or promotion. Hey, sky guy, you get to work on dirt this time.
Mexican sky guy, you're doing the dirt now. What do you mean? We don't have the funds to send you all the way to a new country so you could travel around taking photos of the sky. So we're going to just have you take photos of dirt in the parking lot and bring it back to us.
Maybe you can just throw some dirt on Phil's Porsche, right?
Throw some dirt on fucking Nadella's fucking Lamborghini out there. Oh
shit! Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
we'll have to wait for the next round of layoffs for that. Yeah.
Like, seriously, man, come on! They really paid some guy to fucking scan dirt.
Yeah, on the car, it accumulates and it'll stay in the same spot when you go around the track. God. I don't know. It just seemed like
fucking stupid, right? This seems stupid, Gunny. You're right.
I don't know. To me, it did. It just
why are they wasting? They could fucking make that guy go work for the Fable team and get Fable out.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just waiting. I just wanted them to wow me with, because I did really like Forza 7. I feel like it was.
Listen, Mayo says that it's like credible. Mayo says that they could use this tech in other game. Mayo, if fucking Fable 4 doesn't have that fucking dirt tech, I'm reminding you of what you said, that this was like, okay.
Hey, I didn't say it was coming to Fable 4. I'm just saying.
Well, you said it could be used in all their other games.
It could.
Okay. And if fucking Fable 4 doesn't have dirt tech, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck did you guys pay that guy $80,000 to throw dirt on fucking Phil's car?
Right.
Okay. This guy threw dirt all over Phil's car and almost got fired for it. For what?
It's gonna be a big graphic hit, like how we have ray tracing. It's gonna be like dirt tracing. It's gonna be
dirt racing. Yeah.
This creates too many stutters when you turn on the dirt.
This is the evolution of ray tracing, Jesus. You just
God.
can't admit it. They're going from how the sunlight bounces in reaction in real life to how the dirt reacts in real life.
Oh.
After that, we're gonna get water, like how water behaves in real life.
Oh, great. Yeah.
They don't need water tech.
Raindrop.
They have water tech from
something.
Sea of Thieves. They don't need more water tech. What? Why do they need more water tech?
Well, I'm just saying that's what's gonna be after that.
Puddles.
You know, they're working their way through.
God.
Rain puddles on the tires.
I'm just saying this this suspension noise and dirt tech.
If they would have showed off
be in Fable.
Or not, if they would have showed off like, hey, these are fucking studio made tracks or whatever, and play your favorites from Nuremberg, and I don't know. I think that's what they should have focused on.
Instead they showed us
your favorite car. You know.
No, instead they showed us some stupid ass fucking dirt tech and fucking talked about some fucking car engine noise.
Yeah, the noise thing, okay, that was a positive, right? Because I think all the cars pretty much, well, they don't all sound the same. Like a Lamborghini doesn't sound like an Audi doesn't sound like a freaking Volkswagen or a Nissan. I mean, they're all a little different, but yeah, that was like the one thing where I was like, oh, okay, all right, different.
They've been doing that forever.
Can I get some different pipes on it? Will it sound even better, different, better?
They've had that audio forever. You know, like
yeah.
I can remember.
Yeah, but yeah, skip the paint chipping and fucking dirt. I don't know. Just yeah. I want to see tracks. I want to see some races.
Paint chipping and dirt tech.
I don't know. Yeah.
That's what Microsoft spent all their budget on.
Right.
Yeah, guys. We're under budget. We spent $1 million extra on your studio. What did you guys do? Oh yeah, Phil, we invented paint chip tech and dirt tech.
Right, because I'm gonna be my head's gonna be out of the fucking car looking, who the fuck scratch my fucking gravel got my door.
Fucking stupid.
I'm gonna focus in on that. Yeah. I'm gonna be taking screenshots, uploading them.
They should have shown Fable. They should have shown some cool shit. No, instead we got some stupid fucking Redfall. Some stupid fucking paint chip tech. Some fucking hi-fi hippie game. Some fucking Minecraft. The fuck?
Yeah. The Minecraft meanwhile, I didn't like dungeons.
Meanwhile,
this new one looks like Mario or something.
You got Sony over there doing the real work, Mayo.
Yeah.
They're over there, up in their supply chain, telling everyone can buy. You can have a PS5. Your kid can have a PS5. Your daughter can have a PS5. Your fucking grandma can have a PS5. Okay, everyone can have a PS5 now. Everyone, because they're gonna make that many.
Do the family plan. You get Game Pass.
Everyone gets a PS5 on the family plan.
There you go.
All right. Meanwhile, Xbox is over here talking about they're losing revenue on their hardware. They're fucking being losers. Talking about, we got paint tech. Oh, look at us.
Come get our racing game guy.
You fucking paint tech. Shit. Speaking of Microsoft, one more thing I have for you for Microsoft, Gunny. Another reason they're losers.
Give me some good news this time. Jeez.
Today, just right now, Microsoft Japan Corporation says that they're revising the reference prices for their Xbox Series X and Xbox Series S. As of February 17th, 2023, which is a Friday, they will go up by 5,000 yen each.
Ouch.
The Xbox Series X will cost 59,978 yen, and the Xbox Series S will cost 37,978 yen. This 5,000 yen increase on both sides equates to about a $39 or roughly a little over $38 increase in the price of the consoles in Japan. They say that these prices are coming in at this rate because of inflation.
Yeah, I mean everything costs more, right? When they say I think they mean everything. Yeah, so we saw that with PlayStation 5 in other countries. Was it the UK and I don't know where
Canada,
else? Was Canada
Europe,
one of them that was included? Right, it wasn't the
yeah,
US. I know that
Mexico,
much. Yep. Yes, it was Mexico as well.
US was like the only one not included.
Yeah, and I think if I'm not mistaken, I think we've seen that the Series S. I think that's come down to, is it 250 for a lot of retailers? I don't know but I think that includes like a game or whatever. So it probably
Yeah,
equals out to the 299 price, but you have to buy a
roughly.
game with it or something. I don't know if that's just a bundle thing or something.
Um,
I don't even know it probably comes with Minecraft or something.
what else do I
I'm
have
just
here?
guessing.
Let me tell you why PlayStation is winning, Gunny. PlayStation, on top of announcing that they're gonna have more PS5s ever to sell, they even fucking made a trailer. Okay,
Oh, I saw that today. I did
they
see it.
spent.
I was going
Listen,
to ask you guys.
they spent their extra $1 million on a fucking cool trailer to announce that they have more PS5s. Okay, I don't see Xbox doing this shit.
Nope.
They're over here showing us fucking paint tech guy and dirt tech guy and suspension audio guy.
Right.
Okay.
That was their response. It was a good one. It was a good one. I saw Kratos fucking just skiing through the woods, and the reporter's like, "What was that?" It was good. It was like a trailer, like something that would have came out in early 2000 for
Yeah,
PlayStation.
it was a cool trailer, and I like it. So yeah,
Spider-Man was there. Kratos.
I think this is
Yeah,
gonna be PS5's year, man.
that was good.
I'd be surprised. That's all I have for news, though. Let's move on to some more stuff. I
All
guess
right, let's finish it
discussion.
up.
Finish it up.
Finish it up here with a little console corner. I have updated some stuff here.
Okay.
For PlayStation Plus. Man, you're getting a lot of games here. You're getting so Destiny 2, I'm just gonna say that's a free to play game at this point. Would we all agree on that?
Maybe.
Because yeah, I think you can just play that anywhere. It's like the base game. So Beyond Light, for PlayStation Plus users, that's for the PS4 and PS5. That DLC did release in 2020. So yeah, download that your free DLC along with the game. Ollie Ollie World, I think is that the skateboarding game? I think that came out early, PlayStation, 4, I think it was. Yeah. So that's on the PS4 and 5. Evil Dead, the game, for both PS4, PS5, and Mafia Definitive Edition for the PS4. So those are good gets, man. You get 3 games plus an expansion pack. So good stuff for PlayStation users. Oh, but over here on Xbox Games for Gold, if you are a Gold user, maybe you've been a Gold member for the last 15 years, you can't get rid of it. You get a game called For the King. Just go claim it. You don't have to play it. And another one called Guts and Goals. That's GUTS and GOLA. I can't speak. Just goals. Just go get it, guys. Just claim it. You'll never play it, but grab those. I do include also the Xbox Game Pass. So what do we have for Game Pass here, guys? It was so amazing stuff here. I didn't even put it in there. Oh, Monster Hunter Rise. So I downloaded it. I played through it and got my character created, guys. Got my character created. Went through the tutorial. So I haven't even gone into battle yet. So that's about as far as I've made it in Monster Hunter Rise. I think obviously I was playing some other. I think I was playing Marvel Marvel. Gosh, man. Gotham Knights, excuse me. That's what I was playing instead. But yeah, what's new on Game Pass? We have something that just came out here, guys. Literally, I think I didn't even notice. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Star Battle. So I don't know what the hell that is. I'll find out. And then you've got another great game here, Persona. Golden Age, guys. So that's 4. Go get it. I've been playing it. It's fun. I don't know. Should I get that Persona 3? So
isn't that like the mobile one or something like that though?
Yeah, I think that was on the damn, what was that on? Not the Vita, was it? I think that one might have been on the Vita. And Wi-Fi Rush. So there are some good stuff to play on there. Only you got one Xbox game in there, but the rest are all kind of your third party, but good stuff in there. And yeah, I'll just throw this other one in there. I think nope, never mind. I was thinking it was Hot Wheels Unleashed, but that's the Game of the Year edition. So that might already be on Game Pass. That's a fun one. So go play those. And moving over to the Epic Store, guys, they still have games over there, and there's always at least 2 to claim. So you can grab a game called Hell is Others. I think, Jesus, you talked about that. And Adios. Just Adios. Not Adios Amigos. It's Adios. So, but this is not goodbye yet, guys. This is not goodbye. I'm not saying goodbye. I'm just saying go get those 2 games. But that's all we have for the console corner. Anything else, guys, before we move on to the Last of Us spoiler cast here? You've been warned.
Right?
Yeah, you're going to get warned. We're going to talk about the Last of Us TV show, and this is your warning. You might as well leave now.
So episodes 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. All right.
Otherwise,
I think they've been warned enough.
Bye, guys. If you're leaving now and you don't want to be spoiled and you haven't been caught up, so
watch them. Anyways, guys, talk about The Last of Us. Obviously, the TV show on HBO just came out a few weeks ago. Episode 3 just came out last night. And, fuck, man. I am loving that fucking show. It's really good. At first, I wasn't really sold on the chick playing Ellie. I was like, is she going to do good? But she's a really good actor. And
she is.
I think she pulls it off. She pulls it off pretty good. I like the Pedro Pascal being Joel. He does a pretty good job of it. And episode 1 for me was like, it was cool to see how, like, that whole, it was, a lot of it was from like the game, man. I was surprised at how much of it looked like the game.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. Like, I only played this a little bit when I borrowed my friend's PlayStation 4, and I played through it some. And going through the scene, like when you leave the house, when you're in the pickup truck, that felt like it was like scene for scene from what I remember me playing.
The game, yeah.
Because I remember going into the town and they seen all the people,
right?
and he's backing up, and you're trying to like avoid the people, and you stop or whatever, and those police come and block off the road, and you have to go, and you end up out in the field, and all that, that stuff happens. And that just felt like scene for scene from the game. I'm like, damn, they just like exactly like reenacted the scenes from the game.
It was crazy, dude. I like the scenes that were like shot from inside the truck, like from the girl's perspective, because it felt like you're like in a video game almost. You're like, holy fuck, like
that's kind of how it was in the game, though, wasn't it? If I remember right, like it was from her perspective, and you were seeing like over the seat or something like that, and it was kind of like you weren't in control of the car. It was like taking you along, and you were just kind of looking out the windows, and it was like a cut scene, but you could look around. You know, like it was all like rendered real time.
That show's cool, man. I was like really impressed by that. I was like, that's fucking cool. I like the girl who played Sarah. She, like, it made me fucking, like, I felt bad for her dying because she did a really good fucking job of playing that character.
And I didn't remember that part at first. I when it happened, I remembered it, but I was thinking that was the main girl from the show at first, and I don't know why. Like
I kind of thought so
played it long
too.
enough. I haven't played it long enough ago,
Yeah.
like where I was like, is that the main girl from the the show that gets infected? I'm like, oh no, this girl dies. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's the one that dies, and that's when it was passed, and that's why he is kind of the way he is. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, that made so much more sense after it happened. And I didn't even realize it until like after they showed her getting shot. Like even when it was
Yeah.
happened, it did not ring a bell on my mind.
Really?
Like this is what happens. Even though I'm sure some like you guys it did.
Yeah.
It was sketchy for me because I haven't played it for so long.
That
And so I
scene
was like, oh yeah.
where they run into the soldier and he tells him to stop or whatever.
Yeah.
That scene was literally scene for the game as well. Like that.
Yep.
Like the soldier and Joel, like the guy who's playing Joel, they said the exact lines from the game. Like it was like word for word the same exact fucking lines.
Was that his brother? Was that his brother in
Yeah.
the game? Okay, in the movie,
Yeah.
in the show. So, but I gotta say, like with that scene and just that action packed all the way until she was shot was like, and then Joel goes over and and he's hovering over her and picking her up. Like that was super. It was still emotional, right? For me, I was like, whoa,
Fuck yeah.
even though I knew it was gonna happen, but there was almost something in the back of my mind where I thought, oh, they're gonna change something in this TV show.
Mm.
Maybe she's not gonna get shot, and it's gonna be like surprise people. You thought, no, they did.
No,
And it
they
was sad
fucking
as
killed
fuck.
her.
Yeah.
Yeah, that show was sad.
And that changed Joel forever, right? I mean, that
Well,
changed
yeah.
him going forward. He was a different actor.
Yeah,
I mean, you
like
know what I mean? He was a different person.
definitely. And we get like subtle hints about the fucking like how the virus spread. They kind of talk about it in this episode, this last
Mhm.
one. And like when Ellie asked him, well, like, how the fuck did everybody get infected? If you have to get bit, wouldn't you just fucking kill the person biting people and then
Yeah, didn't she say
you would
something
stop?
like she's like, oh, that makes
All
sense.
right, sorry.
Like
yeah,
she was
because he said like, well, it somehow it got into the food supply, like in like flour or something. That's how
it got like
to
shipped, yeah,
everyone.
worldwide, and then it
Yeah,
And if you eat enough of it,
and if you remember the first episode, his daughter tells him, "I wanted to buy you pancake mix, but
I
they
forgot
were
about
sold
that.
out."
Yeah.
So they like, if you think about it, if she would have been able to buy that pancake mix, maybe they would have got infected.
And so in that, was it the second episode where I forgot what country they were in? Was it fictitious where
Jakarta,
that soldier,
Indonesia.
Was that where it was? And they go and pick
Yeah.
up that doctor. And
That scene was like,
that was freaky
that was like
because
freaky, man. Like I was like, dude, can you
she's
imagine? Like, she's telling him, like, dude, there's no way you're gonna stop this. Like,
yeah. If
bomb,
she goes
just
over there,
bomb the city
everything.
and kill everybody.
she
Yeah.
says, yeah, kill everybody. She said, just bomb the city, bomb everybody in it.
And
But
you
when
could
she
tell
takes that scalpel,
the soldier was fucking like scared. He was like, "What the fuck?"
his eyes were like bulging out of his head. Or he was like,
Yeah.
"What? Like, I don't. What the fuck are you talking? No, we need a cure." She like, there
Yeah.
is none. Because she takes that scalpel and she, puts an incision into the dead fucking dude, and she sees all that shit coming out of
That was
him.
a dead lady, right?
Yeah.
Was it a lady? Okay, I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if it was a guy or a girl. But and then she's like, "Well, where's the rest of the people?" And he's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, if you don't know where they're at, then bomb the city, and take me home. I want to be with my family."
Because they said there wasn't like 15 people that they had unaccounted
Yeah.
for, and
Yeah.
so they were
Yeah,
like,
like-
"Oh yeah, we're in trouble,"
Yeah, like she was like, "Well, how many more people are missing from the factory?" And he's like, "Oh, well, there's like 15 employees that are gone that no one can find."
Right.
And she's like, "Yeah, like we're fucked."
Yeah, that's it.
Like she knew at that point, like this is not containable. You're gonna fucking, this shit is gonna spread so fast. And the thing is, that was what kind of factory was it? Was that the flour factory? Was that a food factory?
Because they never did say how that because they don't know how that person became infected, right? I mean, that wasn't
the one
talked
got
about.
bit. You
Yeah,
can see the bite mark on her leg. Because the lady asked him, she's like, "What was that? A human that bit that person?" And then the guy was like, "Yeah." And she was like, "Do you guys know who bit her?" And they're like, "No, we don't have a clue who bit her. She just showed up to work and then she went fucking crazy."
Right, and they
And her
captured that one.
co-workers locked her in the bathroom. And the cops came and then she attacked the fucking cops.
And then they just shot her in the head.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then the people that were bit became sick, and they ended up shooting them. So they thought they had it contained.
That was crazy.
Moving on to the second episode, I thought it was really cool, like the scenes that they did as well. Like again, it was what I had played when I got to play the PlayStation version. The whole scene with the water, like they didn't go like it was more in depth, I think, on the PlayStation version. They just kind of hit on it. But then right after that, I remember doing that museum scene where like you're in the dark with a flashlight and you're trying to like hide, multiple times as like the clickers. They were the clickers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a clicker. And then you're trying to hide from them and work your way through that museum, and you're like, oh, okay, this is so cool. Like I remember that exact part of that game. It was like a whole level where this is more of a scene. They did it for a little bit, but
And I believe don't they go back? Is it a different museum in The Last of Us 2? It's a different one, right?
No, it's the same one.
Okay, because in The Last of Us 2, the video game, that's when they were reminiscing, right? Or she was. So.
But yeah, like
Ellie
pretty
was
much
reminiscing.
that scene was from the game as well, Mayo. That museum part.
Yeah, because even like the shelving and the way they did the one part felt very familiar. Like how you were hiding around the shelving and the clickers were walking around and you were kind of like creeping along. It looked like the same style, like the stuff that was on the shelving and everything reminded me of what was in that game at the time. And I'm going, this just feels really creepily familiar. Like this is like scene for scene.
That was fucking cool. And like the clickers, man, they look fucking exactly like the game. It's like what I would picture they would look like in real life. Like that's what the fucking clickers look like.
So when they're in that house, I would just say that maybe just that one clicker, guys, that was when they were looking for him in that museum. I would say it looked a little bit fake to me, in my opinion. Just the way he was like moving his head back and forth. And I understand like they're trying to listen by sound, right? They're blind, right? So they can only go by sound.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It just looked a little fake, almost like he was having convulsions. It looked a little too human for me.
Well, that's how they are in the game. If you look at them in the game, they do that. They twitch around and shit.
Yeah. But I don't know.
Sometimes they'll stand still. They like how that one did, where like he stood still for a second and try to like listen.
Yeah,
that's what they do in the game. If you hide from them and you run from them, they'll stop and they'll like try to like fucking hone in on where you're at. They'll like fucking move. Look, they'll like hold still.
They're trying to focus like sound wise. They're trying to stop and listen.
It was exactly like the game almost, like pretty much.
And that's that's where we saw Ellie's second bite. Well, we didn't actually see the bite, but that's when she was like, yeah, she got fucking bit again. Because we never saw the first one, right? But that was before episode 1. And then that's when Joel's like ready to waste Ellie, right? Like, what the fuck, you gotta fucking turn, So.
Yeah. What I what I also like is that they're actually explaining a little bit like how the zombies work. I like how in the second episode, Tess and Joel, you can tell that they've been around a little bit around the zombies, because they're telling like Ellie, like, hey, look, like that motherfucker, you may be immune to them,
but it'll rip you apart.
But they'll fucking rip your ass apart, because if you struggle, they will keep fucking coming after you. And like, I like how they said that, like, if you attack one of them, like even like blocks away, the rest of them will know where you're at, because they're all somehow connected to like the fungus or whatever.
Yeah.
And they all know where you're at, exactly where you're at. So
that kind of happens in there, right? Because don't they?
Yeah, episode 2.
Oh, was it the guy that's like, there's one that's pinned. Didn't she kill it? And
no.
Episode 2.
In episode 2,
somewhere, something happened where like, the group came.
That was in the third episode, but in the second episode is when they go into that. They find the Firefly base, and it's already like
they're all dead. They killed each other or something.
Right.
Yeah.
It attracts the whole group. I know. I
can't
remember what they did to attract them.
They stepped on something, or didn't they do something like they stepped on something?
Was that what it was? Just like one of the vines from?
No, I think didn't Joel? I can't remember. Did he shoot one of them, and then I think that kind of woke up the horde that was out. Even though it was a little ways away, I think Joel even went and opened the door and was like, "Oh fuck." They're all connected, so now they're coming. All here comes the horde. Yeah, but you figure by that time,
was wild.
You know what was wild was we all knew that because Tess was like, "Hey, check it out! I got bit. I'm gonna turn right," and then it was like, "What the fuck?" And shit just got wild from there, right? She's like, "I'm gonna stay here and pour gasoline on everything, and I'm gonna take as many out as possible," right? She's trying to light
Uh-huh.
her lighter, and I was
That
like, I
was
didn't think she
that's
was
like
gonna get
from
that
the
thing
game.
lit.
That was like from the game as well. Pretty much, she did the same thing in the game, where she tells Joel like, "Hey, look, I've been fucking bit. I'm gonna have to stay back, and I'm gonna blow these fuckers up. And you guys need to get the fuck out of here, and you need to get that battery." She tells him like, "You need to keep
Yeah,
going," because he's like, "Fuck that, I want to go back. Like, what's the point of me keeping going? Like I might as well fucking turn around and go back now." You know what I mean? And she's like, "No, fuck that. You need to go find your brother, and you need to fucking see this through, because if she is the cure, if they can find a cure, then you need to make sure she makes it there." You know?
Yeah.
Because he kind of wants to give up when he finds out she's bit. You could tell that he's like, well, fuck, like, now I'm by myself with this fucking girl that I don't really want to take care of, and now you're making me take her to wherever she needs to go, and I don't even know where that is. And like that was nuts. And one thing that I noticed, that somebody released a video saying that like the show, the way they do the zombies is like apparently in the game, I don't know if it's part of the game lore or not, but the zombies only chase you if you resist. If you give in to them and you don't resist, the zombies don't chase after you, dude.
Really?
Because if you remember the lady Tess, all the zombies were running right past her when she was standing there, trying to light
Just
the
kind of
lighter.
standing still, right?
She was just standing still when the one zombie looked at her, and like he knew that, like he's like, I need to get her.
Well,
But she
wasn't it like a
wasn't.
female zombie, and then they end up like almost kind of like kissing, and that stuff kind of comes out of her mouth and it goes into her mouth.
Well, it was like a male zombie, I think, but still,
Was it?
yeah.
Okay.
But like that was the point. The point is saying like, if you don't resist the zombies, they will not attack you. They will just like peacefully fucking go up to you and kiss you, and then you'll get infected, and that's it. Like if you don't resist, right? But because the reason they're chasing people and biting them is because people are fucking resisting them or whatever, So yeah, the zombie kind of like walks up to her all slowly, and she's like, fuck.
Yeah, that was a crazy scene. As she was
Yeah.
letting herself die and be captured with the grenade, or she had the lighter,
Yeah.
and then it was like, oh, and of course she's trying to get it to light and trying to get it to light, and you're like, oh, come on,
Yeah.
And they have that whole scene where the zombie walks up to her. It's like they're like face to face. You can see like the strand or the pores or whatever it is coming out of her mouth.
Yeah.
Like the zombie's mouth into hers. You're just like, oh, gross, kind of thing. And then next you know, it's just like she gets it to light as her eyes are getting big as she can like feel it probably taking over her body. And then you just see the explosion.
That was gnarly. That scene was gnarly.
That
with
was
the
a really cool
tentacles
scene, I thought.
coming out of the fucking mouth. I was like,
Yeah, it
that's
was like,
fucking
oh.
gnarly.
And they're like, they came out like all slow and dramatic. Like they didn't just like make it come out quick or nothing. It was like all like slow, and you're just going, oh, gross, like just waiting for it to come.
It's kind of like when you first see those, like in the first episode with the grandma, when she stands up from biting the other lady, and you see the tentacles all sticking out of her mouth. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you're like, what?
The fuck is that? Because in the game, the infection is not spread. It's not spread through through that. It's spread through spores or whatever, right? Like, yeah, you can also get bit and get infected, but it's through the spores or whatever. That's why in the game they wear like gas masks in certain levels.
Yeah, it'd be more airborne.
Yeah, you have to wear like gas masks in certain levels or whatever. But in the show, it's based like that, where like they have to grab you and bite you or whatever. But yeah, that show was gnarly, dude. I was like, oh fuck. But yeah, those episodes are fucking awesome, man. Like they really do a good job of like just capturing that game world, that world of The Last of Us. They really do a good job. And like even in this last episode when they were inside that store just the way the store looked. Like in my head, I was thinking like that looks like The Last of Us. Like that's exactly what like the environments look like. You know, you got like trees and leaves coming through the ceiling. Everything's dirty. Everything's like destroyed. You know, the show is nuts. What I thought was when I thought was crazy was when Ellie went to the basement or whatever that shop that they were in, and you heard the zombie like the fucking like the croaking of the zombie.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, holy shit, what did she get herself into? And luckily, that fucker was trapped underneath rubble.
Yeah, it was like some rubble. Something I remember vaguely from the game, something I remember kind of like going through and I did not like. There was like some puzzle stuff that you had to go through. You were in like a subway and there's a bunch of water and you had to do a bunch of swimming.
Yeah.
You remember what I'm talking about? I didn't remember ever see much of that in this show, right? They didn't really hit on that too much.
No.
Because they did the part with the water that was like kind of like knee deep and it was like all green and shit. But
Yeah.
there was a scene where like you were in like almost like an underground subway or something. And it's just real vague in my mind, but there was like different corridors and they were just full of water and there were like train cars or something there and you had to work your way across the top of some of these train cars.
Yeah.
And you had kind of a little bit of a maze. You had to kind of find your way through, and you had to do some swimming and stuff. And I don't think we really saw any of that.
No. You did get the part where like Ellie tells Joel that she doesn't know how to swim. She does do that. She does
and
do
she
that
was
in
like,
the
and he
video
jumps in the
game.
water, and he's like, "See, what's the problem?" Because it's like really shallow. And she was
Yeah.
like, "How am I supposed to know?" Yeah, I thought that was kind of cool.
That was kind of funny. But it's kind of cool also seeing like her perspective, right? Because you're like looking. She's never been out of the quarantine zone. You know, she's never seen the outside world, so she's read about all this shit. You know, like probably in magazines and books about hotels and office buildings and stores and like shit like that, right? So she's like wow, like she's like, you guys used to come and stay in these places, you know, like what the fuck? So that's
Yeah,
kind of crazy.
I thought some of it was kind of funny too. How like she was like, "I did go to school. I'm not dumb." I can't remember what it was. They were like something about with the, like position of the. It was like maybe something to do with geography or something like that. Oh, it was like where Michigan was or something.
Yeah.
Detroit. Maybe I guess what it was. She's like, I know what Detroit is. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I like that. I like those. She does a really good job of capturing Ellie and like the way, like how curious, I guess, a teenage girl would be. You know, fucking from being quarantined her whole life to being out in this fucking world, right? Like it's like crazy. But this latest episode, what we got to see is these two new characters, Bill and Frank,
mm-hmm.
and they are part of the game. And in the game, Iams told me that Bill is like a guy that helps you out. He helps you push his truck through. Like you push the truck that he has in the game, and you take his truck from him, and like you use it for a bit to travel somewhere. Um, and in the game, Bill helps you out, and then you find Frank back at the house, and Frank hung himself because Frank was gonna meet Tess, and he was gonna sell her like the car battery. But on the way there, obviously Tess died, and fucking Frank got bit or something. So instead of going home and like infecting Bill or whatever, he fucking hung himself. But in the TV show, they kind of do it different, you know, to where you see how Frank and Bill mate.
Yeah, they
And
kind of deviated from the main plot, right? There's like this little side story. And I was really thrown off because this is like past what I played in the game. So I was curious what was going to happen. And I remember when I text you, like, I'm so lost. Like, what, who are these two characters? Because I don't, know anything about them. And why are we focusing so much on them? Because they really, there's a whole episode about those two. I mean, they don't really show much of anybody else.
No. They show Ellie and
episode,
Joel in the beginning, and then at
in
the
the very
end.
end, but they don't really show much. Like they
Yeah.
just all that stuff is kind of about these two and how things went for them. And then they changed how it went. Um,
But yeah, the way that story was told was fucking well done. Like they completely did a great fucking, like, those two actors, man. They did an amazing fucking job just in that short episode, just telling that story. Like, these two people, they fell in love, they were lovers or whatever. They fucking got married in the end, and then they end up dying with each other. That shit was sad, dude. At the end, when they were like, when the dude was like, "I want to fucking just die today."
Until like today's my last day. I'm done. I'm
Yeah,
tired of fighting. Basically, he had
and
like
Bill,
I'm assuming some kind of illness, right? He was like some
yeah,
kind of like cancer, let's say, and
he had
he was
something, yeah, that was killing him or something. And just the way Bill reacted to it, like crying, I was like, "Fuck, that is sad as fuck, dude." Like, can you imagine, like,
well, it's like the only person
yeah,
Like you think the world's almost over, and you have one other human with you, and you've been
and
alone
you've
before. You know
survived
it's
this,
coming.
and you see all the shit they went through, right? You see, like Bill got shot, and Bill was thinking he was gonna die,
Mm-hmm.
and the dude ends up saving his life. Frank saved his life. Like, that whole scene was kind of cool, because you kind of see them. You see them in the beginning, they fall in love, and then you see them kind of like, you see like Frank arguing with Bill about like rebuilding the town or whatever, or like their house, because he's like, "I'm tired of fucking this place deteriorating. Like, if we're gonna live here, we might as well keep it looking nice, Like, so it kind of made sense. So he fucking gets like paint and paints the house and like fucking does all this shit, and then you see the Raiders when they come, but then you also see how well prepared Bill was. Like, that fucker was prepared for a lot,
Being a prepper, I thought the only thing I noticed that was kind of weird, and maybe this just only because it happened. Maybe they got there shortly after. Is when Frank and Bill die, right? We left the bedroom window open to keep the smell down. Blah 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 blah. When they get there, all the power and everything is still on. So if they're running some kind of generator, like that stuff probably requires like constant maintenance or constant fuel. Or you never notice it running in the background, you would constantly hear a noisy generator running. But if you remember seeing the lights and stuff were on, like everything was working and all that kind of stuff. So like they had to have died not too long before they got there because the generators are still going, and all that stuff is still running. They still had power and everything in that place. So I thought that was kind of weird. So I'm like, okay, maybe they just recently died.
Yeah.
And they just missed them,
Yeah, that literally must have just happened but also, like, that Bill guy, he set up the gas to run through like the whole town.
Yeah.
Because remember, originally, like, the gas company shut it off, and then he drives over there and he opens that shit back up,
Right.
and that's how he sets up all the flamethrower shit around his fucking city or whatever. He builds all those gas pipes or whatever to fucking.
Yeah, if I remember right, doesn't he grab like a generator? He finds like a really big generator for the power for his place.
Or he had one or something.
Yeah.
And then, so I'm assuming he probably like just ran a fucking gas line all the way to it, or something.
Yeah, I don't know.
But
It was interesting just to see it because I was like, oh, all the lights are still on yet, so these guys couldn't have been dead very long.
No. I also thought it's cool that Ellie found a pistol.
Yeah.
Like of course she was gonna find it. Like, what was Joel thinking, letting her run around the house?
Right,
of course, being
he was a prepper,
house,
right?
this dude's gonna have guns. Yeah, he's gonna have guns everywhere, like under the table and shit. He's probably gonna have guns every fucking where.
It'd be like the scene. There's a show on Netflix I ran across one time. It's called Kaleidoscope.
Yeah.
And I guess like the order in which you get to see the episodes, it's different for everybody. Like when you click on play it, they have like different colored episodes. It's like yellow, green, whatever. I can't remember. I only watched a couple. There's this one episode that I watched. Like the main two bad guys, or whatever, that kind of orchestrated everything. they had guns everywhere in their house. Like they were trying to get to this one girl, and she was just pulling guns out from everywhere. That's what it would remind me of being from him. You know, like being a prepper. Like there'd be guns everywhere because you would want something close by no matter where you're at. Because if you get a zombie get into your house and you didn't know it, you wanted to have a gun close by no matter where. You know, it wouldn't be like, oh, there's a gun in the living room. There had to be a gun in every room in that house. You know, thinking
literally. Yeah, and he was like a hardcore prepper too, because he had fucking cameras. He had that like fucking basement bunker thing. Because even the soldiers didn't find that when they were looking through the house or whatever. When they were evacuating everybody, they didn't find him. And then
I thought it was
come out.
a neat scene as well too when they did the strawberry thing, like when he traded for the strawberry seed.
Yeah.
And then he made that strawberry garden, you know, and they had like a strawberry for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like going for so long without all the, you know, comforts that we have now and then getting to try something again, you know, you haven't had for 10 years, you know?
Yeah.
Like all of a sudden they like haven't had a strawberry for 10 years, you know, and like, oh, you know, how good it would be, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that was wild. I thought that because they survived he survived for like 20 something years probably there.
Yeah, because I think I said it was 03 of the present day, right? Yeah. Kind of how they did it.
Yeah. So that's crazy. Like, think about that. Like, what I was thinking the whole time though is like in those 20 years or whatever, like no zombies came.
And I guess they just didn't really highlight it, I guess. You know, just kind of saying it was probably expected that some did, but they didn't get through the traps. And I mean, they didn't really hit on the raiders very much. You think there would have been more like raiders that would come or something as well, you know, but they didn't really hit on any of that. Probably just to speed things up.
Yeah. But I mean, that dude had everything. He had a boat, he had a car, he had a house, he had a store.
What was it, like a Chevy S10 or something like that?
Yeah. He had a whole fucking town that he could pretty much loot for anything.
And then, and it was funny too when she gets in the truck at the end because she's never been in a vehicle, and, you know, and she was like, yeah, I can't remember if she said it was like a spaceship or what or something like that. Is that what she was on? But she knew how to operate the cassette player right away.
Well, they probably have cassette players.
I thought that was kind of funny because she was like, oh, because she'd never been in a vehicle before, and they had a tape player, and then she found that one tape, you know, and then she put it in and played it. I
don't know. They may have cassette. I'm assuming they have radios at the QZ.
Maybe, yeah.
And they probably have cassettes, you know.
But it's just interesting, like when she was, you know, in the car though, as her reaction to like being in a vehicle was kind of like, oh, this is cool, you know. She was never in a vehicle before, you know, like.
That was fucking interesting.
What do you think is going to happen in the next episode? Where do they're going to think of bring us back? And what I haven't played any further than this, so what do you think happens here?
I'm thinking the truck is going to break down.
Yeah, I mean that sounds logical, right? I mean,
and they're going to have to just huff it and fucking go from, I don't know, through some town or through some place. And we'll see what happens. I don't know. I don't think Joel's going to find his brother till the end of the season or near the end of the season. Because this has already been renewed for season 2.
Right.
So that means that they plan to bring the next story or the next game into this.
I was going to say, do you think the next game will be season 2?
Yeah.
Or do you think they're going to wait and maybe just do part of season or the first game in season 2 and maybe the second game into season 3, maybe?
You know, they might want to extend it out. It's just
because you don't know how popular this is going to be, right?
How far do they want to go? Yeah, like I want to know, like, when they filmed this season, was their goal thinking, okay, we're gonna just do the first game, season 1?
And how do you do that, right? How do you pace it? You know, like how much do you show? Do you give the whole story in one season, like you were gonna say? 'Cause they have to go in knowing, right?
Yeah.
Or do they be like, okay, we think this is going to be really good. Let's only do like a quarter of the first game in the first season.
I don't know how
they're trying to extend it as many seasons as possible.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking.
They had to figure something out, some kind of plan. You know,
Because nobody knows besides the people who made the show, right? I mean, nobody really knows what their plan was because I watched the whatever documentary, like little things they do at the end of each episode where they kind of talk about the episode and how they filmed it or whatever.
I only saw that on one of them, and that was the last one.
Yeah,
Like
the
when I
last one.
watched them all in sequence last night,
Yeah.
actually, because I was trying, getting to watch them, and it only popped up on the last one for me, and it showed the
Yeah.
two guys that played Bill and Frank, and it was interviewing them, and it showed the different scenes and how they did it and
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. But I didn't see it on the other ones.
On the other ones, I'm not sure if they had him. I know that they probably had it in the first one that I think of, but not the last one, not the second one, but the last one they did. And from what the guy said in the last one, he said that they knew that this episode they were going to deviate from the game. And
Yeah, they were
said
just trying to
like
choose how they would do it.
yeah, they were like, we knew we were going to deviate from the Bill and Frank story from the game. We just wanted to know if deviating, because they said when they agreed when they were doing the show, that they said that they would only deviate from the game if it was a better story than the game.
Right.
Which I agree that this story that they told today was a way better story that they could have. Like, if they would have just done whatever happened in the game, where like Ellie and Joel meet up with Bill and Frank's already dead and they find the note, like that stuff, if they would have done it just like the game, it wouldn't have been as impactful. I don't think we wouldn't have given much of a fuck. But because we know like the story between Frank and all them and like how they dealt with each other and shit, they they did a really good job telling that story. And then I don't know, like I wonder how much more are they going to deviate now? You know,
Mm-hmm.
like are they like how does the end of the first game change when they get to it? Because at the end of the first game, spoilers, Mayo. So at the end of the first game, Joel gets Ellie to the Fireflies, right? He gets to California, and they get to like this Firefly base. That's it's like a big fucking base.
Okay.
And this base has a hospital, like a functioning hospital. And at this hospital, there's like these doctors, these research doctors. And these doctors, they know that Ellie was coming because they have heard about this girl that was that couldn't get infected or was immune or whatever.
Right.
So in the end of the game, the way the game ends is Ellie gets taken away by the doctors, and Ellie's like, "What's going on?" You know, and then Joel's like, "It'll be fine, just go with them." And Ellie's like, "Okay," and the doctors, they're about to kill Ellie. They're about to do
Right.
like a
You're gonna,
surgery on her.
and it's gonna kill her to get maybe the cure, right? But it's gonna cost her life.
Because they said like it's something about her brain or something in her blood or her heart or something where they know they have to cut her open to find the like what's making her like be immune to this shit, right? And Ellie doesn't know she's gonna die. All she thinks is they're gonna remove like some part of her body and she's gonna live, like her, I don't know, her kidney or something, you know. That's what she's thinking going into the surgery. But Joel knows, like, holy fuck, they're gonna kill her. And like, do I let this happen? Like if I let it happen, yes, they might find a cure. But if I let it happen and they don't find a cure, then she just died for no reason.
Right.
So at the end of the game, you end up going into the surgery room and you shoot everybody. You kill everyone. You kill the doctor. You kill the nurses. You kill everyone in the fucking hospital and you drag Ellie out of there and you escape with her, right? Now I wonder, is the show's probably gonna end up like that, but I wonder how is like the other shit gonna go down? Like when Joel meets up with his brother and like how he finds his brother in the game. How is that gonna work? Like Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how many. Like, you could do a lot of seasons of this show,
Right, they could stretch it
but
out
I
for a good
wondered, like,
probably 3 or 4
my
seasons, I feel like.
yeah, but my thinking is, how far did they go on this first season?
Right, it's like that's what I was saying, like, how much do they think
Did
that this is gonna be a success? Do they just shorten it and put the whole game in 1 season? Or do they try to, like, stretch it out, like, "Okay, let's plan for 2 or 3 seasons and stretch the game out for those 3 seasons." Hopefully, it takes enough traction to keep going.
What I'm thinking is the end of this season, if they do plan, like if the plan was to stretch it out, the end of the season is gonna be where Joel finds his brother. Like he
That
finally
that would
like
make sense. That would be like a typical series,
finds him,
like a
right? Like
big major event happens,
yeah,
like, "Hey, we found this person," and
yeah.
that's where it
Okay,
would end.
we found the brother. Now like the next season is okay. Now we gotta get across the country to get Ellie to California
And maybe
to
even they did
or
get to the
Seattle or Oregon or wherever the fuck. It's somewhere on the West Coast that the hospital's at. We need to get her there, you know.
Yeah,
Uh,
maybe they get to the hospital and then do that whole scene where, and that's
yeah,
how it ends, and maybe the 3rd season could be the 2nd game. You know what
yeah,
I mean? And then do 2 more seasons. They either do a 3rd and 4th season. I don't know.
yeah. Because they could do one whole season of the second game where you see Ellie's side of the story because, as you know, Joel dies in the beginning, and Ellie is out for revenge. And then they could do the next season where you see Abby's side of the story because that's kind of what happens in the game, right? You play
Mhm.
as the first half as Ellie, and then you switch over and you play as Abby, and then in the end you switch back over to Ellie. So maybe they could do it that way, you know?
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's gonna be a great
So,
fucking show.
what do you think with my idea of thinking about Death Stranding and stuff? If this gets enough traction and stays popular as it is, do you think Sony continues to try doing something like this with
Oh
their other
fuck
games?
yeah, yes, dude. They could make an Uncharted series.
God of War series, they could do
They could
something.
make a God. Well, I think God of War is already in the works by
Is that one in
Amazon.
the works? I was thinking it was for some reason, but so I heard somebody say the guy from Guardians of the Galaxy and the Glass Onion, the guy that plays Drax.
Dave Bautista.
Yeah, I don't know his name was, but yeah, he would be a really
Yeah,
good Kratos.
he would be he's big.
Right, he's a big, bulky, strong-looking guy,
Yeah, big
and
bald
his
guy.
face, his face kind of looks like Kratos in a way,
Mhm.
even.
Give him a fucking beard.
Yeah, and the tattoos, the red markings, like the white skin, and
Yeah,
I mean, he's already had green skin. Why not go to white, right?
yeah. Give him that. I mean, I could see them doing a pretty cool Uncharted series.
Mm-hmm.
I could see them doing a lot of series.
Like I said,
They
Death
could they could
Stranding.
even they could do a Death Stranding one. They could do a Horizon Zero Dawn one.
What about let's deviate a little bit and just say they want to do something animated. Could they do an Astrobot series or something like that? We've seen popularity in the Sonic movies and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Maybe something
Well, they've
Astrobot.
already done Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah, I guess they did, didn't they?
They've done that. They've done what's the other one? They've done Ratchet and Clank already. They've done movies for that. I don't know about Astrobot. How could
It seemed like
because the
my one friend
Astrobots
from work,
don't
his
talk,
kids love the little robot. They could do
but
like a series, like a
the
kid
little
series.
robot doesn't talk.
Yeah,
Like if you start making them talk, then people are going to expect them to talk in the game, and
would he have to talk in the series though? Could it make him be like full of expression?
they could, but it
I
would have
mean,
to be a very short series, like a
yeah.
very like I don't see them doing something big
Yeah,
and
that would probably be
long.
harder to do. But I was
Yeah,
thinking, kid related, but just trying to think of different shows that their IPs are. That one kind of pops in my mind. What else do they have? They have you could do like a Ghost of Tsushima story. Would be
you
kind of
definitely could.
interesting.
That would be fucking sick. Like a badass samurai
And
fucking
give
story.
what my son calls the Star Wars ending because that's what he goes. They robbed Star Wars. And I just kind of
Yeah,
laughed. He goes, "It's just like the Star Wars story." I'm like,
yeah.
all right, whatever."
They
I thought
could
it was
do
really good, but they could do a really good series from that.
Definitely, they could. They could do what's another good series that they have that's a video game?
I'm trying to think of the ones
They
that
could
I've been
do
playing there.
that they could even go back in their series like to older games. They could do a cool Infamous series
Mm-hmm.
with like people that have like the powers or whatever, you know. The Infamous games, those are fucking cool.
Do you think they could design a game and do a series at the same time to like kind of hype each other up? Have them come out around the same time?
That's a tough one. I don't know if they could do that. There's a few other games that have tried that. Um, yeah, there's a few games that have tried it in the past.
That'd
And
be
that
one way
never
to really boost your sales, right? If
that
you had
never
like a
seems to work.
series. Yeah, it would be hard.
Because I mean, what's that game? Microsoft's game try to do that. That Quantum Break. Quantum Break had that.
It did?
Yeah.
I've never played Quantum Break actually. I don't remember
Quantum
being.
Break. Quantum Break has like an actual show that is like part of the game. Like you play the game, you can watch an episode, and like that's how you're supposed to watch them. Like you play a section of the game, then you watch an episode. Then you play a section of the game, then you watch an episode. Then you play a
Interesting.
section.
I've never heard this.
Yeah, and Quantum Break had that. Quantum Break, like you could probably find them all on YouTube or something. But they had like a thing or like a website that you would go and you would log into this website and watch the episodes after you played certain levels of the game. Like if you beat the
I
first
mean,
level, you watch this one.
I guess in my mind, I'm thinking like they wouldn't have to time them that way, but if they could release them around the same time, so whereas like say if you watch the show, it makes you want to play the game. You know what I mean? Or vice versa. If you start playing the
Maybe.
game, maybe you want to go back and watch the show. They could kind of build off each other because right now I feel like the Last of Us hype is higher right now, so people are going to be going back and playing this game
Oh,
and
fuck yeah, they
revisiting it
are. Fuck yeah, they
because
are.
like you wanted to. You mentioned the other night, you're like, I kind of want to go back and play this again now. You
Yeah.
know, so like I feel like they could use it almost as a form of advertising for each other. You know,
Well,
like the
like I
game
said,
could
they could.
advertise the series, and the series could advertise the game.
It was very smart of Sony to release their remaster for the PC or whatever, like next month, like in March,
Yeah, it's good timing here.
because that's like gonna probably be the end of the season. And I'm gonna be hyped as fuck, and I'm gonna probably buy it and be like, "Yeah, I want to play it on the PC now." Yeah,
Yeah, maybe that's where I should play it because I thought about buying it on the PS5. You know, because they have it now,
yeah,
but maybe I should just wait and buy it on Steam.
yeah. It's coming March 3rd.
And I'm only thinking on Steam because the unlocked frames is probably
Yeah,
the biggest thing. But even though it's nice and comfortable playing in the living room on the OLED, I just feel like it might just be better on Steam.
and if you want to use your Dual Sense, you could just plug it into your PC
Yeah, yeah.
and use the Dual Sense with it, which it'll work, I'm sure.
Yes, I'm sure it will because the other couple games have. Because Deathloop did and Spider-Man did.
Yeah.
So
So
they have firmware right as like an app on my PC. It's like a
yeah,
program you install and like it updates the firmware. Even though now my controllers do it when they're plugged in the PS5,
yeah.
but it had before I had this thing, you know, to where you could update the firmware that way when I did
I'm
not own a
excited to see
PS5.
though what they do with the series, and like I'm excited to see more shows from video games come to life, man. Because there's a lot of stories in video games that could be really cool fucking
Yeah,
shows.
that's what I was telling like my girlfriend. I was talking to her about we were playing this one game. Oh shoot, it's on Game Pass, the Microsoft game, the story based one where you make decisions. The most recent one. It's drawing a blank right now. But
So
but anyways, it's just like some of the stories in games are really, really good and well thought out. They could make really good shows. You know, people discredit them sometimes for, you know, how good of a story they actually have, and they just consider, well, it's just a video game. You know what I mean? When they have pretty in-depth stories to them.
yeah,
I don't know why I can't think of the name of that game. It's like in chapters where they break down in the car and I go to the gas station, or it's like a hotel. It's 2 words. Oh my gosh. I don't have it installed on the PC. I have it installed on my Xbox in the living room. It's like a water painted kind of art scheme. Everybody else is probably knowing what I'm talking about right now, but I cannot think of the name of it without pulling up. But anyways, yeah, the stories in some of these games are really good. Oh, Dusk Falls. Here it is. The story in that game is really good.
Yeah. Like I said, they could do a lot of cool stuff, man. A lot of cool games out there that they could make cool shows out of. And I would even say, like, steal some of the shit from Telltale Games. They could make a really cool Wolf Among Us TV show.
That would be a neat. I thought that was a neat concept when they did that game.
Like the fairy tale characters being like the world and like
Yeah.
all that. That would be a cool TV show, I think. Especially being like that gritty, where like they smoke and drink and fucking
Right.
fucking like, doing hardcore drugs and shit. Like that would be fucking cool to see like somebody take that. Like I could see HBO doing that.
It reminds me of. Have you seen the trailer for the Velma series on HBO Max?
I
heard
I
somebody
haven't
mention
I,
it, and they're like, definitely not a kid's show. So
well
I
no, they
clicked on the
cuss and
trailer.
shit.
Yeah, I clicked on the trailer, and I was like, oh yeah, not a kid's show.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep seeing it. I kind of want to watch it. But like I really want these companies to look at these games and take them on and make some cool stories. Like you think of like I even think of like the Elder Scrolls. They could make some really cool TV series out of that. You know what I mean? Like the Elder Scrolls or a Fallout TV show, like a Fallout or a Fallout would
Well,
be fucking sick.
at least we seem to be going in the right direction. I remember a day when they came out with like a
Yeah,
video game based show. It was just garbage. The Mario Brothers movie and all that kind of stuff. Just garbage. Sonic seemed
yeah.
to do really well, and then in the movie theaters. But then we had like The Witcher. Was kind of popular for a minute on Netflix.
The first
Even
season
though,
was really good.
yeah, and the
Second
second,
season, I wasn't as popular. I don't think I never even
yeah.
finished it.
But I mean, if you weren't a fan of like The Witcher, if you didn't know anything about The
You know,
Witcher, I could see how it would have drew you in still some.
yeah.
And then like based on a game, like that one did not completely like stick to the script, but at least it kept some popularity. Like people know what it
You
is
know
because
what?
of that.
The Last of Us. I feel like this show can appeal to like anyone.
Yeah, I think so.
Even people that aren't gamers can watch this show and be like, "This is a fucking good show."
Yeah. Well, I felt like The Witcher could have done that as well. I mean, we had more insight, but like I think somebody could have watched The Witcher and been like, "Oh, this isn't a bad series,"
Yeah.
But
Or like, yeah, I was thinking of that, like, because you think about like the movies and stuff that come out for video game, like the Assassin's Creed movies weren't good.
right, yeah, a lot of them were flops. Like there's so many movies.
The
Wasn't
Tomb Raider
wasn't there the
movies.
Doom Raider movie too as well? Right, they made a
Yeah.
Doom.
Oh, they made the Doom. Yeah, they made. Well, wasn't that what, like The Rock back in the day?
Yeah, I think so.
I remember that
Um,
movie.
but there was
There
some
was
different ones
Doom.
that but
There was
recently they have catch they caught like lightning in a bottle with a
what was
couple of these.
popular? Like Tomb Raider, I guess, was a popular one back in the day.
Yeah.
I was in, I guess,
Did you ever watch the Need for Speed movie? Actually.
dude. Listen, I went to Disney Plus to look for it, and they don't have it.
Oh, really?
They don't. The only way I can watch it right now is if I rent it through like Apple TV.
Or buy it like through Voodoo or something like that.
And I'm like, do I want to spend the $4 on Apple TV to rent this for a day?
To rent? I was gonna say to buy. I don't know about to rent. Like,
Yeah. No, to buy is like $20. To rent it is like
that's too steep. I would
like
maybe pay.
$4.
Some of the sites I buy my movies, like usually like the digital codes, you could probably
That's
find it
true.
for
You know
about
what?
for
I
about
could probably
10.
find it. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna go to that website right now. What's it called again?
I'm trying to think. There was one I linked to Bill Gardner one time. Try movies anywhere. UV something. UV codes,
Oh,
UV.
UV UV Spider,
No, it wasn't Spider. Hold on.
the UV collector.
Ultravioletcinema.com is a really nice site. So if you click on
Mm.
that site, right, and then you go down to there's a little like it says like Voodoo Movies Anywhere, iTunes Movies
Oh,
Anywhere.
there we go.
Click on the iTunes Movie Anywhere, and it will pull you a list of all these movies and tell you the price. If you search the movie you want,
I'm gonna find it right now.
and it will show you every store that has it and the price, so you can like comparison shop.
It's $10.
And it's probably like a 4K version, right?
I don't know. Let's check.
Yeah. So there's one store that has it for $7.95.
Yeah.
And if you click on the link, it just takes you right to the site. So this was one. Yeah, this is for HDX. And HDX is 1080p.
Yeah.
So that one's not the 4K version. I don't know if this even has a 4K option. Let me
It
click on the other
should. It
one.
came out when in 2014, 2013. 4K was a thing back then, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
well, this one is also in HD. So the two that are being sold on here are both in
Maybe
HD.
4K wasn't a thing back then.
It might have been, but maybe not in every movie yet.
You're right.
But it wasn't a bad movie. It's worth $8 or even $10. I would say. I liked it. I thought it was good. I'm
Really?
more of a car guy though. I mean, Metacritic gave it a 39. It says in here.
Yeah.
What was kind of funny about that movie though, they show these three cars. They're Koenigsegg Regeras, I think they were, and they're a really neat car in person. They're pretty rare. So they did get some three really crazy expensive cars in that movie. Like a
Wow.
Koenigsegg is a very expensive car.
A lot of movies on here. Anyways, yeah, The Last of Us. I recommend it to anyone out there, man. If you don't have HBO, get HBO. Watch this shit. I love HBO. Actually, I canceled my Netflix and I kept my HBO, man. Like, I feel like HBO has quality content shit. And they have a ton of series on there. Like,
Mm-hmm.
they don't just have HBO series now. They've, like, acquired series from other networks. They have, like, a ton of them from other networks. And they have a lot of cool shit on there. Like, a lot of cool movies. A lot of exclusive content to their shit. Because they got a lot of cool exclusive series. But yeah. They're also getting rid of a lot of their shows too. Like, I don't know if you know this, but they're removing some of their old series. They're just like getting rid of them. So
Right.
you won't be able to stream them on there. So they're doing that too, apparently, to some
Yeah,
series.
I thought about cutting back here the other day. I have so many right now.
Dude,
You know, you kind of start building them up.
Netflix was $20 a month for me.
That's
And
what
I'm
I'm
like,
paying. I'm paying like 23 or something like. 'Cause I had like the
yeah.
4K version,
And I'm like, dude, I don't even like watch this ever.
and I hardly do. Like I do here and there,
And
but
the only reason I have Prime is because, well, I have Amazon Prime for the shipping shit.
mm-hmm.
So I'm like, I'm not gonna cut that because I use Amazon quite a bit. Hulu, I
I
get it through
have
my brother.
yeah. So I get Hulu through Spotify because I pay for Spotify as
Yeah,
well, and they were packaged together at the time. But then I also have Paramount Plus, and I also have Peacock, and I have Hulu, and I
yeah.
have Prime, and I have Netflix, and
Peacock. I have through my cable, through my internet, and then Paramount. I don't have it. I only get it like every once in a while with that new when like the new South Park shit drops on there, like the movies or whatever. I watched those, and that's about it.
Lo and behold, what I did, my daughter had a movie she wanted to see. It was like a new release horror movie that the Smile movie.
Oh, that was a good movie.
And so instead of me just buying it for like $20 at the time, I just got 1 month of Peacock, and it was like a free trial for like 7 days. And I'm like, oh, they have a lot of good movies on here, like on Paramount. And so then I'm like, I'm gonna keep it, and now I'm gonna watch some of these movies. And I've only watched a couple of them, and lo and behold, I still have the damn thing. You know.
That's
But
funny.
I'm thinking about going through and canceling some of those and getting rid of them because I don't watch them enough to keep them. Apple TV is another one. I watched all of Mythic Quest, the 3rd season.
Yeah, that's a good show.
And that's about it that I watch on there. And I just keep it and pay that $6 a month now for no reason because I don't watch any of the other shows. They don't have that many shows on there, really.
Yeah. Severance is pretty good.
Severance, and then that's about it. They have something new coming out that looked pretty decent. But
They did. They have that new one coming out with Tom Hanks or whatever. Or is it Tom Hanks?
yeah, there's something to do with Tom Hanks coming out.
Yeah. I saw like some. I don't even know what that shit's about. It was just all they showed was Tom Hanks standing there.
All you got to do when you're Tom Hanks.
I'm like, what is this? And all it says is this new series featuring Tom Hanks. I'm like, but like, it showed nothing about like if it's a comedy, if it's a series, like a drama, nothing. It's just Tom Hanks standing there, nothing in the background, just him in like a white screen. It's like okay, well, there's a show with Tom Hanks coming out. Nobody knows what it is, but okay.
Right. That one movie he did it was on the Apple, only for a while. That was it, Finch or something like that. It wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever saw it or not. It's on other
Never
platforms
did.
now. I think it's basically like an end of the world kind of thing, and he has like a robot he makes,
Mm.
and it kind of helps him. It becomes his friend, and they come across something, and they end up having to travel.
Mm.
And he has a robot, and I don't want to spoil too much with the show, but things happen on the way. Some raiders are coming after him, and they're running from raiders.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to more episodes of The Last of Us. I can't wait to see the next one and see where it goes, and go from there.
Yeah. I recommend it for anybody listening. But with that being said, Gunny's gone. He's something. Like, like I wonder, can this kid see us right now? Is he like?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
He's probably like, what the fuck are these guys doing?
Hey, he probably can't hear us, but he can probably see us.
That's weird. But yeah, Gunny's gone. He's probably trying to lay down sleep. Yeah. You can find him on anything that's Gunny Chief. Where can people find you, Mayo?
Oh yeah, you're gonna find me on PlayStation as the Mayo, on Xbox as the Mayo, Steam pretty much as the Mayo or the Mayo 1. If you can't find me, hit me up on Discord. You'll find me in there for sure. What about you, Jesus?
Find me on everything as Jesus Walks a Lot, pretty much. And that's it.
What does Gidget say, Jesus?
Peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you on the next week's edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast. We're out of here. We'll be back.
See ya.